battleground. Chicka chicka in the tank, chewy guns. When the circle's down in the final round, when you hear them scream my name so hard, you better run, you better hide in the sun. Hold it like Mo and Dick. When you hear that's a trumpet, heartbeat sounding so deep. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. We wanna be the masters in the game. We wanna win when they see us. Game over, game over. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. No matter how hard, champions not a dream. We wanna win, not a team. It's game over, game over. Waiting for ya in the right zone. Come and sniper rifle, don't get alone. When the circle's down in the final round, when you hear them scream my name so hard, you better run, you better hide in the sun. Hold it like Mo and Dick. When you hear that's a trumpet, heartbeat sounding so deep. We wanna win, wanna win, wanna win. We wanna be the masters in the game. We wanna win when they see us. Game over, game over. We wanna win, wanna win. No matter how hard, champions not a dream. We wanna win, not a team. It's game over, game over.
Zevo is here, gets caught with their pants down, and that looks like it's going to be it. Wall Street bets, a single player left, the jump shot to finish them off.
Oh my gosh. And oh,
The toes!
Clean. Oh, that gun.
Welcome everyone, welcome back. Welcome to day 2 to the PMPL Americas Grand Finals. My name is Cameron Davis, and I'm here to help lead you through all of the action. Yesterday was full of action-packed games. Brazil and, well, specifically A7 really came out on top. I'm sure that we are going to be going over a lot of that, but to help me do so, I'm going to reintroduce once again the gorgeous 7 and the very, very handsome Glitter Explosion. Welcome. How are both of you doing, Glitter?
I'm doing great, okay? I mean, you said yourself, Alpha 7 had an insane day yesterday. I know both of you are very happy about that performance, but 7, do you think they can repeat it again today?
Oh, man. Why are you going to put me in that position right at the start, too? You know what? I'm going to say yes, because I would love to be that kind of entertainer. I just want to see that kind of dominance again, and the confidence, too, that they showed the case yesterday. How about you, Cam? How are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, they were great games. I honestly don't get why people are mad when it's the same team winning over and over and over, because A7 at least are doing it with such entertainment value. It's just such skill. But before we get into all of that, we do of course want to remind you all the format. We have 16 teams, the same 16 teams this entire weekend. 4 days of play, 6 games each day. You can see the regional breakdown down below. And now 7, I'm gonna ask you, what are they gonna be fighting for as far as in the game itself?
Yep, and with this one, I mean, you know what? First place is going to get $40,000, and I'm pretty sure Alpha 7 is definitely looking to get that one. Second place, $28,000. Total prize pool is going to be $150,000. And if you are currently in the race for MVP, which, don't worry, in case you missed yesterday, we will be able to freshen you up on that. You are going to be able to get a sweet all $2,000.
Yes, now here is where everyone is currently standing. As you can see, Alpha 7 on top, but Glitter, help parse through everything else lying below them.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7 with those 4 chicken dinners, and of course, a pretty significant lead over everybody else right now. Don't forget, the top 7 are the ones that are going to be qualifying through to GC here by the end of this entire thing. So the top 7 is where we're going to be keeping our eyes. Behind Alpha 7, though, is Rise Esports, another squad that we were very, very pleasantly surprised with their performance. Incredibly consistent. They were doing very well for themselves. Ended up in 2nd place at the end of yesterday. Followed closely, though, by Team Queso, another team that was so consistent in the top 5 every single time, putting themselves in a solid spot there at 3rd. ATON Esports, another squad that started off the day very strong and then fell off a little bit, so we'll see if they can kind of pick it up. And then moving down towards list, you see Knights in 6, Nova rounding out the top 8 there, 7. And I mean, so far, it hasn't been too terrible, but I think NA might need to pick it up a little bit.
Yeah, NA, yo, listen, if you're hearing us, please pick it up, because this is just sad. We have 4 NA teams here on the second page, especially starting with Mezexis there at the top, 40 points. XSET, the champs of NA, currently only 38 points. I do want to see more out of Polo and Jay. I'm gonna remind you, I have to. There's a Latin American team currently in the top 3. Where you at? We do have Honor Souls right there with 27 points, 19 Esports there with 24 as we go down the list. Fraternity Esports, they were able to kind of recover a little bit there on that last game yesterday and at least clutch up the day with 15 points.
Yeah, listen, the whole NA being on the lower side of the bracket hurts even worse when you realize that we have one more team than the other regions. Brazil has 5, Latin America has 5, North America has 6 because the Knights got that all-out qualification, but we are going to still focus on the teams at the top, and we wanted to focus on the top 2 teams specifically, Alpha 7, and even though there's quite a gap between them, 7, I know that you wanted to sort of put them head-to-head against Rise, who had a number of solid games themselves.
Yeah, and this is pretty much just a head-to-head between first place and second place, and I wanted to showcase it because you can see the average damage. By the way, these are just absolutely insane numbers. If this is your first time ever watching PUBG Mobile Esports, keep in mind you don't often get to see this kind of numbers. Almost 2,000 damage for Alpha 7 per game. The average hills currently, I mean, let's not even talk about that. The average place is actually very interesting, and it kind of speaks out of the consistency that we have seen out of Rise Esports. Obviously, when you talk about consistency with Alpha 7, they've got 4 chicken dinners in a row, right? So let's not even get into that. And then with the average kills, you can see just Alpha 7 has been so confident. The average survival time, obviously, if they have those 4 back-to-back chicken dinners, that's going to be a lot higher too. But why not? Let's talk about Carrillo and also one of the top players from Rise Esports, because I just want to show you these stats, all right? These stats are going to be absolutely insane, especially out of Carrillo. Carrillo has, I believe, what, 20 kills in 6 matches? That man is currently putting up 1/3 of the kills for all of Alpha 7, which is absolutely absurd. And to be honest, we've been talking a lot about Nunes from Rise Esports. Well, guess what? He's not the only player that's performing really well for that team. Also, Mythic. Mythic has been slowly creeping up on that, and he is currently putting out the most damage in regards to his team. But you can see how just dominant Carrillo is currently being. 3,500 damage, 20 kills, 20 knocks, 14 assists. You can see all of that there too. The headshots too. I mean, this man doesn't miss, and it's insane when you compare it to what Mythic's been doing, because Carrillo's been able to output almost 1,000 more damage, 9 more kills, which is just absolutely insane. And I actually got a chance to talk to Carrillo a little bit, and he told me that this Alpha 17 was super focused on this Americas Championship, and the reason why is because this is one of those tournaments that Alpha 7 currently doesn't have yet. As I was talking about it yesterday at the beginning of the show, they were looking to prove themselves, and Knights was able, since the first Americas, they didn't really have a great performance, Glitter, but so far Alpha 7 is showing that, hey, the practice has been paying off.
Absolutely. And then on the flip side of that, though, I mean, you mentioned it, Rise has been so consistent for themselves. We have been talking about Nunes a lot, but Mythic's up here as well as one of those very important players for the squad. I mean, over 2,600 damage is huge when you consider the fact that we also saw Nunes up in those top 3 spots after each round. And we've talked about this time and time again. Both of these teams it's applicable to as well. They have a standout player, but it's not only the standout player. Every single individual is stepping up to the plate, making these teams 2 of the most dominant squads right now in the lobby. And one thing that I do like to see is the fact that Miramar is actually Mythic's favorite map, and today things are going to get switched up a little bit, so they'll have some more opportunities to be on Miramar. And will that benefit Rise? We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think it's, don't count Rise out, right? They're tied with A7 on average placement, and that's with A7's 4 wins in a row. So Rise, I think, are putting themselves in a really solid position. But to talk even more about A7's extremely amazing run yesterday, we're going to have Zute come join us and help break down A7, a few of their games, a few of their wins yesterday. Zute, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking, man. And I wish I was doing even greater, because that is what Alpha 7 is. Alpha 7 is one of the greatest teams I've got to cast. I mean, I've never cast a game where every single time they win the match, like I casted 3 games yesterday, they won 3 in a row. Actually, they won 4 in a row, but I only casted 3. It's absolutely mental. So I'll be doing a deep dive on this one, and I mean, there's a lot to cover. There's a lot of chicken dinners to look over.
Yeah, well, please take it away. There's a lot that I'm pretty sure you can break down, so I hope you're bringing the guns.
Yeah, all right. Let's go ahead and take a look at the clips I have lined up for you guys. It's going to be quite a ride. I only have 3 chicken dinners lined up here. It's insane. They actually got 4. But before we start, I just want to preface, how is Alpha 7 so dominant? Well, what do you get when you have a team with 4 players that are insanely skilled, that could play in any position at any given moment, and also the team synergy just lines up to back all of them up? Here you'll see Alpha 7 took this game by playing split, but it was an aggressive split. So they came in from the right side of the screen here. They didn't have to cross that road, but they still decided to take advantage of every possible opportunity, and it is risky. Lesser teams might try and do the same thing, and they might falter. Here you see after the split goes and work, and then the circle closes, Rise gets taken out by Knights and Alpha 7 combined, and then the circle ends up going over to the north side. And notice how Alpha 7 has 4 players. We see Carrillo, my bad, on the left side along with Senna Texa. And when they have to cross back over the road, they do end up losing Senna Texa. And right here, you'll see it's a 2v2 situation. So they never had to cross that road in the first place, but Alpha 7, they take calculated risk, and the risk usually always pay off for them because, like I said, all 4 players so highly skilled. You see Carrillo down there on your bottom right. He did make it past back on the road, and at this end 2v2, well, Carrillo got the opening, and in a 2v1 situation, well, Alpha 7 just does not lose those. Look at the patience though. They don't just bum rush Coops. Coops, a star player. They take their time and perfect info, perfect pincer maneuver, and that's how they get that first chicken dinner. Moving on to the next clip, I was talking about the splits. We just saw them win a match doing a offensive split. In this game of Sanhok, this is a huge defensive split. You see Mafioso on the north side, covering the northern side of Bootcamp and 19 Esports. Mafioso, and that was Revo up on the top. Here you see Carrillo and Mafioso in the center. They have 2 players in the middle to cover more of the screen on the west side where the Knights are coming in, and Senna Texa holding it down on the inside. Now in the next clip, towards the end of this Sanhok game, because of their split defense, which is very hard to hold, they could have easily lost some players holding such a big split, but they didn't. They ended up keeping up 4 alive, and they get the chicken dinner here. And the last one, I know this is a lot, guys. I know this is a lot, but they won 4 in a row, so I got a lot to go over. This last one is my most favorite one. This one, no splits needed. This is when just raw gun skill and aggression comes into play. The key thing to note, all 3 players already in their buggies. Mafioso lets the team know, I'm not gonna miss this shot. I got the sniper in hand, and look at the kill feed right here on the top left. Boom, right there. Mafioso knocks BC Fernand for that opening, and immediately they're already in their buggies, ready to go. And it's just a full send, baby. Full send onto the strongest point on the map. This is the late game. They take out B7. It got super close. It came down to a 1v1, and it came down to like a difference of 1 HP. You see here Revo versus the last player of B7. Down to 1 HP, gets the clutch, and then they also get the full reset. And, well, it's pretty much done after that. They get the strongest position on the map. They get the full reset. They got 4 players. They take out INTZ. Last player, I mean, they saw how dominant Alpha 7 has been hiding in his shack. And that pretty much does it for the 3 chicken dinners that I was able to cover. There was a 4th one, but, you know, it's a lot. And I'm glad I got to show you guys the 3 different ways that Alpha 7 managed to secure their wins. You had an aggressive split, you had a defensive split, and then you just have that raw gun skill coming in on that last clip. That sniper headshot, done, over.
Yeah, it's honestly, thank you for bringing us through all that, because I'm absolutely speechless at this point that A7 seemed to be on such a different caliber of play than everyone else. I'm going to send you away to prepare for your games in the future, but I don't know, guys. 7, Glitter, how much are we expecting another team to really try and blow back against A7? Because it's not just their performance that we saw there, but also, of course, the points on the leaderboard. I know we're only about 25% of the way through, but let's just bring up the race to the MVP to really show what I'm talking about, because as we saw there, Zute walking us through, it's not just Carrillo on this team.
Yeah, and that's why we're excited to take a look at this. Obviously, like Seven was saying at the top of the show, $2,000, okay? That's on the line for the MVP, on top of whatever they're able to pocket based off of their placement here. And are we surprised that right now the top 3 is 2 Alpha 7 players and Nunez? No, not really. Of course, we've got Carrillo, we've got Revo. And honestly, yes, Carrillo's winning pretty dominantly in the kills department, but when you look at the average damage of 596 compared to Revo at 582, they're actually very close. And this goes back to what I was saying when we're talking about a very close across the board performance for all of the players on these top squads. This is the type, these are still the stats you get as a result of that. Then, you know, Revo has 15 kills as well, which is still a very, very solid average because, because we've only had one day, right? Nunez, somebody we've seen in the top 3 time and time again, averaging 416 damage, 11 kills. I mean, this is only one day of 4 days, and already they're putting up stats that take most players multiple days to achieve. So this in itself is impressive. Moving forward, though, I almost feel like there's got to be like a little bit of internal competition, right, Seven? Like on each team? Because, I mean, Mythic is also doing well for Rise. There's a potential for him to get up into a spot like that. I mean, they've all got to be fighting it out.
Oh, you best believe. As much as players want to say, hey, we're team players, we want our team to degrade, we want all of us to degrade, there's always that competitive in them. And they are competitive because they're truly here. And you know they want to be the best. And I mean, Revo, what an amazing, stats out of him. We were talking just about Carrillo, where you were able to kind of highlight him there too. This is just such a scary team. And by the way, huge shout out to Sute. That was an amazing segment, and I'm glad we were able to see all of those breakdowns there. But oh man, I think there has to be a little bit of competition between them. I hope there is. I'll tell you what, if Alpha 7 continued this kind of performance, you know what I'm gonna have to do? I'm gonna have to get that line on my eyebrow because I noticed all of the players
yes,
tend
please.
to have it.
Yes.
And, I might have to do it. Maybe that'll make me a better aim. Who knows? Who knows?
Alpha 7, you heard it. You heard him say it.
You heard it. No. What I hear is
Right or
that
left?
if Alpha 7 win with 100 points over second place at the end of this entire weekend, all 3 of us are getting the eyebrow slit. You down for that? We're down for that? No? Yeah, Glitter?
Getting fancy now.
Glitter?
I mean, I don't hate it.
We'll
I'm
talk
not
about
gonna lie.
details later because we have the first game to go into. I want to show you the schedule that we're playing throughout the course of the day. 6 games. Really curious to see what maps we're going to be playing. Of course, we're going to start on Erangel. We still see a lot of that map, but a little bit of a switch up. Glitter, you teased it earlier on. We only have 1 Sanhok and 2 Miramar. You said this is Mythic's favorite map, so Rise might use this as an opportunity to sort of close that gap between A7 and then Team Queso, who are in 3rd place, just behind Rise in 2nd. Their best performance was also on Miramar. So I don't know. Am I reaching? Is this too much of a reach to think that this might be a day that gap gets closed, Seven?
No. I'm actually so happy that you mentioned Team Queso because one of their best players, Lenin, his favorite map is actually Miramar, and he's a man that currently has 12 kills. He's been able to put up some assists too for his team. So Team Queso could make an even more of a surprise today.
All right, well, we're going to have to see. Map 1 is coming up shortly. I'm going to send you 2 away to get yourself nice and comfortable and cozy while we watch game number 1. It is going to be on Erangel. Before that happens, though, of course, I have to remind you, check out the OnePlus 9 and the OnePlus 9 Pro. It has all that you could ask for in gaming mobile hardware. It has flagship performance, 120 Hz display, and hyper touch technology. It really is one of the best in the business as well. Also best in the business is going to be Mustache Dave and Inverum. Welcome, gentlemen. Excited for game number 1?
Absolutely. And best, I appreciate that, Cameron. Best in the business. I'll take that. I'm doing fantastic. Dave, you ready to go? Day number 2?
Hey, I'm ready to go, man. Day number 2 is getting heated up. These players have been talking a lot of smack here. They're looking to claim back some points on the overall leaderboard.
All right, well, I'm going to let you 2 to it. Let you 2 at it, I think is the way it goes. Whatever. Either way, good luck, have fun. I'm sure it's going to be a great game.
It is indeed, and we have to open things up with a question, Dave, because I know it feels like it is a different day. It's a day. It's another day.
It too.
Is it gonna be 5 in a row? No, because that's a reality. That's a world we can live in.
Hey, not happening, man. Not happening. Now, one thing that is happening is Knights, baby, making that comeback, baby. Let's go, NA Knights. I got a good feeling today's the day for them to maybe contest A7 at the top here in Virum.
They're going to have a heck of a day because they started out slow yesterday. But if there is a team from North America that absolutely can step up and start to make that run, chasing down Alpha 7 at the top, Knights is certainly among them as we get into game number 1. Let's get things started on Erangel here for day number 2. the PMPL Americas Championship. Dave, let's rock and roll.
All day, son, all day. So it's kind of interesting because before this even started, I sat down with Syndicate from A7 and I was like, yo, what's up with Coops? You know, you guys worried about Coops coming back to that MVP spot back to back to back to back? And Syndicate said, nah, man, we're ready to take on Coops. And I'm not going to lie, after yesterday, I kind of got to believe it, right? A7, 4 chicken dinners. And Viram, just looking at some historical data here, looking at the Americas from season number 1, it was also 24 games. We kind of have a similar story with the Knights. They had 3 chicken dinners on day number 1. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because I'm starting to think bigger picture. I'm starting to think teams that are trying to qualify with A7 in the first place spot. That means we're looking at the top 8. Top 8 will be moving on to that PMGC spot since A7 already has that. So if I'm thinking bubble, for me, I kind of calculated 160. So I think 160 is going to be that number here that a lot of these teams are shooting for. I know I'm getting way ahead of myself, but you gotta start to prepare for this, you know?
Oh, absolutely, and I see where you're getting that too. 8 and 9, Mezexis and Nova right now after day number 1. 39 to 41 points in that 4-spot split. Say that 5 times fast.
4-spot split.
And I 100% get. Oh. But yeah, over 4 days, exactly 160 points. We're starting to tally in around this bubble. But I think another thing we're going to have to keep in mind, Dave, is that day number 1 was so top heavy. We literally saw the top 3 teams in one of our games rack up 41 kill points alone, which is a staggering number of points. If that trend continues, obviously, you know, we were factoring that in, but it's going to be even harder for those teams down at the bottom to try and make comebacks because those point sponges at the top, realistically, I don't think they're going anywhere.
Yeah, and that's why I brought up how the Knights got 3 chicken dinners on day number 1 last Americas, right? Yeah, they were popping off for sure. They got a total of 8 chicken dinners throughout the entirety of the event. So if A7 gets a total of 8, then I have to predict that they're going to be, you know, first place with a nice point lead ahead of second place. But that's just me just predicting, you know, trying to calculate some numbers. But Rise Esports, another squad from Brazil. Oh, we'll have to get back to that because A7 in the hot mix here.
And this was the team, it was BC that they made that miracle push against yesterday, that crazy push that Zute just broke down. So BC's got to be having flashbacks to the end of yesterday after this one, as Alpha 7 are closing in around them. No vest, no helmet, no problem. We'll see if the rest of the team can get here in time. As I say that, though, we're not able to win that, not even taking a single point of damage as well. That's pretty big here, but a shotgun potentially about to make an appearance. You can see the minimap, Dave. The rest of the team is looking to crash.
Buluc, the manager, did tell me that they wanted to get more aggressive here today on day number 2. And you talk aggression early game, well, taking a fight with A7, that's it right there. Can they win it, though?
That's the question. Great communication there. Had to pull off the revive on Carrillo. Mafioso will be able to get that, but the rest of the players are rolling in. They don't... Well, there was an attempt. I don't know what the attempt to do was, but they did something. And we now come down to the last player standing. Okay, well...
You got this. I'm not gonna lie here. Speaking of Melly, the manager, they told me literally like 10 minutes ago that the team is really confident coming into today after reviewing the VODs, and I don't mean to laugh there. But I just hope that this doesn't break that confidence, right? All jokes aside, they do have 5 more games to go here today because we play 6 each day. And they did have a game plan of being more aggressive. They had the game plan on trying to get these early team fights in the book. So they definitely did just that. Just against A7, the number 1 team in the lobby. I don't know if that was the call or if that was the intention. They are going to have a solo still alive. Fortunate for them to try to just snake it out for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that is, I mean, not going to be easy. Able to, I guess, steal away a vehicle from Alpha 7, who are going to be splitting up. Not a great loot for them, so they're going to have to just try and make something happen here. They are very far away from this next circle, but that's actually pretty common for them. Circle did pop on the southwest side. Military Island still in play, but likely to be on the mainland here. Gatka about center. So we'll keep an eye on teams starting to make those early rotations, which we already are, but I mean, Alpha 7, you know, not a whole lot of weapons doesn't really make a difference. They're gonna make it work, and even just the teamwork, the communication there, knowing that they had to give up the revive Mafioso, the instant turn, the snap, capitalization off the damage done by a teammate. It's just clean.
Talk about clean here. Syndicate, for once in the zone, circle number 1. I know talking to Brain, talking to Brain about yesterday's games, they said, Dave, every single game we had to chase down the circles, and they were not lying. So, yes, they are going to be on the edge, but they have a nice opportunity this game to get that loot real quick, and Rawsock can center up before other squads here, because Syndicate, they're just looking to play the zones here today.
And I have to say, they did a pretty darn good job yesterday, all things considered. The fact that they were having to chase the zones as much as they were. Obviously, coming into the day in 14th place, not ideal for them. But, again, able still to put up some decent showings, get some decent kill points. So, we'll keep an eye on this. And, well, kill points weren't actually fantastic. But they were able to make it at least into the top 5 on that first day. So we'll keep an eye on what they can do. Nova, another one of these teams. We saw a little bit from, like, you look in a vacuum, 40 points is solid. But when Alpha 7 has 117 coming into the day, you have to start to go, oh, what happened there?
You also have to remember, though, the goal. Yeah, there's a lot of cash money, but with A7 in the top, that means top 8, because we will be sending 7 spots to PMGC. A7 and Furious Gaming, 2 of the teams playing in this lobby, who have already punched that ticket. So, yes, Nova, you want the money, you want the flashy plays, but I think bigger picture, just making sure to secure that spot to PMGC is the play, and I think that's why we saw yesterday them play a little slow and steady. You know, we tend to see them flex out with these 2-2 splits a lot throughout the early game and the mid game, but nothing too flashy yesterday, at least I can recall from them, and I think that has to do to the fact that they're just trying to play for those spots right now.
They are indeed. And looking to make some flashy plays, though, is XSET, Fraternity Esports running into each other on the road. Jay is taking some crossfire from off on the distance. You can see it hitting up against the rock there, why he's a little bit more hesitant to make this push. From behind the vehicle, yes, you can see the teammates off in the distance there. Bond is just going to get out of there, not wanting to take this fight. Teammate will roll on in, make sure they get out, no problem. They want to get ahead of their opponents. I think likely a little bit further into this next circle, try and bypass XSET, who I think going to be a really good spot up at the top of that hill. I think XSET may just set up camp here, and looking like that might be the case, just a little bit longer. Make sure they've got a good sense of how many teams are around them for this next circle.
Yeah, that one's interesting. When I'm talking mid-pack teams, I don't think they need to go for flashy plays, as we see Godzilla up there on the guard tower protecting Nunes. Talk about the scout right there, the intel. But we're looking at Fraternity after that last fight. They are dead last. If I'm talking about going for flashy plays, if you're dead last, I think you need to right now. I think you need to get into these early engagements, try to get these kill points underneath your belt, because they have a lot of catching up to do here today.
They really do, and I 100% agree. It may seem like, well, it's only the first day, you know, it's maybe not that big of a deal. No, it is a huge deal, because you only have 4 days. It is a sprint. It's not these marathon league plays where we play 50-plus games. They've got 4 days, 24 matches. That's all they have to work with. And for these teams working their way into the next circle, I think they'll be pretty happy about that one. Technically a hard shift, but it favors basically all the teams based on that last plane path. So I don't think we're going to see too many crazy rotations for a little while yet.
Honored Souls, big chilling down there in military base. Hopefully they have some type of game plan, though, on which route they want to take if the zone does not favor that anymore. But popping over here, Knights getting into an early fight with ATON.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge. Coop's not the player you want to run into on the road, and maybe we're about to see, whoa, great cover, though. Xocho is able to help support the teammate, get them out, and, I mean, that's ATON Esports. They came in #1 seed from their region, so they know how to play as a squad. They did lose Milos already, though, which is not an ideal situation for them, especially given the fact that both these teams are on the edge of this circle.
Oh, man, yesterday, ATON, they came in swinging, man. First couple of games, they were doing so well, and then they kind of slid down. Yeah, they're still top 4, but they definitely slid down from their early performance within the day. So to me, I'm curious, is this a squad that tends to play better at the beginning of the days and they kind of lose that steam, that endurance as the matches go on, and it looks like they lost one player in the mix, and they're trying to avoid this early fight, but they might be running into Mezexis here. They need to be leapfrogging, they need to be scouting and making sure that their pathway into this next circle is going to be secure.
Yes, indeed, and I think we can actually catch that first kill potentially there. Oh yes, it was. This is Scoops getting that first opening knock and able to secure that, so the Knights did pick up that first kill there for the squad. Let's do a backup board with ATON Esports, and they did spot out Mezexis. Great little bit of scouting here, a couple of shots back and forth. Just a little wave, Dave, just a little hello.
Wouldn't be surprised if Mezexis try to pull back and avoid this fight, turtle on up, because I know Starlight wants to go for consistent placement points, top 6. They told me they want to average about 7 points per game, and getting into this early skirmish here might not be the call. But over here, Brain trying to take some pot shots over there, and Kill Switch just seems to be the theme of the early game right now. A lot of players gathering intel and just trying to knock each other's helmets off, trying to inflict as much damage as possible.
If I'm Mezexis, Dave, I want to aim a little higher. They averaged 6.67 points yesterday over the course of those games, and right now they're only in 9th place. Aim a little bit higher than 7 if you're Mezexis, if you're Starlight. Yes, you've got to play for those smart fights. You have to play for placement points as well, but if an opportunity comes where they can gatekeep a team who is desperate, catch them out on the edge, I think they absolutely have to take that, because you're up against some squads right on your heels. A team like XSET, who you know can be dynamic and destructive in the lobby. You cannot let that team go unchecked.
XSET, one of these teams that they just thrive under pressure. We saw it from the league play, NA, and the finals from NA. They always wait to that last day to pop off. So you gotta respect it. They let everybody else fly by them, and they go underneath that radar. And then the last day, they just show up just in time too. So I'm looking forward to that classic XSET comeback. But everybody, wait to see where this next zone goes. Looks like Honored Souls did find a boat. They are going to be making it to that beach over there on the edge of the zone out there to the east, right between ATON and Knights. They should have some cover to work with too, so they are going to be looking mighty nice over there with this new circle shift.
I mean, that benefited them a lot. They do have a little bit more time to work with and get set up, but they are sandwiched between 2 very scary teams. So keep an eye on this. I'm really looking towards this western side of the circle with 19 Esports rolling on in. Team Queso, a team that I think a lot of folks were a little bit disappointed the performance coming into this. Stepped up a lot on this first day, and we can already see the action start to break out. It is this bottom right side of the circle down towards the southeast. Keep an eye on this as Nova Mezexis running into, okay.
24K. Getting a nade to open this up and trying to get the run over here. I mean, look at this. They are trying to just send it through the smokes with the buggy. This is something that we've seen develop throughout the meta in NA. And of course, this is NA versus NA. Once again, the same story we saw yesterday throughout the day.
And YDD just going for the absolutely nerves of steel revive. The drive-by not going to quite connect. The damage from the nade is still there. 24K. Remember, he was able to get a heal off in the back. Oh, the headshots and the vehicle run over for a double kill off the back of it. Oh my goodness. Mezexis catching out Nova. And normally Nova plays a little bit too split. Dave, that time they were a little bit too close together.
Oh, that's the classic steamroller right there from Mezexis. So they're going to be getting these couple kill points and then looting those crates, and then probably going to be pulling back towards the coastline here just a little bit. They do have a really solid position within this new circle. And if they can have their backs towards the water, they can assume that at least one of their angles, and that's going to be like 50%, will be secure. So we'll see what they end up doing here. 24K still out here, possibly looking for that last member of Nova.
Well, they're looking for Nova. Knights is looking for ATON Esports. They're going to go up the stairs, the final push. Chico did end up getting traded out, but all 4 players. Knights out here like a shark in the water. Dave, they hunted down that team from Latin America.
Yeah, they've been going back and forth since the early game with ATON, right? And now they finally take them out. 4 kills. Like you said, they lost Chico in the process, but we're well worth it here. Losing 1 for 4 points, that is solid. A7, though, in the fields, trying to avoid the gunshots from Furious Gaming. It's like Big Milo. Oh, someone's got the MG3. Poppy, MG3. You love to hear that gun.
Not so much if you're Alpha 7, whose chances of 5 in a row are slowly dwindling off the back of that send. They often come in from the north. This seems to be sort of the hallmark of the way they like to approach these circles, but going for a little bit more of a risky send. This time they looped around to that eastern side. They will be benefited because that's where the circle is going to center up. Mezexis now so happy they just won that fight against Nova. They have probably one of the strongest positions in the circle. Rise as well, able to grab one of the few compounds in there, are going to be looking to maybe shake off that number 2 trend if they can get all their players in position for this one.
Yeah, Mezexis, they have a lot of zone control. I'm just not sure they have the ability to defend their position with this lobby. Like, the skill ceiling is so high. So I'd like to see them kind of group up towards that coastline like I pointed out earlier on. We'll see what they end up doing, though. But it looks like A7, the duo, they were able to weasel their way past the Knights in that warehouse and those compounds, and they're going to be taking up the coast right next to Honored Souls. They're arch enemies.
Yeah, I mean, those two squads have been at each other's throats a decent amount over the last day. So we'll see if they end up clashing here on the coast. They're jumping on board with 19 Esports. Papa Carnage did end up going down, but the rest of the squad is going to be set up to try and make this crossing. INTZ and Team Queso are likely going to be their opponents at the back of this one. Let's take a look at Black Dragons and those two teams I just mentioned. Team Queso seems to have their eyes set a little bit farther forward into INTZ. We'll see if they're going to get any shots back their way as all of these squads have to make their way into this next circle.
That's going to be Team Queso here, and I got to say, that was your squad that you picked yesterday to keep an eye on, and they performed quite well. Currently in 3rd place on the overall. They are going to be outside this play zone right now, but they are just taking shots on everybody as they drive by, trying to get a couple kill points before repositioning in this zone.
They got lots of ammo because they are just putting that finger on the trigger and they are just letting everybody know where they are. And Team Queso, Dave, to me, that was just a historic pick. You know, we hadn't given a lot of love to LATAM. I was like, ah, man, Team Queso, I want to see what they can do. And, you know, so far after day number 1, looking pretty darn solid, but they keep getting pestered back here on the outside of the circle. They're going to have to make the send eventually, and they tried to sort of soften up all these teams in front of them. But Dave, I don't know. This send is going to be tough. It's just a wide open field.
Yeah, definitely a staple within the PUBG Mobile community, Team Queso. And I'm not trying to make a cheese joke, but they are either hot or cold, right? They're either hot or cold, and you just never know which squad you get. Yesterday, definitely the hot cheese, the nacho cheese, and hopefully they can maintain that here today. So they're going to be wrapping around the blue, trying to go all the way up north, but look at that on top of the high ground. Jay from XSET's gonna be here. Kill switch prepared with the DP. Get that spray down and put a halt to this convoy.
Yeah, Furious Gaming, the last player, is there as well, but Team Queso actually going to bypass and go up to the high ground. Oh, set him up, knock him down. Axel is there. Jason will look to trade this one back. Jay up on the high ground, and that's the third party that I was just talking about. Furious Gaming shutting down the push from Team Queso and giving XSET a chance to breathe. As we're seeing Lenine looking to try and push in here, do as much as they can. Realizing they have to deal with this player at their back, but they can't do it. So much so, they just go down.
Now it's Jay. 1v1 out here pretty much against XSET and Furious Gaming. Next zone does go up, so both these players, whoever comes out on top, will have a nice opportunity to try to snake it out here and go for some placement points. But Jay gonna be popping that vehicle, sending it downhill, trying to get the revive onto J7. This is the moment. But look at this. Trigger has themselves smoked, so I don't even think they could recognize this.
I think they heard the vehicle. They're aware that something is going on, but I don't think they realize just quite how much damage those two teams did to each other. Yes, obviously they were a factor in all this, but XSET, because of the play from Furious Gaming, was able to weather the storm the Team Queso threw at them. Many wheels of cheese just lobbed indiscriminately in the air. And now because of this hard shift, Dave, they are going to be in a great spot. Rise, I'd say, is in one of the best spots. And Syndicate joining them. They didn't get many circles on day number 1, Dave, but this time around, they are in a great spot.
We call that in the biz shredded cheese in the beer.
Thank you. That was good. I appreciate that.
Problem. All these teams down in the south, though. Mezexis, the Black Dragons, they might be clashing here very shortly, as 24K is going to be right there on the edge. scouting it for their squad mates, but the 3 team members of Mezexis still in those compounds, kind of just taking their time.
Kind of surprised by how slow they're playing this. I think it has to do with the number of teams, 12, that are still up in the game at this point. Only a handful of squads have all 4 players alive. Only 1, I should say. And that and Syndicate, 2, that have all 4 players up. So there's definitely been a lot of fighting over the course of the game so far. But XSET actually in a really good spot here. But look at how, like, this compound, Dave, that Rise has, this is just massive for them. But almost as big as that Molly, though, that just came out. We saw there on the screen for a second. Black Dragons, it looked like, in a rough spot.
That's their tactic, right? To get into these engagements on fire, to really scare the enemy out here and live up to their name of the Black Dragons. But 24K, this game alone, we already see 4 kills. The squad has 6. 24K is just carrying the team this game. But over here, Xenox in the Wizard Tower. Looks like they were trying to push it. They were caught off guard. Now it's up to Poppy Coops over there, who is prone, trying to take some shots, trying to throw some grenades, trying to support Xenox as much as possible. We now see the smoke wall. Coops might be looking for a play, but they need to be very careful because you call their Rise across the street, super strong compound.
Yeah, they're in a great spot. I think they ended up third-partying Knights a decent amount here. So we can see the nades continue to come in, this time from Rise as well. So a bit of a fair weather friend, our Rise over there, as Knights down just to Coops. Syndicate in a bit of a rough position, though. They were able to get a little bit of that HP back, but all 4 players up, like I just talked about, quickly reduced to 2.
And you have to be impressed with A7's ability to continue to just snake it out here and try to get these placement points. But pulling back to Mezexis, playing so slow. Well, let's see if it pays off. Looks like they were able to recognize some snakes over here. 24K pulling up in the smoke and then quickly making that U-turn. But the intel, that's all they needed. Starlight able to use that information, pop up, and take out the snakes in the grass.
That was huge. I mean, that was such good communication from Mezexis. They heard that there were players near them. We need you to bait them out with the vehicle. That's exactly what they did. Starlight, though, in return, getting hit in the face with a grenade. We'll see what else Black Dragons can do throughout this. That's actually the worst time that could have come through because the circle's moving in, Dave. Starlight, such a key member of this squad, now in a rough spot. I don't think there's any chance they're going to be able to get the revive. Mezexis would have loved to have kept all 4 players up and alive through this. Their amazing vehicle play may not end up paying off for them here because of the amount of time it took. The circle keeps centering up. Mezexis with the desperate final send, trying to make it into this next circle, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it because Rise is just here, and they're taking shots at everybody.
Yeah, at this point, it's just a YOLO send that'll be able to save them. And Mezexis, though, ton of kills, not going to lie. For me, I was kind of getting the vibe like the Panthers, if you can recall. Playing like the Panthers, playing the edge game and just taking out everybody out there on the edge. And we can see, you get a lot of kills, but if the zone doesn't favor you like it did right here, late game, got Rise in this compound. They are comfortable, super comfy, and it just leaves you nowhere to go.
Not an ideal situation for the rest of these squads. Absolutely fantastic for Rise, though. And right now, it's basically the question is will anybody be able to take this from them? And because every other team is so disjointed, because of course it's a single and a couple of duos, unless they, through sheer happenstance, execute some sort of joint coordinated push, Rise is going to be able to take the fight they want to take, find the shots they want to find when their opponents are forced out of position. And that's exactly what we're seeing here, is it just comes down to the 2 duos. They need a miracle to pull this off, Dave.
This compound is so strong. We can see Nunez just looking at all the different windows, and we can see all the terrain that these windows cover. It pretty much can see 360 in this zone. They got all the angles. No team can really survive outside of the compound. Their only option is to be within the smokes, and that's kind of like a red flag. And we can see Gary X tossing some grenades in those smokes. Rise, this compound, I'm telling you, they got 5 teammates right now.
They do indeed, and I think where some of these structures are, they are still in this next circle. They may or may not have to cross this road, but either way, they can lay down smokes to deny the shots and the angles from XSET and then take the concerted 4v2 fight with Syndicate. That's what I would love to see them do here, but I love the fact that Syndicate has spread themselves out in this smoke cloud to allow Ferrari way there at the back maybe can find an angle to support Brain here and maybe pick up a couple of kill points here at the end.
Oh, Molly,
hey.
Gary. Ooh, nice Molly. Look at that from across the road in the smokes under the dip to get onto that second story. And this is a moment that XSET, if they can recognize, okay, Rise, they're occupied with Syndicate. This might be their moment to pull up from behind if they have a vehicle.
That's, well, I think Jay may actually have been able to steal out that kill, so they're going to be aware now of what's going on, but taking a lot of damage in the blue in the process, has to try and make a desperate final push, but if you're Jay, got to find it. I don't know if they're going to, that's it. That's just the chicken dinner. Dave, that's just GG Rise. Too good of a position, not a whole lot you can do about that.
Hashtag go Rise in the chat. Rise Esports getting the first chicken dinner of day number 2. Another squad representing Brazil here. I know you asked, hey, will A7 from Brazil get the chicken? I was like, I don't know about that. And look at this though, A7 didn't, but another squad from Brazil did.
I mean, we knew coming into this Brazil probably the favored, strongest region, as much as, of course, we're a little biased to the NA fans, but a lot of folks coming in saying, look, Brazil is where you need to be watching. It's nothing against NA, it's nothing against LATAM, but Brazil, they're just so hyper-competitive, and they have the support, the infrastructure there, and they have those great teams that are constantly challenging one another to get better. This is one of those great teams, and they were kind of in Alpha 7 shadow a little bit yesterday, but today, Dave, with some great team communication, some great defense, able to very easily get that chicken dinner.
Buluc, just in case you forgot, about 3 minutes into the game, getting into a skirmish with A7 where A7 lost 2 very early on, but they also got about 3 kill points to go with it. I gotta give it though, I know we're talking a lot about the Brazilian teams, but game 1, some North America teams coming out strong, getting a lot of kill points, Mezexis being one of them. I really did appreciate how they were playing the zones here this game, and not only that, but demonstrating their zone dominance and getting kills to go with it.
I have to agree 100%. North America was involved in a lot of these scraps. Not always necessarily, you know, the region to finalize things at the end, but always getting involved on some of these kill points. Be curious to see how it ends up stacking up at the end of all of this. Man, that play from Furious Gaming actually ended up helping XSET make it into the top 3. I think actually second place, I should say, off of the back of that final push. So it looked like all was lost for XSET, but they were able to weather the storm, persevere, continue on in, and well, for the rest of these, ooh, that nade was nice. We didn't see Okus went down. Oh, this was a sick molly. They did this blind, basically. Are you kidding me?
Oh, they burnt 2. They got 2 with the molly, and yeah, back to XSET 2, another NA team who was not in the best spot on the overall leaderboard, right? So for them to come into match number 1 and get a couple kills in that second place, not the chicken dinner, but the chicken nuggets here, 12 points. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we got about 5 more games to go. Don't go anywhere. More PUBG Mobile coming up after the break.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible.
The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back. Hey, we get a new winner. Finally, A7 they don't get to keep the streak alive, unfortunately for them. But fortunately, Rise, the team that we were setting up as the main rival, they're going to be closing that gap. Very good game for them on Erangel. Let's pull up the map ranking. Glitter, walk me through it.
Listen, I am happy that this is the way today starts. Okay, we said that this could be the day for Rise, and this is a solid way to start it off. 23 points, 8 kill points, the chicken dinner. That's massive for Rise, but 7. We finally see a solid game out of XSET, the top team out of NA. 6 kill points, 18. This is massive, 18 points for XSET. That's huge, and then they're followed by 2 more teams. Mezexis, massive. Do you see that? 11 kills. This is a massive performance for Mezexis. Syndicate up there as well. I mean, Alpha 7 makes an appearance down here in 7th, so they're still at least maintaining their average for their kills, bare minimum, because we've seen them be at least get a certain amount of kill points every single game, and they're always managing to do that. But this is a very different top 4, to say the least.
Yeah, it makes me happy. I'm so happy to. I think that might be the first time from yesterday to today that we see at least 4 NA teams there on that first page. So you know what? Let's go to that second page. Let's see who's currently... I hope there's no donuts, though. If there is, just know I'm definitely going to have to call you out on it. Star there with INTZ, 5 points. Team Queso, 3 points right there. They were definitely pinched by, I think it was XSET. I don't remember the other team. Nova Esports, though, only 2 points for them. And then 19 Esports as well, only 1 point. And then I was going to call it Buluc Chabtan. I don't know what happened to you. You're the first team today to end up with a big old donut. And a big surprise actually for me again, it's going to be ATON Esports. They had such an amazing 2 games yesterday that I was like, okay, they're starting to kind of get my attention, and then they just fell off.
Yeah, it's, I mean, we'll see if they can't pick it up. Because, in the same token, A7 had a terrible start to yesterday as well, so we don't want to count them out too early on in the day. But let's look at the full damage 7 and see how dominant Rise were. They didn't get the most kills. Did they get the most damage?
I mean, they were sitting pretty. They had that compound. They could have just caused a lot of damage, and they didn't. Because Mezexis decided to finally wake up. 2,300 damage. Wow, Mezexis. That's really impressive. 11 kills too. Don't worry, we'll be talking a little bit more about Mezexis here in a bit. This is actually a pleasant surprise for me. Knights being able to get 1,500 damage with 5 kills. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Knights ended up on that last one in, I believe, was 7th place. So for them to be able to put up those kind of numbers is great too. Then we have Rise. I guess they just sat in that compound. They waited for the right moment. They were able to get the win. That's all that matters, and that's all you want to see as well. Because as you can see, they were able to get 8 kills, even though they only ended up with 1,100 damage. You do see XSET there with the 6 kills, 1,100 damage as well. And I'm just going to go down a little bit more because Alpha 7, even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, man, this is just such an insane fragging team, Glitter. Look at that. 800 damage and 7 kills.
Yeah, it's that, like I said, even if they're not getting those placement points, they're still managing a certain high average of kill points that's always going to at least net them a solid spot on the ranking.
Yeah, and actually, looking at that chart, they had the most efficient damage to kill crossover. I think a lot of that came from the fact that they got into a very they got into fight very early on, very dominant, and we'll see if that stat continues for them throughout the course of the day. But another stat we wanted to look at least Glitter, you did, is looking at Rise, looking at their stats across the entirety of the maps that they've been playing.
Yeah, because, I mean, we mentioned that maybe Miramar might be a possibility for them to get their first chicken dinner. They didn't even need it. They already did it on Erangel, so that's huge for them to get that first chicken dinner on the board. But we're taking a look at their stats across all of the maps that they have to play here. Obviously, their most matches have been played on Erangel, but their highest average damage so far, only one time played on Miramar, but that's a lot of damage on Miramar. And if they can continue to do that throughout the rest of today, this might be setting us up for a very strong Rise performance day. You can see their average kills are very high, but they've done well on Erangel as well. Sanhok is obviously the one where they struggle the most, but are we surprised? It's very, very chaotic. What I really wanted to see was how close their performance on Erangel is versus their Miramar performance, taking into consideration they've played more Erangel, but that's massive that they are managing to do well on both of these maps right now, because listen, I don't want to say it, say anything too soon or too early, But I'm feeling good about Rise right now. I think you asked Seven if he thought they could close that gap, and I'm thinking I'm a yes right now.
I mean, definitely with that Miramar stat to look at. Granted, as you mentioned, it's only one game on it versus, what did we have, 4 games on Erangel yesterday, so it's a little bit bigger of a sample size, but it's still a nice little, I guess, teaser of things to come. But another team we wanted to look at, finally breaking away from the monopoly of analyst discussion up there at the top of the leaderboard. Seven, you had a couple of things you wanted to look at for Mezexis specifically. This was a team from North America that wasn't necessarily drawing a lot of attention coming into this event, but they got the most kills the last game. They looked like a really, really strong performance. So what specifically did you want to bring up about them?
Yeah, so with Mezexis, I mean, the first one, we have to talk about the kills. In this last match, they ended up with 11 kills. Yesterday alone, after 6 matches, they ended up with 13 kills, which is just insane. All the players finally woke up. And to be fair, you know, Starlight, I do see you putting up those numbers. You end up putting up 5 kills yesterday. You know what? Let's actually compare it. Let's compare what they did yesterday in comparison to what they were able to do today. I mean, just look at the average damage. Boy, if that's not a stat that catches your eye, I don't know what you're currently watching. 581 average damage. Keep in mind, it is just one game. It is one of their better games, but we still got to be able to highlight that. And then when we go to the average kills, I was saying only two kills average that they did yesterday and today. They were able to just get an amazing 11. So this is going to be a great head start for them. And if I remember correctly, at the beginning of the show, when we showed the overall, this team was sitting in 9th place. I'm projecting that it's going to be top 8 teams that are going to be moving up since, I mean, Alpha 7 is having just such an amazing performance. Yeah, if they can get themselves, Mezexis, I'm talking to you. If you can get yourself within that top 8 or at least continue to have this kind of performances, you're definitely going to be moving on to PMGC.
Ooh.
Yeah. Honestly, being able to get close to an entire day worth of kills in one game, that's definitely a good sign for something. However, let's not be so, I guess, what is the term, bullish about it, because remember, ATON Esports did have a very, very solid start yesterday, and now they're, well, not really anywhere to be found. But I do agree. I think that, or at least I'm hoping that they're really going to start to pick it up, because coming in from 9th place with A7 at the top soaking up a bunch of those points, they're going to have an easier time to climb up that middle section, but they are going to need to continue to climb. We also want to feature a couple of other players, however, so let's look at the top 5 players, I believe, from the previous game. This is overall, so it's top 5 players overall.
This is overall.
Ladies and gentlemen,
wow.
This top 5, what we're showing you, it's not a top 5 of Americas. It's a top 5 of Brazil because it's dominated by just full Brazilian players. You have Carrillo there at the top, 24 kills, 3,900 damage. Revo still being able to get, he actually didn't get any kills last round. Okay, I see you, Revo. Nunes, Mythic, and then Mafioso. Glitter, are you surprised by any of these players?
I see, I'm not surprised by the top 4. What I love seeing is that Mafioso is sneaking in there for the top 5. I mean, A7 and Rise have locked every other player out of this top 5 spot right now. We talked about the race for MVP. We talked about, you know, what was on the line for that. And the fact that right now, if we were to end it, they've essentially guaranteed themselves 3 times over A7, 2 times over for Rise to have that much better a chance at that spot. I mean, this is kind of crazy. I think we got to see some of those heavy hitters that we saw last season from NA start to step up and see if they can kind of keep up a little bit.
What you're trying to say is Scoops, Polo, where you at?
That's honestly a really big question, because going into this, coming from North America, the 3 of us mainly, those are the 2 heroes from our region, and the one team from North America that we've even been talking about now. Yeah, sure, we gave XSET a little bit of love yesterday because they won a match, if I'm not mistaken. Though, sorry, it was Nova that won the match, but still, XSET had a good performance in the mix-up, at least at some point. But no one is really arrived yet from North America. even after 7 games, Mezexis had one of the better performances, and we still have yet to see if that's going to be a consistent trend. We all know that flash in the pan performances are a very, very common thing. It's the reason why we play so many games across these events. Even a standalone weekend, we're still playing 24 games. So it's just a really big question mark for how this region is performing here. And then even if we do get a couple, which I expect to have at least 1 or 2 teams make their way to PMGC, how is this region going to fare once we throw even more teams, stronger teams from other regions into the mix? I don't know. I'm starting to, I need to take a step back. I'm starting to get a little bit doom and gloom over here. We're still very early days. Glitter, am I a little ahead of the curve on this? Think I should chill?
I'm holding out hope. I'm holding out hope, okay?
Okay.
We'll wait till the end of today.
Okay, I like that. That's about halfway through. We have a few more minutes before the next game starts, so let's look ahead towards the next map. We have Miramar coming up. We already mentioned earlier on before the first game that even though this sort of throws this entire point out of the room, but A7, they won that match, but also Queso, really good performance there. Rise, really good performance there. Do we really think that... Do we think A7 are going to come back and take that win once again, or at least put themselves in a high position for another time? Or is Rise going to continue on this hot streak? Maybe Queso comes in the mix 7?
With this one, you know what? I'm actually going to throw you a curveball. I don't want to see any of these teams at the top this next match.
Ooh.
I want to see some NA teams.
Okay.
I'm going to be looking at Knights. Knights actually surprised me with the way they kind of started the day in regards to kills, especially. They were able to put up 5 kills. So with Knights, I'm going to be looking at them to be on Miramar, to be doing good on Miramar. I mean, if you really want to talk about Rise and Alpha 7 here and Team Queso, obviously, I think Alpha 7 is going to be doing great. Rise is going to be doing great. Queso is still kind of a little bit of a question mark for me, even though they've been performing quite consistent.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah?
All right.
Okay, well... I know. Listen, all we want to do right now is see what actually is going to happen. We only saw one Miramar. How is it going to play out here? And guess what? We get a chance to see it. I'm going to send you guys away because Miramar is up in just a quick moment. So get yourself comfortable, get yourself a snack, get yourself a drink. You two at home as well. You have a few moments. But wait, hold on a second. We gotta wait for this announcement first. There is a PUBG Mobile reunion party coming up. A lot of exciting things happening with that. Join the game, join the exciting global festival, only for a limited time, November 1st through December 19th. You get daily rewards, login events for permanent and free items. Who doesn't love that? You get special collaboration events for this limited time, including a INTZ collaboration. Custom-made Jesco car skin is on sale now. And of course, you can't forget Arcane collaboration event as well within PUBG Mobile. Unlock daily unlocks and get your rewards. Do not miss out just as much as you aren't going to want to miss out on the next map. I'm going to bring back in Verum and Mustache Dave as we head over to the desert map of Miramar. I'm going to leave it to you guys.
All right. Well, thank you, Cam. Oh boy, the fact that the team that had the chicken dinner in the last game also has the best overall map performance on this game, Dave? Is this the weekend of streaks? Are we gonna make that happen? Is Rise gonna make that happen?
Rise up. Let's go. Rise up from Brazil. Are they going to make it happen? They have a good chance of doing so with the momentum that they were able to get in game number 1, baby. Miramar, let's go back at it once again. My question, the question on my mind, Verum. Knights, are they going to drop in their secondary drop location once again and contest Mezexis once again and lose Coops early on? Well, that's what I'm going to find out here this match.
We are going to find out shortly. That is a great point, Dave, because we keep talking about Coops. We keep coming back to Coops.
Oh, man.
For good reason. I mean, look, they are an absolutely stellar player. You know, again, it's such a key part of Knight's success leading up to this point. And if you lose Coops early, I'm not saying, again, it's nothing against the rest of the team, and I really want to specify this in terms of individual skill. It's just that they have made the conscious choice to play around Coops stylistically. They've altered a little bit with Xenox in the mix, but they made the call to define their style playing and supporting Coops. If he's not in the game, the key linchpin, the backbone of your strat is gone. You have to reconsider everything you do.
I'm looking at the top here, Carrillo. 24 kills, all right? Coops can do that in his sleep. I was gonna put that out there. Let's see. Today's the day. Today's the day, Imperium. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm definitely on the Coops hype train. I'm waiting for that official Coops merch to come out. You know, I'm gonna get all geared out on that stuff. So, looks like they are not gonna be dropping with Mezexis though, and instead going to Los Leones with ATON, another squad who we saw yesterday early on. Really strong contender, and I was kind of, you know, alluding to the fact, like, is this a team that performs better on early in the day? Maybe they run out of a little bit of the endurance, because you have to keep in mind, these teams, it's not league play no more. It's not PMPL. They're not switching here and there, taking little coffee breaks. No, this is 6 games straight. So that mental game, that endurance game is 100% going to play a factor here in this tournament.
100%, especially because oftentimes teams go in one of 2 directions. Like you're describing, they will often go, you know, very strong at the start, and then, you know, the stress and the intensity and the focus will wear them down over the course of the day. The flip side of that is that some teams ramp up. They get warmed up over the course of a day. So as we have these ebbs and flows respectively, that's oftentimes why we see these massive differences. Now the question is, who's going to come out on top when those things do happen? I think a little early to say, but not so much for this fight, because Team Queso drawing first blood here. XSET is in a rough spot.
Yeah, again, that M16 burst fire onto Polo, one of the top players from NA. We're talking MVP-wise. Kill switch, though, prone, trying to set up some type of angle here in this building that Polo was knocked at. But Team Queso, I really appreciate how all 3 of these squad mates moving together, moving as a unit. Jay in the stairwell, Uzi ready to go, lock and loaded, but no match up against 3 enemies.
I mean, it's very hard to lose that at that point. Like, everybody just runs around the corner, shoots the guns, you're gonna hit. I mean, on both sides, you're gonna hit something, but there's just way more HP being thrown at the problem, as it were. And Team Queso, you're absolutely right. Look at the way they're running as a unit. They absolutely do not want to lose a player. And whoa, long range. Oh my goodness! Ayala, the quick swap, the headshot. That mini feeling real big right now, and Killswitch is groaning because this was their exit. Now, Dave, they only get to do it with 1.
It shoots the guns like it puts the lotion on. Now it's up to J7 from XSET to just carry that flag and survive. I see J7 popping in some type of vehicle. I cannot believe Ayala opened this up with an Uzi. That was an impressive shot with the distance that Killswitch was, and quickly making that quick second decision to swap over to that mini to get that final 1 tap dirt nab, catching Killswitch right there in the buttocks. And well, that's that. So XSET, they got the chicken nuggets last game, they got the second place, they got the 12 points. Pretty good start. But right here, right now, down to just a solo on this very large map of Miramar.
And at this point, you just have to try and be a mouse. To be as small as possible, take up as little space, find a shack, and hope the circle goes your way. We'll keep an eye on XSET. Also want to make a note down there at the bottom, ATON Esports did load in with only 3. Saw a DC in the lobby, so not sure what that's all about. We'll keep an eye on them. But they're still a squad that we know can do well even when they lose a player early on. So obviously not an optimal situation for them by any means, but they are still very much in this as we're keeping an eye. Dave, this was probably one of the friendliest opening circles we've seen yet, especially with this playing path. It is dead center of the map, which also of course means that moments like that happen. Okay, Carnage, look at that. What is with the mini headshots today?
Yeah, that,
oh no.
That's a surprise. Big Malo. Usually M249 wins that, you know. 19E, they were pulling up in a vehicle, right? They were pulling up in a vehicle. All you gotta do is hold that bad boy down, and if you got full gyro, just go with the flow. go with the flow right there. But hey, popping out right there. Carnage with that quick tap, able to save the day. This is exactly what they needed, because we saw game number 1, Carnage was taken out quite early on. So off to a good start. They have a nice spot just a little east of Power Grid. They're going to be near Furious Gaming for the time being. But some nice little early game skirmishes we're seeing here in Virum.
I like this, and this is the sort of the trend we've been seeing in the past, and I don't expect it to maintain over the course of the weekend, but just food for thought. Game number 1 is often a lot more quiet as teams continue to feel each other out. I would say even in general, the first time through on the map on the day is also a little bit slower in general, but because this circle is so centralized, teams feel a little bit more empowered to try and take these early power positions, what we're seeing here. And because of that, and because of the nature of Miramar and these long sight lines, that's why we're seeing a lot of these early poke fights back and forth, as teams are just trying to burn through helmets, burn through vests, burn through meds and stims. That's really the name of the game. They're not really expecting to get these kills.
Not at all. And we're checking in here with the Black Dragons. Black Dragons since '97, according to their logo. Interesting squad. They got Golden as their captain. Hasn't been the captain / IGL for a very long time, so kind of new to their role. And speaking to Golden, they were telling me that as an IGL, they feel like they've been having some issues here and there with making calls in these high pressure situations, which is totally understandable in my opinion. You're new to the role. This is a high level of competition of the lobby. I'm looking at the Black Dragons. They're kind of at the lower half of that mid pack, right? Fortunate for them, the goal here is going to be top 8 to qualify for PMGC. But I know one thing that the Black Dragons, what they really want to work on here today, besides Golden kind of gaining that confidence, is just improving their general team fights here. So I got my eye on the Black Dragons.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're a squad that has a lot of potential. We've seen individual members on that squad really pop off. So I think your point, Tave, the idea that they just need to put it together, get on the same page as a team. If they can do that, they're definitely a squad that I'm going to have my eyes on. And I also happen to love the names. Classic arcade games as well. Black Dragon, have you ever played it? Really cool. I think for like the 80s. Oh my goodness. So just getting a little bit of nostalgia there for the early arcade days. Keeping an eye on that is, like I said with the circle, Dave, it is all the teams in the middle. You got a couple of stragglers on the outside. We'll take a look at Fraternity and Soul down there towards the bottom. But in general, these teams in the middle are going to have a relatively good time, basically regardless of where this circle shifts.
Yeah, good time unless you're J7 the solo from XSET after getting destroyed early game. Okay, I take it back though. Good time because this circle for J7, pretty solid, pretty decent. Now I'm looking over there on that west side. I'm looking at your squad. I'm looking at Team Queso getting some early kill points here. They're going to be pulling up right behind A7, but A7 already in their vehicles, all ready to look to reposition. I'm really curious to see if Team Queso will spot out that vehicle convoy, maybe take some shots, maybe pop some tires, and try to get some more kill points right now.
It's funny, Dave, you could take a screenshot of Alpha 7's position here, and you could lay it onto almost any map in Circle 2 and 3. They're spread out, they're in vehicles, and they're on the northern, usually northwest side of the circle. I'm pretty sure you could copy and paste this into that Erangel map from yesterday, and they would be in the exact same spot. They run the exact same positioning and layout consistently. They are a well-oiled machine. As I say that, though, one player potentially going to get caught out on the road. We'll maybe keep an eye on that. Shipping on board as well with Nova, who could bump into them, actually. Also going towards this northern part of the circle, just outside of Hacienda. So, a couple of potential fights breaking out here. Mezexis as well, and Syndicate. We talked about Mezexis. Got a lot of hopes for this team because they're one of these squads we know can pop off, even when we're not necessarily looking for them.
Hold up, I'm still copy-pasting this. You gave me a task to do, okay? I'm doing the task, all right? I'll be right back.
Sorry.
But yeah, Mafioso kind of holding back a little bit, taking their time down there, going to be the last squad mate from A7 to regroup with the team. But over here, like you said, Mezexis finding a nice little spot to call home just north of the graveyard, and then across the street here, yep, Syndicate. Syndicate going to be piling up here, so Wouldn't be surprised if maybe Mezexis, if they get some type of intel, some type of sightlines. Once again, early game, just take some shots. You might as well. Take some shots, try to pop some tires, but I cannot see a full-blown engagement happen right here. And once again, kind of pulling back to what we were talking about game one for Syndicate. This circle, not too bad for them, at least compared to yesterday where they were just on the hunt every single zone, playing from the edge. At least this game around, they have a nice little rotational pathway in to get a off-center position right now.
They do indeed. And I think a little bit of, well, part of the reason for that is the circles have been a little bit friendlier in general. Now that I've said that, of course, I'll jinx it. They've been a little bit better so far today.
Yeah, you're totally right.
Just even in the first couple games. We'll see if that trend continues, which is kind of fun because obviously the games are a little bit more exciting, they're a little more scrappy, they're a little more chaotic when you do have these crazy hard shift after hard shift after hard shift. But I actually kind of like having a couple of games peppered in where the circle is a little bit nicer just because it allows us to see how the teams want to play in an ideal situation. Also, look at down there to the bottom right. Is that another Battle of Brazil happening? All teams of the same color, I should add, so good luck to us trying to cast it.
Rise and Honored Souls. But I agree with you. Nice zones. I think it gives the lobby a chance to kind of balance out, the leaderboards to balance out a little bit. We don't have these crazy hard shifts where it's like a coin flip and hey, if you're in a compound, you got the high ground, you can get a bunch of kill points and yeah, sure. So forget about that because you know what, hard shift down there. Yeah, okay, cool. Nice point, Dave.
Great job. I remember how I said I was going to jinx it? Immediate karmic retribution. Right back at you, Circle Gods. Thank you so much. But 19 Esports up on the high ground outside of Power Grid, they are going to be the deadliest gatekeepers against all these teams coming in from the western side. And I have to say, Dave, also as hard shifts do work, you've got a couple teams who are going to have to go around the mountain, but we still had quite a few squads south down towards Pecado and outside La Bandita that are actually not going to be in too bad of a spot. So as hard shifts go, it still could be worse.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for 19E to turn up because we know their specialty. Their specialty is third partying, right? Like that's their bread and butter. So we'll see if they could do just that. As we're gonna be checking in with Fraternity and the Black Dragons.
Fraternity need to do better than they did on day number one, but going up against Black Dragons, but they're not going on a Dijon to start this. Not ideal for them. This Focusing's gonna look to find this additional knock here. They already did lose one. It's looking to be a potential 3v3 situation. The nade comes in. Kill is confirmed. Will the first aid come off? Yes. Actually, the med kit popped, so full HP as Rulo is going to try and get themselves out of here. Look to reset. These teams are in the next circle, which is going to help, but with Vaughn dropping as well, that's the opening that Black Dragon needs to push this one and wipe the squad completely.
Yeah, nobody near them for the time being, but remember, Team Queso all the way out there hugging the blue zone. They might opt to kind of rotate through this area, so if I am Fraternity, if I am Black Dragons, I'm going to keep that in the back of my mind. You want to clear up this fight as soon as possible and not have it kind of drag out so long here. And well, Fraternity, they're going to be down 2 members here.
Black Dragon not opting to actually push this. Just a little bit surprising me. They confirmed the kill, but are going to take this a bit more slow, a bit more steady. I think just because of the nature of this terrain, it's giving Fraternity options to just back up, reset, post up, back up, reset, post up, which is why Black Dragons is going to push completely as a team. And I don't actually know how much this long-range anchor play is going to really work, because they're holding the same angle, Dave. It's not like this is an off angle. They can really only see the same thing.
Black Dragons just use that buggy, just full-blown gas that bad boy over that hill and try to get a run over, right? Try to get a run over, go for some type of play. I'm telling you, because I see on the map, Team Queso, they're pulling up, man. They're pulling up to the neighborhood, and, well, they're steamrolling so far today.
Steamrolling right over the hopes and dreams of XSET as that last player goes down, trying to be that mouse, making their way on in. As we're seeing now, Alpha 7 making their way on in into Nova. This is the fight I said is a very real possibility. They traded some blows back and forth already. Senetexa is going to end up going down to the blue. Rin, Chiffon here in the compound. Carrillo is just looking around. I think going to have to try and go for the revive here. It's going to be close. The blue is starting to tick away pretty hard here, Dave. With Syndicate repositioning, I think they will be able to get this off no problem.
Yeah, and honestly, A7, they could play this one as slow as they want. They got nothing to lose compared to Nova, who are on that cusp, on that mid-pack to just try to qualify out here. So down to just Rin. I'm surprised we haven't seen Rin up there in the top kill list leaders, kind of like Hoops and Polo, but we do have a lot more games to go. Popping back over here, though, the Black Dragons spitting hot fire out here in the form of bullets onto Team Queso. As I believe Team Queso, they did pull up and maybe steal 1 or 2 kill points, trying to third party this fight. And then quickly after that, just continue cruising along their way, doing their thing.
And they're going to have to, because we got another pretty substantial hard shift, this time up towards Graveyard. So teams are going to have to make their way over some pretty rough terrain to get there. They want to avoid the roads at all costs. Okay, it's not the easiest to drive, as Black Dragons are continuing to go through. Ooh, the battle between Honored Soul and Rise continues in the kill feed. As you can see, the sniper shots coming in as well. But I've talked about this road, and Dave, we'll see if the team's off to take it, because it is just a big old shooting gallery. All the teams know where they want to be looking, as Knights in a great position on the outside of the circle, in a place to gatekeep not only Furious Gaming, but 19 Esports as well, as Sam is going to start this off right.
Yeah, they got Chico. They got a little 2-2 split going on right here, but Sanhok's in the front lines with Alucard. Looks like they were going to be connected on, but back to here, back to the Black Dragons. This new vehicle, man, that thing just zooms on by. My favorite version of it is the black on black with the inside yellow. No spoiler, so we'll see if any of these players got that unlocked. But over here, though, back to the Knights. Will they be able to pick up Xenox in time after getting knocked? They're kind of flexing out. I think catching some heat with Sam across the way, but back to A7. A7, always in a fight here in Virum.
I mean, this is, they play it slow and steady in the mid game, and then the second we start to get into late game, this is where this team heats up, able to try and get their players back up and alive. Syndicate pretty low on HP. I'm not sure if they still have any meds to work with. Maybe had to burn a lot to get themselves back up into this last fight. Fraternity will end up going down. Carrillo forced to play medic to get their team back up and in this. And yeah, Syndicate is not healing. I think Alpha 7 may be low on meds.
I can see, I see 2 of the squad mates from Mezexis pulling off, man. They are running away like they're scared out here. Solitude and 24K pulling back here, possibly looking to go for those placement points, overtake this fight here. Now Starlight evacuating the area, hearing these grenades say, nope, I'm not going to have any part of this. And, well, maybe this reposition will play in their favor, as next zone might favor them. And A7 still going to be big chilling out here. 3 kills so far.
No stims and only bandits, though, so band-aids? Bandages. Either case, you'll need to do something about that. That's not ideal. So we'll keep an eye on Alpha 7 as they continue to push on in. Mezexis with a smart reposition. The Knights now looking to continue the fight up against 19 Esports. Carnage is going to go down to join Acer. Leon looks like the last one standing. Can they hunt this player down? Coops, gun away, fists out, full sprint. Let's go! Charging headlong into their opponents. All 4 players are going to do the dirty, as Leon just has to try and find an opening knock and a kill point as best they can. That's about all they can hope for now.
Adam, Leon, the last one alive, tagged it back from across the way. Knight, 6 kills. 6 kills. 6 kills coming back to form here on day number 2. That's exactly what your boy Mustache Dave wanted to see. Next zone did go on up, though, in Virum. And guess who's in it? Once again, similar to game number 1. Rise up, go Rise. Little 3-1 split right now in the zone.
And they're looking to be in a great spot. The winner of this fight, though, is going to have a pretty big advantage over on this side of the circle. Black Dragons looking to push on in. GX looking to find an angle onto the Knights up on top of this hill. I believe the Knights did end up losing 1 player through all this down to the dip. The Naked do a ton of damage. Coops will take it, but Focus is going to drop. The turn! Oh, huge play coming in from Coops as well to stabilize for the squad, but the blue is at their backs. They've got to go for these final kills, and they will be able to get it done. The last player, it's GX, forced to run, tail between their legs, and this frees up so much space for the Knights to push on in. ATON Esports is ahead of them, but they only dropped with 3, and now they're down to 2.
Oh, Salty hearing that too, trying to toss out some grenades, some mollies over there on a GX, aka Golden, the captain from the squad. But I gotta say, that's exactly what they told me. Oh, what?
Was that a full squad wipe?
That goes boom. Yep. You don't want to pile up in a vehicle late game. I don't think that's healthy for you. And well, they found out firsthand. So A7 getting shot at. But yeah, back to that fight with the Black Dragons. Those are the type of gunfights that they wanted to work on here today and get involved with. So it's good to see.
It is, and you know, they did end up going down, not quite breaking into the top 10, but still able to pick up a couple of kill points, I do believe.
Yep.
So not the worst thing ever. Still going to continue to refine and work on that gameplay. As we can see Team Queso, who we saw up there towards the top of the leaderboard in terms of kills so far this game, looking to try and take some ground back, but Axel is going down and will likely be confirmed here as Rise in a bit of a rough spot. They're down to 3 players, but they're very split. As we're seeing Syndicate on the outside as well, continue to push into Knights. We're down to just Chico. What happened?
Salty in the bus, doesn't even matter. The M4 no scope spray down, lean peek over here. And then there it is. Okay. So you said what happened to Chico. Chico is just surviving out here on the edge and doing a good job at it.
We'll see for how long, though, as ATON is looking over that way. INTZ was as well. They are very aware of how this fight is continuing. As Mezexis, they continue to roll back, not wanting to take this fight with Alpha 7. Alpha 7 don't care. They'll fight with anybody looking to get the third party in. Mezexis as well. They're taking fights on all sides, burning away. Is Mezexis able to try and stabilize, but Alpha 7 looking like sharks out. Remember those land sharks, Dave? They're back.
I'm telling you, after this tournament, everybody's going to have those little slits in their eyebrows. We got to do it. Like, that's how we level up out here. The little slits in the eyebrows. 10 kills so far. A7, nothing but confidence here. They are taking fights to the west. They are taking fights to the east, to the south. No care right now. And they are just racking up so many kills as looks like they will be losing one in the process, but it's what? There's about 3 or 4 teams all stacked on top of them up here in the north.
There is indeed, and they were up on that high ground, did have to give it up, but so will Mezexis because of how this circle went in. ATON Esports, again, working as a duo. They're taking really, really smart picks here and there, only working on teams who have already been buttered up pretty significantly. But INTZ able to weather that storm that Alpha 7 threw at them. Revo goes down as well. I think it's just down to Korea at this point. Yes, it is. So Alpha 7 taking a lot of fights, but taking a lot of damage in the process.
Yeah, INTZ right there on the edge. They have a steep cliff to work with, to use for cover. That they could just pop over, take some shots third party, and then pull back down if they are receiving some shots. But Honored Souls here in the smokes, looking to make some plays happen. 3 kills so far, 24K. The player from last game with the most kills on the squad. Last one alive, trying to come in clutch right here. Turning their back though, catching the grenade. Getting taken out in 7th position.
Perfectly cooked, and I don't feel like we've been a little quiet on Honored Souls. I mean, coming in, kind of playing second fiddle to Alpha 7 cannot feel good, but they're stepping up in this game in a big way as Korea is looking to continue to do the same. Big gun in hand, drops one, finds the headshot, will confirm the kill. Absolutely huge. So doing that permanent damage to INTZ. We'll see if they're going to be able to get the med off. Absolutely not. Great nade, but the damage was still done. Another point in the coffers of Alpha 7.
Dude, these players, man, the skill levels, these nades are on point. And talk about the skill levels, top 10 Bush out here from ATON. But Nunez has an idea, might have heard something. It's going to be right behind the buggy. Will we get another awesome clutch grenade? Kaboom! Not on the target. Did take about 50% of the health. Regardless, though, ATON, 5th place.
Yeah, I mean, considering they dropped with 3, pretty darn solid. As we're keeping an eye on the squads that are left alive. Team Case have taken some serious damage as Mythgod is going to look to continue to rain down the... Oh my goodness, Dave, the nades! What is with the nades today?
Nades for days! I'm loving it. Honored Souls coming in clutch, though. They got 3. Dadinho trying to represent Brazil out here. They do have zone. Rise down in the south. Then once again, INTZ. Let's see who comes out on top. All three of these squads, if I'm not mistaken, representing Brazil.
You are absolutely correct. So Brazil is here in a big way, but Dadino gets picked off on the cross, not quite being able to leverage that smoke to its maximum potential. INTZ, this little defilade they've utilized, Dave, they have held on here for so long and will be able to continue to rack up the kill points, rack up the downs at least, but this is the opening they need. They're going to send it. I love this play, Dave. Zero hesitation, move on up. You've dealt the damage. Can you strike the killing blow?
Ooh, it looks like they're going to be taking the fight with Mufasa from Rise up here. Mufasa with the M249, though. That's going to allow Honored Souls to try to get these pickups, as it looks like the main focus from INTZ is taking out Rise.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they even necessarily realized they're taking fights with two completely separate teams here. As now Honored Souls are actually backstabbing them. They were able to reset, and now Rise, too tunnel visioned on INTZ, charging the front lines. This is INTZ, zero hesitation. Dave, they're taking fights with everyone, making it look so clean. They are relentless in the desert as it comes down to a single member from both squads left, and then there was only one. Honored Souls goes down, and Rise now in a 1v3, more like a 3v none. INTZ with kill after kill after kill, get it done in game number 2.
INTZ, man, we started to kind of see them towards the late game when they had that nice little steep cliff to work with that they utilized so well to kind of peek over and third party the fight onto A7. I think that was the game-winning play, because that for them secured that west side, and then after that they were able to use that vehicle, the Marauder, to continue to just leapfrog into dip after dip after dip, and not to mention the mollies, not to mention the grenades. The utility coming on out this game was phenomenal from a lot of these players.
It was absolutely huge, and I think the thing to remember too is think about the teams they dealt with. This was another battle of Brazil. They took down Alpha 7. They took down Rise, Honored Souls. They took down basically every single team from Brazil was left up and alive there at the end. Well, that's pretty darn impressive, and you can see it down there at the bottom. A7 still was getting involved, but a pretty even split of some of those top stats. And Dave, what a way to finish up game number 2. We started with action and saw it all the way through.
Oh man, this was one of those plays, man. Opening up with the Uzi long-range spray, catching kill switch off guard, but we didn't. I don't remember this. Okay, Shifan. We do know that Nova like to play those cliffs, those mountaintops quite often, but once again, another game that they kind of just disappear towards that mid-game, and we haven't been seeing Nova show up in the late game here today.
Nova's often getting caught out in these weird mid-late rotations where they'll lose one or two players, and I think it's because of how they play this spread out style. They haven't quite been able to master it in such an aggressive lobby that they'll often lose at least one player. And I always talk about Nova's one a team who can operate, down a couple of members, not against these players, not against this caliber of team. Nova has been falling apart because of that mid game, and again, I just feel like the aggression that we're seeing from Brazil, it's so tough to deal with for the uninitiated.
Yeah, I'm curious with all this aggression coming in from Brazil, like you said, if Nova, if they're going to start to reconsider how spread out they play in that early game, if that risk, they just can't tolerate it anymore here, because every single game, they're just slowly sliding down those leaderboards. And the goal, since A7, they're in the top, the goal is top 8, right? Top 8 makes it to PMGC. 7 spots go over to that next lobby to compete on the world stage. So they're going to have to keep that in mind here in Virum. So you brought up a great point. I'm curious to see if they will reconsider moving forward. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. More PUBG Mobile coming up after the break.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
OnePlus,
The OnePlus 9 Pro, oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
the Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
In a world with flagship performance, an immersive 120 Hz display, and a hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers, the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboard. Welcome back, everyone, to the PMPL Americas Championship. We got even more names in the mix after that game. My name's Cameron Davis, joined by Seven and Glitter, and we are here to help break all of that Miramar action down. INTZ coming out with the win. This is a team that we didn't actually see or really at least talk about all that much. But, I mean, Seven, walk us through the round ranking and how INTZ's game went for them.
Yeah, I'm also going to walk you guys through just Brazil dominating all the chicken dinners for the past 6 chicken dinners. You see INTZ right there with 24 points, Honor Soul 17, Rise Esports. I mean, this is a team that we were talking about it before that game started, saying that they usually do well in Miramar. Well, guess what? They were able to do just that, 16 points for themselves there. Team Queso, 15 points alongside with Alpha 7. Alpha 7, what are you on with the kills?
Dang.
You guys were able to get 11 kills, 15 points totals. But hey, a team that I was hoping that would do good, and they did end up doing good when it comes to the kill points, was Knights Glitter. They were able to get 9 kill points, 10 points total.
Yeah, and that's the type of aggression that we were hoping for and love to see coming out of the Knights. ATON Esports, another squad that needed to kind of reset themselves a little bit. 8 points, 6 placement points for themselves, so not too shabby. Perhaps they're finding their way again here, and Black Dragons round out the top 8 as we take a look here at the second page and see Syndicate there with 3 points. But because of how many kills Knights, Alpha 7, etc. took away from the rest of this lobby, the second page is lots of ones, just 1 point. Thank you for participating. And that's going to be to Buluc, Nova, 19E, Furious Gaming, Fraternity Esports, and then XSET with the goose egg down there at the bottom after their pretty strong performance there in that first match. So honestly, we're all over the place, and the one constant factor at this point is Brazil.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's no surprise. I think we expected at least some level of performance from Rise and Queso. But the fact that A7 is always there in the mix, their placements haven't been great so far, but the kills are always still there. In fact, let's go look at the damage, Glitter. Let's see where their damage falls. Maybe they're not going to be at the top, but oh my God, they're actually at the top.
They are. You said maybe. They said no. We most definitely are. By a landslide. They weren't even close in those placement points, but did they make sure those kills counted? Okay, almost 2,500 damage for Alpha 7 there. I mean, they're fantastic. They're a squad right now that feels a little bit unstoppable. But then a surprisingly even amount of damage there for Honor Souls, Queso, INTZ, Knights. I mean, literally identical damage for INTZ and Knights for the same amount of kills. I don't even know how that happens, but this is at least a little bit better feeling, because let's just say we remove Alpha 7 from the equation and look at everybody else. That's a lot more even there, 7.
Ha. Yeah. I'm just, listen, it's Alpha 7 things, okay? They just want to stick to that almost 2K damage per game, regardless of where they end up in the placements.
Yeah, it's okay. Anyway, let's just keep moving on. We got the top 3 players there. We want to take a look at as well, see who performed there. God, if Alpha 7 stay, yep, yeah, no, there's still one there. I mean, at least it's not the top single player Alpha 7. At least we got a different team in the mix, but still, it's almost hard to focus on all the other names that come in. INTZ just won a game. Ninhu puts himself up the first time I think we've seen him in the top 3, at least the first time we've seen him at the top 7. But still, the fact that Alpha 7 are always here no matter what, it's just a looming shadow over the entire lobby.
I'm all for it. It just goes to show that they really want this one. When Korea told me we want this trophy, we want this tournament, they weren't lying. They really wanted it. And I mean, we did see Rafina there as well for INTZ. And to be fair, INTZ has had some hits and misses there. I think they ended up with the 2nd place and the 3rd place yesterday. So for them to be able to clutch up this chicken dinner is huge for them.
Yeah, I think they actually had, if I remember correctly, they had a 3rd and a 4th around there, but then a whole bunch of double-digit placements for them. So really big mixed bag. We're going to dive a little deeper into INTZ's stats, however, Glitter is going to look at their performance today, I believe, compared to all the average of yesterday. Maybe we'll see if they're on a higher trend or if things are going to maybe start to plateau off.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, we saw a little bit of that yo-yo effect for INTZ yesterday, so we wanted to see if they've managed to get a little bit of an uptick. And so far, probably mostly due to this fantastic performance that we just saw them have, but they are doing a lot better. You can see their average damage has gone up by 300. Yes, their heals have gone up, but they've been in more engagements, so that makes sense. They're averaging more kills, and they're staying alive longer. All of these things are very, very important for INTZ because all the way back at the beginning, you know, that was a squad that Jay had said that people were maybe keeping their eyes on here, and INTZ looks like they might be kind of finding that form that we were maybe expecting to see out of them. And if they can continue this, it's all about making sure you're in those top 7 spots, right? That's what these teams really want to make sure they're doing, and these are the performances from INTZ that will do that.
It's either that or just get all the kills in the world and don't even care about placements, because that seems to be what A7's
Alpha 7
is. Yeah, honestly, it's... But no, these numbers are looking better. They're looking good. They're not astronomically higher, though, which is what gives me a little question. We'll see if they perform well on the next upcoming game on Sanhok and then back to Erangel, etc. Maybe those numbers will get even higher. But Seven, I have some good news. We're going to be talking about North America next. We want to take a quick little look at the Knights' performance, specifically how Coops performed. I know that we gave them a little bit of love. Their placements weren't super great, but they got a whole bunch of kills for themselves. So help break through how Coops was one of the players to put them in that position.
Yeah, I will definitely do that. And I want to remind the viewers yesterday when I said I wanted to showcase Carrillo a little bit more because I just wanted to light a spark under an NA player that knows, that loves seeing this kind of stats. And there you have it right there. Look at that beautiful man. Coops, 5 kills, 554 damage. Even though he didn't have the most damage, he was able to clutch up with the most kills, 3 knocks as well. So far, the day he's having, by the way, let me tell you about the day he's having. On day 1, he ended up with 9 kills, 6 knocks, 1700 damage. Today, so far, after 2 matches, he's been able to put up 7 kills, 6 knocks, and 1100 damage. If I know Coops, and boy, did he tell us that he wanted to dominate in Americas again as well. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's going to be looking to challenge that MVP spot. It's still got some ways to go, but I can definitely see him performing a lot better and continuing to this kind of momentum that he's having.
Yeah, I mean, Glitter, I'm right now of 2 minds. Because on one hand, we're seeing a couple other teams wake up, right? The Knights, not just North American teams, even though we do have the Knights in there, but also a couple other teams in Latin America and Brazil. But then we still just have the slow, steady crawl of A7. Even if they're not extending that lead by a significant amount, they're still keeping it there. Like, anyway, either way, I think I'm going to have to let you guys go now because we're going to get ready for Sanhok coming up shortly, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I don't know. My head's all scrambled right now, honestly, because the climb of A7 right now is just super, super dominant.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It really is. I mean, at this point, I almost feel like the goal is to not necessarily try to catch up with them, but just stay in a top 7, top 8 spot. That's probably the more achievable goal for everybody at this point.
Or if you see him in the lobby, run away.
If you see him in the lobby, run away. Oh, wow. While we get the next map set up, we do have a video to show you guys, give yourself a little more insight into the upcoming game.
How long does it take to spray down a whole clip of the UMP 45?
8 segundos.
3 segundos e meio.
5 segundos.
Is it faster to run over the bridge from military base to Erangel or swim?
Correr.
Correndo.
Atravessar a ponte.
How many roads lead to Picado?
4.
5.
7.
How long does it take to drown underneath the water in PUBG Mobile?
10 segundos.
15 segundos? Talvez. Creio que seja isso. Não tenho certeza.
Minuto.
How long does it take to drop straight from the plane to the ground?
30 segundos.
30 seconds, maybe.
45 segundos.
Wow.
Few more moments before the next map starts. I believe we're going to Sanhok. So we talked previously about Miramar maybe being a, I don't want to say last chance because we're still only in day 2, but a chance for revival of Phoenix coming out of the ashes. Seven, is there any team here that you think Sanhok could be the turning point for them to come back into this competition, or rather even extend their lead further?
Wish I had my jersey, all right? Just picture I have a jersey right now. Nova.
I knew it. I knew it. I was going to say the same thing.
Hey,
they go wrong.
They got a win already yesterday. Let's see if they can't do it again. I'm going to send you guys away. We're going to get Sanhok loaded on up. Thank you very much for your help, and we'll see you in a little bit. Before we go to the commentators, however, I want to remind you all at home to invite your friends to come watch. The more people we have watching, whether it's in-game or on the live streams, the more milestones that we reach, the more rewards you get. And who doesn't love free stuff? I know I do. But now, heading into Sanhok, I am going to invite back to the stage for the final time today in Verum and Mustache Day. Dave, Mustache Day? You know, we should give yourself a holiday called that. How's that sound, Dave?
Well, for Halloween, I was Hot Dog Dave, so yeah, maybe I'll be Turkey Dave.
Okay. All right.
On a Mustache Day, sometime in November, I think would make maybe the final day. My birthday,
December 1st.
Because it's the day you have your biggest mustache. There you go. Anyway, Cam, get out of here. Go relax. Go take it easy. Go chill out with our analysts. We'll see you in a bit because me and Dave, we got some casting to do here on Sanhok. The players are ready to lock and drop. And we know we've seen some excitement already, Dave, but Sanhok is a whole other animal.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some little slits in my eyebrows and then just show up on the team tomorrow with A7 just in game like, hey, what's up? I'm on the squad. You know, Mustache Dave, new player. How's it going? And just take all that glory that they're getting right now. Just let them carry me, right? Because Brazil, they are dominating the lobby. We were kind of chatting like, if Ghost Gaming were here, would they be helping NA at all? I don't know. I don't know, man.
No, I'm going to go with no. Simply because, like, if they're in a compound and one of the Brazilian teams is crashing them, sure, maybe. That's where Ghost excels. But Ghost is a team that kind of plays a little bit passive in the early mid-game, and against the aggression that we've seen from some of these teams, I think they just get folded over. I think they would be like a wet piece of cardboard in comparison to some of these squads, especially the version of them that we saw in the North American Finals. But before I continue and all the Ghost fans hate me, let's get into map number 3 here, Dave.
A wet cardboard, man. Not only is it bad for the environment, but it's not good at all. You know, you can't put anything in it. You can't put nothing in it. And honestly, you know, kind of talking about Ghosts in general, I'm a little sad they're not here because they're not getting this high-level practice, I guess you can say, for PMGC against teams like A7, against teams like Furious Gaming. And not only that, there's going to be 7 other teams from this lobby going to PMGC. So really feel like Ghost Gaming kind of fumbled the ball here just a little bit not to make it to this lobby. So I'm really curious what type of practice, VOD review, scrims they got going on behind the scenes to prepare for PMGC. But that's looking ahead. That is looking ahead. Let's get into the game here in Verum. Looking at circle number 1, kind of similar to our first 2 games. Pretty solid, right? Dead center, everybody's in it. Nice and safe. I'm not too mad.
I'm not mad at all. This is a great start, especially for those teams right near the center. I mean, Furious Gaming as well, looking pretty good. But I look at the center of the map, and all I see is Brazil. I see Alpha 7, I see Rise, I see INTZ. Focusing for Black Dragons is a little bit split from the rest of the squads. I think they'll still be okay here. Not too worried, but still interesting to see that just the prowess and the aggression and the willingness to take fights and the gun skill of these Brazilian squads has basically just cleared a path in the center of the circle, in the center of the map that nobody else just wants to contend with, because everyone else is just like, no, we don't want to deal with that.
Look at Rise, though. They're super separated right now. You got Nunez all the way up there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Mufasa right there between Honored Souls and INTZ. Now, talking to Mufasa, they said that they were really happy with their day one results. And I asked them, what's the game plan for today? And they said, just maintain. Just maintain these consistent placement points. And gotta say, I'm looking at it right now, 8 rounds played. They have been doing just that. They're still in the second place spot ahead of Team Queso on the hunt. So Rise is going to be dropping down early, getting some trash loot, and then probably meeting up here very shortly. But it just goes to show you, like, this lobby is so stacked with talent that these main drop spots, like A7 taking up boot camp, they're all taken up, right? All these different regions coming together, clashing together. And to my point, 19E, they go boot camp, don't they? They had to pull off boot camp in order to avoid clashing with A7. So they threw in the towel before it's even started, which I think is really smart. And they took up UIU's drop spot, who are not playing here from NA.
No, they are not. And I think this is kind of funny. Just because we look at this and we go, are we going to see ego checks? Are we going to see, break checks at all? Where teams go, okay, now maybe we'll fight you off for this. Absolutely not. It just doesn't end up happening here. Teams are smart. They're going to back out because we've seen it in past events where teams will continue to hot drop and contest. I think back to Pachinki in North America, where we saw teams challenging Ghost there, and it didn't work out very well for them. And I'm glad to see the teams are focusing on what's at stake. What's at stake is the money, and more importantly, making it to GC, that global championship. That's what's on the line, 2 through 8. That's basically what you're looking at here. Because Dave, I'm going to call it already. I don't think anyone is taking Alpha 7 out of that first place spot. I think it might be maybe a little bit close.
Rise?
Close.
Rise? They're rising up, man. They're rising to the occasion out here. You don't think
it's
so?
still like a 30-point gap.
Hey, the Coops can do that by themselves if they're popping off one day. I'm just saying.
One day? What is this, in a fairy tale land? Like,
No.
oh, come on, Dave. we got this weekend.
Listen, if Coops is hot, Coops can get 30 points in a game. All right? Just relax.
All right.
I think
right.
Rise, all jokes aside, all it takes is A7 to catch some heat early on, multiple games real. Right now, A7, they're playing ahead, they're playing confident, and they got the momentum. But what happens if they get back-to-back 0-point games? Do they lose that steam? Do they get tilted? Do they get into fights? Does their mentality kind of take a deep dive? And how do they play with those things in mind, right? How do they play if they're a little tilted after losing some team fights? We haven't seen that yet, right? So I'm just saying. Yeah, they're at the top. They're at the top, but what happens? What happens if they start, sliding down? How do they play then?
Because that's a great question, because they're always at the top. I mean, like always, and have been at every portion of every league play for the last year. Alpha 7 right up there at the tippity top of that leaderboard without fail. I'm looking back specifically in terms of this last round of PMPL. Every, I think, week of league play and Super Weekend. I think I saw 7 dump all, or somebody dropped all those screenshots in the chat. I was like, wait, what is going on? They just looked absolutely disgusting. But that's a great point, Dave. If they do start to slip, how will their mental respond? I'd like to think that they have the strong enough mental to be able to reset, but these are questions we still haven't had answered, so we'll see if somebody can put them in that situation. Maybe it'll be Furious Gaming up here on this hilltop as they are in a prime central position in this next circle, and Alpha 7 look like they might want to try and take it from them.
You ever see that picture of all the different Spider-Mans pointing the finger at each other like they did?
Yes.
The blame game. I'm just saying,
Yes.
What happens? All right? What happens? Definitely possible. But as of right now, no worries. They're doing just fine. And look at this. They got Furious Gaming, another contender with that PMGC ticket already in their pocket here. Looking to take some shots uphill.
Yeah, and they're getting shot from the completely other direction. So we were so focused on Alpha 7 looking over. It was the Knights looking to shoot them in the butt. I think they will be able to get Trigger back up and in the fight, no problem. INTZ getting involved in the kill feed as well. Rafinha able to pick up the first kill there with a vehicle kill, I do believe, as well. So looking to start things off just right. As we're seeing sort of the two different mindsets going into this day. It's either hard center up extremely early or it's play the edge. We have about 10 teams in the middle of the map and then about 5 chilling around the outside.
Yeah, Syndicate being one of those. I'm looking at Team Queso, though, down south, because yesterday in Sanhok, one thing that I did notice from them is that they ran like 3 or 4 vehicles up until the end, for the most part. And not a lot of teams favor vehicles that late into the game. And they were doing really well, too, with that strategy. So I'm curious if they'll do that again here today. And I'm also keeping my eye on Team Queso, because I know for a fact, I told you I spoke to Starlight from Mezexis. They told me that one of their game plans for today is to deal with Team Queso on Sanhok in particular, because they were catching a lot of static yesterday. So I'm going to keep my eye down there. But right now, INTZ looking like they're in a skirmish.
Yep, Buluc Chabtan is here, looking to see what they can do against this encroaching squad from INTZ. Well, it looks like the answer is just die, because 2 players are already gone. Reyes is down. It all comes to Alien Kid, the last player alive, prone in the grass with a UMP, looking to try and take at least one of them with them. Are they spotted here? Oh, they are now. Great shots there. The second player comes in, cleans it up, can't even confirm the kill. INTZ clean wipe as BC is out of the lobby.
Yeah, Buluc looking to get into these early skirmishes, get into these early fights because, you know, they want to practice it. That's what they told me. That's what the manager told me. But they also don't want to be losing early, getting the goose egg, because they have been sliding down the leaderboard here. And, hey, maybe we'll see them go back to their early day 1 strats compared to their late day 1 strats, because it just hasn't been working so far. But looking around, you called it a couple moments ago. A lot of teams right now just dead center with this zone 1. Let's see where the next one goes, though.
The big question. If it goes up towards the north, no. It does center up pretty well. Technically a hard shift down towards the southeast, but for a lot of the squads, they're feeling pretty good. 19 Esports probably glad they already made that early rotation in to backfill from Alpha 7, which means they're not going to have to worry about making the cross now, as the teams are going to look to compress and make their way down towards the south. But a lot of free real estate there, and that's where those teams you mentioned earlier, Dave, looking towards Mezexis, Team Queso, that's where they like to play. So we'll see if they end up getting into any fights for some teams looking to make a send in towards the south.
Yeah, I already see Solitude in a vehicle from Mezexis, maybe scouting out, but we'll get back to that because Mafioso on the roof, hearing all the footsteps, and that's going to be 19E right beneath them. Mafioso by themselves here for the time being, taking shots. No fear.
No fear at all. The team is with them up the hill, and they played this so well. I talked about 19 Esports looking to backfill into Alpha 7. They didn't have to make the crossing. Instead, they have to make the send. The nade doesn't quite connect and pop. They're like little Ewoks just popping out of the jungle. Don't count them out. Alpha 7, the second you think they're not there, they will load that spring trap and jump right on top of you instantly. A 3v4 situation.
Yeah, so the thing is, they lost one in the process from the roof, and now here comes the rest of the squad mates from A7 trying to make the crash into the compound. Oh, but Sam trying to get some intel with that TPP peek. Their shoulder out there in that window, and Mafioso still on the roof, just putting in the work right now.
And able to catch the revive onto Carrillo. Are you kidding me? The jump shot around the window. Carnage backed into a corner. How do they keep getting away with this? They should have been able to do that, Dave. I am lost for words. Carrillo just hard sends it, gets downed instantly, but because of the resources that 19E allocate to deal with them, the heads they poke out of windows, the supporting anchor fire from Alpha 7 is pristine. They knock 2 players from 19 instantly, and then just like that, taking down Carnage is no problem.
Yeah, and that's 19E. I mean, I'm just looking at and trying to remember like their game style from league play, PMPL NA, and even the finals. Like, this is a good team. They're really good with taking these team fights too. So it's not like some bottom team here. Like, no, 19E, they're on the ball here. But A7, man, they're just, we keep talking about them for a reason, because every single game they get involved in, they come out on top. they don't even lose one right there. They got all 4 still up with those 4 points.
And I'm starting to feel like a broken record, Dave. Like I feel bad.
I know.
There's
But
so
it's
many
like,
good
it's what
teams.
they're
I want to
doing.
profile. I know. I want to profile other good teams because every single one of these squads, if you made it to the Americas Finals, you are an all-star team. And that's why when they're able to do things like this, it's such a bigger deal. It's not like they're doing this in some like open level of play. It's not like they accidentally dropped into PMCO or something and they're dealing with, you know, a bunch of friends who got together on the weekend. They are doing this up against other professional teams who have salaries, who have coaches and managers. They are doing this to establish squads, veterans of the industry, and they make it look easy. And that's why it's so much more impressive, and that's why we keep talking about it.
Hey, they keep winning, we keep talking about them. It's as easy as that. All right, that's the job that we got right now.
It's true.
Hey, next zone, that's the job. Next zone goes up. Centers up once again. Now, one thing that I do want to point out, we saw in these stats just a couple of moments ago, Coop's now on that top list of the fraggers. He was not here starting today. Currently with 16 kills now. Ooh. Hey, Coop's train. Chicka, 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 choo choo. We're leaving the station, baby, and today's the day. Will we be able to catch that first place spot? About 10 kills behind right now.
And you know, that's a decent. That's like averaging like 2 kills a game. That's pretty darn solid over these couple of days. You're going to continue to step it up if they want to make an aim for that #1. But that's our player from NA. That's Coops. That's who we're looking towards here. But looking towards ATON Esports, INTZ. I'm waiting for the team fire, and there it is. Oh my goodness, that's what team shooting looks like, ladies and gentlemen. If you look to that page in the dictionary, you just see that GIF plastered on there. We're in the wizarding world. Don't worry about it. It's going to move, and it's going to show you pristine, Dave. Like 3, 2, 1, go. That player could do nothing.
Not only that, trying to prone, too, to kind of stabilize these shots down range. So they're doing really well. Oh, what is this? Syndicate. Oh, truck across the bridge. Oh, unlucky. Waiting for all the teammates to cross the bridge before making that lean peek with that UMP. The thing is, Lucky by themselves? 1v4? The dream?
1v4. Are you feeling lucky, Punk? That's the question. They certainly are. We'll see for how long as the Molly forces them back. The nades come in. Oh, no. Not so lucky. Oh, okay.
Well, on a positive note, Lucky did force Syndicate to use about 6 different grenades to take them out right there.
It's true.
You know, utility gonna be down a little bit. Maybe if the other squad mates of Lucky want to kind of help out over there in the north, and you know, Lucky could be like, hey, they use a lot of grenades. They might not have none anymore. You know, maybe now's a good time. Take a fight. Maybe.
I mean, look, smart usage of utility is one thing, and heck, you're absolutely right. They did. They could have just run up the stairs and shot them with guns, but hey, you know, more stylish to use 2 grenades and 2 Molotovs. You know, style does have value.
And let's see if that style has value, because now they're going to be pushing uphill. Nova uphill, set up in the defense position. Rin definitely looking to clap back here today. You can tell Rin is just thirsty for these kill points. And I think Syndicate doing a little scouting instead of just straight up sending it uphill. Very smart. Let's see if they can recognize the trap, though.
Yeah, Rin gonna look to reposition. They're getting shot. It is Gfon off on the flank, looking to draw their fire, and that's gonna allow Rin to step up. Look at the head swivel back and forth the second they do the re-peek. Gfon is there. Beautiful collapse. The off angle. One player does end up going down in response. This utility use is still pretty darn good, but the circle's pushing in, and Nova were so smart, Dave. They took this fight while Syndicate was still outside in the next circle to give themselves a little bit more room to work with. The nades still there. Brain, point blank range. Can Rin find the shots? Here's the footsteps. The shot continue to come in. Oh, but Brain's just a little bit bigger, confirming multiple kills onto Nova. It comes down to memory, the last player standing, looking to try and get the revive. Mutually assured destruction here in the West.
Yeah, the head boinks, one after another. Brain with 4 kills so far, but they need to be on the swivel. They need to be ultra aware because XSET in the tail end, hearing these gunshots, XSET moving as a unit, trying to pile in right behind them and get some kill points. Get involved here. They're going to be opening up with some grenades.
They are indeed. Salty, prone, finds one, instantly traded, kill confirmed. XSET looking to do this as cleanly as possible. Nova might use this position. Yes, they're gonna get out of there. They're gonna bail. Brain just has to try and run. Will be able to survive for now. The blue is at their back. This is Sanhok, Dave. You don't have a second to rest. The second you think you are secure and stabilized, you just gotta go. Brain! Another! It somehow, what? Into the blue will finally end up going down, but so much damage done to XSET.
Dude, respect the Brain though right there. Got 4 kills, all the kills from the squad that game, but popping over here as quick as that action had ended. Alucard here on the outside of the window, taking a lot of shots, tossing in some grenades here. Black Dragons within the compound. Alucard calling for that support. I can see Coops on the opposite end of the road already running, trying to support their squad mate. Black Dragons, they look to be stuck here now within the compound.
Neither one of these teams is in the next circle. The winner will be in a really powerful position just outside of Quarry. They'll be in a great spot. This is for the Knights now to push in and support Alucard. Alucard, who normally sits in the back, plays anchor for the team, will be evacuated. No problem. Look at the smoke tunnel that they've laid down for this shot caller. The IGL able to try and reposition here, and Black Dragons looking to do the same, capitalizing on the little bit of, I wouldn't even call it hesitation, but just lack of willingness to take the fight from Knights as we're seeing the send into this next circle. And for now, Dave, they're getting it done.
Oh, wow, just sending it right into Quarry, and Quarry is in the zone. Death pit down there, that's a fact. So we'll see what they'll be able to do, because Knights recognizing, hey, Black Dragons are down below. Let's see if we can get some sight lines on them. We heard the vehicle, maybe blow that thing up and really inflict some damage, but a lot of teams are going to be cluttered right there on that edge where the Knights are right now. So we'll have to pay attention, because I see XSET right there. I see A7 right there, and even a Team Queso member, Axel.
Yeah, and they're all getting involved. You can see it in the kill feed. Oh, back and forth. Bit of a North American battle, at least, between Knight and XSETs, as the huge molly comes in, forcing them all out. Fraternity as well, but the long-range shots come in. The third party is there. The Knights are out, and Alpha 7 will look to backfill in that position, Dave, and try and take down XSET.
Poppy just zooming in with that M4, seeing everything across the way. They're third partying out there towards the north, but Honored Souls trying to make their way on in, trying to open this one up, trying to get some grenades, some damage onto Rise before pushing downhill, but they also need to be mindful of Furious Gaming down there.
It's not a great, you think having the high ground here would be good for them, but this hillside is extremely exposed. They are going to have to push their way down into this next circle if they have any hope of trying to make it into some of these final zones. Furious Gaming is in a really darn good spot. Team Queso as well as Rise. A lot of these Brazilian powerhouse teams are still in play, Dave. You got to feel bad for the other players in the server, because they don't leave a whole lot of room to work with. As you can see, Honored Souls pushing in up there on the high ground as well, as Rise making a slow, steady, concise play here into Black Dragons, taking down one of their pals there over in Brazil. And his dudes is going to go down. Mufasa is here as well. It all comes down to CP in a 1v3. What can they do, Dave? Can they find the shots?
Oh, money! Money! Rise taking the dip into the Dragon's lair right there. And I honestly was looking at the Dragons to come out on top, but Rise with that final grenade to seal the deal in the pits down below. But over here, Furious Gaming, their compound is going to be in play. They're trying to defend it right now against Mezexis, who tried to pull up.
Did indeed, and I gotta give, I mean, Furious Gaming has had a little bit of circle luck, but they have fought off a lot of challengers to their throne here in the center of the next circle. Mezexis lost 2 on the push, but still have 2, or at least 1 still left alive. Starlight out on the road, not in a great position. But you can see Honored Soul up there in the high ground. This is what I was talking about, Dave. They tried to reposition a little bit, coming in more and trying to wrap around to the south, but it's still extremely exposed, especially with Rise on this off angle. Can Mufasa find the shots? No, that chain link fence being a little bit of a distraction as the send comes in. Oh, no!
Overshot that a little. Overshot that a little. Talk about the movie. I really like Scream's position in that guard tower, though. So not all the squad mates of Furious are piled up because one grenade, one surprise molly will inflict a lot of damage on the trio within the compound. And also Scream on that guard tower can gather a ton of intel and relay it back to their squad mates. We'll see what will happen because Mythic right here trying to square up in the north against A7.
Will end up going down. Alpha 7 trying to watch their back. Nice shots. As we're seeing XSET getting eliminated as well. Alpha 7 have been down to 2 players for an extremely long time. As we're just seeing now, Dave, only 3 teams left up
on A7.
I mean, how do they? Okay. Like Furious Gaming have been in the center of the circle, Dave, for like the entire time, and they only have 5. How does this work? That is a real question. Please, somebody answer me.
1 + 1 is 2. I don't question it.
Okay.
I don't question 14 kills either. I don't question it at this point. You just can't. But look at Axel. He's not questioning it either. He's just trying to heal up for that 2nd place.
That's the goal. Big nade here from Revo. Oh, doesn't quite make it in, Dave. That one's huge, but a knock from Axel actually could give an opening for Alpha 7 to push their way in. Furious Gaming have to allocate resources to try and get this player back up and alive. The send is there. Revo will drop, trade this 1 for 1. It's a 2v1 situation, but the revival come in. Poppy will be able to get the med off, I imagine, forcing out a reset from Senatexa in a 3v1. They will try and go for this final revive. I don't think this is possible for Alpha 7, but Dave, you never can count them out. If there's a mistake, no, not gonna happen. Beautiful off-angle play, and Furious Gaming get the chicken dinner.
They needed that one bad, too. I think they were like in 14th position on the overall leaderboard. Yeah, they got the PMGC slot, but so what? They want that cash money here, and I think this game will be the confidence booster, that momentum builder that they were looking at after their day 1 performance. Listen, in Imperium, they got the ticket for a reason, right? And it's about time that we start to see the squad pop up and show the fans what it's all about out here.
I think this is great for this team for all the reasons you just mentioned, because oftentimes when we see them, yes, they're getting into fights, but even if they win, they're usually losing 1, 2, sometimes 3 players. They haven't been able to take clean fights as often, but this time, because of the way the circles work, because of the compound that they have, they were able to choose their fights a lot more selectively and get involved in the third parties. But man, I'm still seeing a lot of Revo there in the kill feed. A7 still stepped up. I think they had like 12 or 14 kills at the end there. They're still going to put up like a 25-ish point game in that realm, so they're still going to be extremely happy extending this lead, which I should mention was at least 30 points coming into this game. So huge game across the board for the Brazilian squads.
And Revo getting 50% of A7's kill points this game, 7 to be exact. That's good for Coops on the hunt for the MVP role. I'm gonna bring it up, man, because Coops right now is all we got from the NA. All right, Coops is what we got from the NA. So I ride that all the way to the bank. But a lot of interesting fights. I can't believe today's going by pretty quick. We're already 3 games done. Like these lobbies, these games. Every single match has been exciting here, and it just goes to show you like the level of competition that all these players are competing at, just at the highest.
100%. I mean, again, don't get me wrong, watching really top-tier North American play is fantastic, but when you start to throw the different regional metas together and you see who sinks and who swims, and really it seems like this more aggressive play style players being able to operate with a little more autonomy, but being able to still snap head on a swivel and get that team shooting together, the ones that have that pure cerebral energy, the communication, and the utility usage. I'm glad we saw some of it there on the screen, Dave, because that is a huge factor. The nades, the mollies, the smokes have been pivotal in a lot of these wins.
Who was that was in the coop that just said that thing? They said, okay, it was somebody from Honored Souls. Okay,
Leroy!
It's like, what do I do, boys? What do I do? It's like, get in the car and just go. Just go. And, well, it blew up at the end. And I was pointing out Furious Gaming, their positioning here, the guard tower, the rooftop, so big. They had so many angles, so many sidelines, and somehow A7 as a duo still put up a pretty decent fight at the end right there. That just goes to show you how good they are. And we're going to keep talking about them because they're popping off, they're performing well. But ladies and gentlemen, that was Sanhok. That was game number 3 in the books, written in there for time to tell. But don't go anywhere. More PUBG Mobile action coming up after the break.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro, oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back to the studio. The one and only Sanhok of the day is over, and it was a Quarry Circle. Super exciting game to watch. Let's go straight into the map ranking 7 and really see who got how many points where. It was yet another new face on top, but still, how well did the other teams that were still at the top of the overall leaderboard, did they rack up the points that they needed?
I mean,
oh my God.
You know what? Alpha 7, yeah.
Yep, that answers my question. I keep trying to throw you guys things to talk about that are not Alpha 7, but every time. Okay, sorry. Yes, 7, you were saying?
I was going to say, even though Alpha 7 didn't get that chicken dinner, the kills. The kill points is what pushed them over the edge. 26 points for them, 14 kills. Honestly, I just don't know what to say at this point. Furious game in there, 7 kills, not bad. 22 points. Usually, like that's a great chicken dinner right there. Yeah. Alpha 7 just decided to one-up them. Team Queso, though, I mean, Team Queso, for them to be able to get third place, 5 kills, 15 points total. This is just really impressive the way they've been playing, and I cannot wait to see how they're going to be looking in the overall. Rice Esports, 13 points. XSET as well, 10 points from them. That is huge. Mezexis, Syndicate, INTZ, great performances from them. As we go here towards the second page, we do have Knights there with 4 points. And Glitter, if we go down that list, 19 Esports with a big O 0.
2 goose eggs. Okay, 2 goose eggs, 19 and Buluc, both of them struggling here. ATON as well with only 1 point. You know, after that game, it's Sanhok though, and it's the only one of the day, so you know maybe it's just shaking things up a little bit, and we'll see what happens in the next match.
You say that, but we're halfway through the day. We're almost halfway through this whole event. So at some point, these teams can't just keep shaking it off. But Glitter, yes, walk us through the total damage. Unsurprisingly, A7 is at the top, but INTZ and FG, both of them, not far behind in terms of overall damage, even if the kills aren't really up there to match.
What I'm looking at is the fact that Alpha 7, they're at the top, yes, but this is one of the lower side of things. We've seen them get there for damage, but they still managed to absolutely maximize every shred of it and get more kills than we saw them have in the last match. So I don't even just say anymore, but like you're saying, INTZ, this is a lot of damage out of INTZ. We're seeing a lot more consistency out of them today, which we love to see. Furious Gaming having a nice pop-off game here, almost 1,200 damage and 7 kills as well. Syndicate, though, starting to take a little bit of a page out of Alpha 7's book, trying to just go for the damage and kills, not necessarily those placement points here, you know, trying to do what they can. And then, you know, we've got Rise up here, consistent. Queso, consistent. Mezexis and Knights still, he's trying to get some points on the board here, 7.
Yeah, I mean, Furious Gaming, to be fair for them, they ended up with 7 kills. That's as much kills as they got yesterday in 7 matches. So good job, Furious Gaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we saw the overall, the match leaderboard, not the overall yet, that's coming later. We saw the match leaderboard, we saw the total damage. Here are the top players. Unsurprisingly, an A7 player is at the top, but this time it's a Revo, not Carrillo. So at least there's a little bit of a mix-up there, but actually some unexpected faces. Brain from Syndicate is not necessarily one that I would have expected, but I guess he put up the numbers necessary.
Yeah, and to be fair, Brain, whenever we saw Syndicate at the top during the NA PMPL, Brain would usually be that player that would be showing up for Syndicate. So it's good for him to be having a great performance here, at least on that last match. And then you have Papi Potro over here with the 534 damage, 5 kills. I like it. And then Revo, I don't know how to say that name. How do you say it, Glitter?
Oh.
Revo. So yes, now halfway through the day, we should get an update on what the overall leaderboard looks like. We saw what the match leaderboard looked like from the previous games. Alpha 7 still in the lead.
Ow.
I don't know. Glitter, is this as big of a gap as you still expected? I kind of expected to get a little smaller.
I expected it to get a little smaller, and I think it's almost exactly the same. It's still a 40-plus point lead right now that Alpha 7 has maintained, even when they're not getting chicken dinners. They've just gotten so many kill points that they've just managed to really, really lock that spot down. But Rise Esports still also having a really solid performance. They're now, 21 points above Queso. So that's going to put Rise in a very, very comfortable position for the entire second half of this event. But the rankings aren't really changing that much. I mean, the points drop off pretty hard from 2nd to 3rd, again from 3rd to 4th, then from 4th to 5th, and then that's where things start to kind of level out, is right around that 5th to 8th place spots, and those are the teams that are probably going to really be fighting it out as every single day passes, because don't forget, guys, we're keeping our eyes on this top page. This is what's going to matter the most for everybody, and then we'll see here where everybody else is. 8th place is that 65-point mark, so right now, we're going to see how far away these other squads are. And it's another drop-off.
Oh.
Another drop-off down to 49 points after that 7.
It is, and some teams are definitely going to have to be careful with that, considering that we were saying probably the 8 teams are going to be qualifying right to PMGC. So these teams might want to just get that a little bit closer. INTZ Esports there at the bottom with 26 points alongside with Fraternity Esports. Something I also wanted to mention for Team Queso to be able to maintain themselves within the top 5. The only team in the top 5 without a chicken dinner, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but you just look at A7's performance today, and you'll see that you don't need all the wins to keep yourself at the top. As Glitter said, that gap from 1st to 2nd place is about as big. It's definitely close enough for us to consider it. So, what we want to look at next is the the Furious Gaming player stats, 7. I know you had a couple of things that you want to talk about. These guys is a new face to, I guess, the desk at all. They were 2nd place at the end of yesterday, and they now find themselves jumped up not to the top 8, but still in 9th place. Here are their stats from the previous game.
Yeah, we have to give them some love. As I mentioned earlier, yesterday they ended up getting 7 kills throughout the whole day. Today they were able to do that just in 1 match. And Papi Potro was able to just have an amazing performance here. Yesterday he was only able to put up 1 kill. For him to be able to put up 5 kills out of 534 damage, that's actually really, really impressive, at least in my eyes. And now going to Trigger, I mean, he was able to get 1 kill without even having to get 100 damage. So that,
efficient.
Boy, I don't know what you were doing, but you keep on doing what you're doing. That is so efficient.
I mean, what else can you say? What else can you say about that? We got 3 matches left. This is, I don't know. I think this leaderboard, despite the top looking the same, the mid section is looking a lot different than what I expected. Glitter, you pointed out how many different drop-offs we had in the overall leaderboard, not just from first to second, and then we had like multiple little clusters there. And even though with the point sponges at the top taking all of those points, hypothetically that makes it easier for the teams that are sort of in the lighter double digits, like 10th, 11th, 12th place, to climb up into the 8th place spot. The way things are going, that's going to be it's a bracket of its own. So who knows? We'll really see what's going to happen at the end of the day once we're halfway through. We have 3 games left, so I'm going to send you guys back out of the studio so you can relax and get prepared for the next game. We have Erangel coming up next, but before we go there, I'm going to remind you to take a look at the OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro flagship performance, 120 Hz display, and HyperTouch technology is a great device to utilize to try and climb the leaderboard. Erangel coming up next, bringing on our commentators. It's going to be Hot Jukes and Zute. Gentlemen, Hot Jukes, I'm going to start with you. It's been a great first 3 matches. How are you expecting the final 3 to go?
Alpha 7 getting a lot of points in every single one. And for the rest of the tournament.
I would have to agree, but I still got my bets on the fact that all 3 games that I casted yesterday, Alpha 7 win, and Viram casted 3, didn't get all 3 wins. I think I'm Alpha 7's lucky charm. I'm going to say it right now. They're going to get 3 wins to close off the day.
All right. Well, I'm going to leave you guys to it. Good luck, Zute. We'll see you at the end.
Thank you so much, Cam. Dude, what a crazy tournament this has been so far. I mean, we saw Alpha 7 struggle in the first 2 games yesterday, and then just proceed to just stomp on everybody immediately afterwards. I said it earlier. I was like, it looks like they had just downloaded the update, right? Like they have got the technology now, and they seem to have these players on lock, but which teams are going to get that update downloaded as well, Zute? That's the question I have. We're about to find out here soon.
Yeah, this next map, I mean, I'm excited. Just this team, Alpha 7, I know we talk about them so much, but one thing that I think is really good for all the teams they're dominating is that, hey, next year, you can use Alpha 7 as a study case, right? Like, this is the dominant meta. But of course, it takes 4 extremely skilled players to pull off the stuff that Alpha 7 is doing. But maybe we'll start seeing that meta shift, you know, just ever so slowly, even more into a more aggressive, you know, not solo plays, but like each of the players on a team, they could each do their own thing and then come together and synergize. I mean, we saw that last game on that Sanhok game, right? Alpha 7 was split, 19E ran into them, and the second one person made contact, the rest of the team came in, and that synergy, that clutch revive at the last second onto Carrillo, I thought Carrillo was going to bleed out, but they got the revive and the full wipe on the enemy team and the full reset. Like, that is just beautiful.
Well, let's just kind of circle back on that, right? I got a question, right? We look at the meta, and I want to bring out Professor Zute here because I really want you to break this down a little bit further.
Okay.
So you look at Ghost, right? Ghost, you know, and their play style. I know they're not playing in this tournament, but their play style, you know, that 3-1 split off, playing very grouped together. They had some success with that, you know?
Yeah.
Nova, dominant squad, right? They love that full separation, you know, completely split up. Oh, we'll get into the circle here in a second.
Yes.
You know, yeah. Oh man, yeah, it's gonna be a fun one. But you know, Nova with that full 4-man split, you know, playing off angles, but still working as a team together. We talked about how difficult that is to do in the past. But Alpha 7, like, what really is separating this squad as far as playstyle that you've seen from pretty much the rest?
It's the skill level of each individual player, right? We've seen Nova, even 19 Esports, they would do, you know, these more aggressive, maybe splits, take fights, stuff like that, and it works out for them, but at a lower skill tier lobby. At a higher skill tier lobby, like, I mean, coming in from North America into Americas, there is definitely a shift in terms of the skill gap, right? Like, the top teams are even a step above than what we thought was possible. And so teams that do the Alpha 7 kind of style, you know, more split, like I said, it takes 4 really high skill players to pull it off. And if there's even a small mistake from one player, the whole thing falls apart. So I think that's why we're seeing some dominant teams from North America, like Nova, 19 Esports, really struggling right now. And Alpha 7, well, I mean, they have their game plan locked down, and not just that, it's the 4 players that are part of that team. All 4 players really know what they're doing.
Man, it just takes so much time. It's so difficult to build that kind of level up, especially when, like you mentioned, I mean, the skill cap difference, it's apparent. It really is. I mean, if you're in North America and you're practicing against these squads and you're just running all over them, then it's much more difficult to improve when you're going up against just crazy teams constantly. And I think Alpha 7, with how much experience they've had, has been a whole lot of fun. But speaking of a lot of fun, look at this chase down we got here, and it looks like YDD is just laying it down onto ATON, and unfortunately they're just looking to get some guns, anything to fight back here. And it looks like one of them got a shotgun, a pump shotgun, but it ain't gonna be enough. And look at this, still YDD, oh, the M16. It's just Milos. Oh, Chief gets knocked. Oh, through the Molotov. He might be able to win this. Oh, he got him!
Oh my.
Ilos!
Oh. That.
Boom! Boom! Goodbye!
Oh. Out. What? Nova was chasing those players down, and they didn't even have a gun yet on a tricycle. They ejected. All 3 running, bare hands, nothing. And that's what happened after that? Oh, man. I'm at a loss of words. I am at a complete loss of words.
I mean, it's hard to break that one down, right? I mean, you just saw, they knew that there was 3 players. They saw all 3, right? And they know that they only got those 2 knocks. Maybe they assumed that he was upstairs camping and waiting, so they went for the revive. But man, what did Erangel hold the over and under shotgun, dude? Please nerf.
I think it was the revive. Like, he ran in and I think stood still for a second, maybe to get the revive, because Shifan was like bleeding out, and then that was just what was needed to finish that one off. Well, either way, Nova down to 2 players. ATON coming out ahead of that exchange. They did lose 1 player though, so Nova did manage to pick up at least 1 point. And losing 2 players, definitely not a good trade there. I can still hear the scratching of your head there. Yes.
Right? I mean, that one was that's one that definitely I think we gotta just kind of chalk up to right?
Yeah.
But we'll see how I'm pretty sure that that'll be regulated and looked at very closely in the VOD review from both squads afterwards. But you know,
don't step into fire. That's the first lesson to be learned from that VOD review. Shifan, yeah.
It's it's a hard one to learn sometimes, you know.
All right. Well, let's change the topic. I think that one we've said as much as we can. So 50-50 military circle potential shift back up north. We see some teams already making that rotation. Seoul betting on the military side, rotating across. We see on the other side of things, Team Queso, they're just camping the bridge, so they have that access way to rotate into military if needed. If not, they're already on the correct side of the map. And I also see a few squads getting ready to do a swim rotation, you know, straight down the middle of the map. Quite a common strategy we've seen evolve throughout the years of military circles, and a lot of teams do manage to just swim across and play the rest of the map that way. So a lot of different viable strategies. Teams definitely, you know, and here we go. Just as I was talking about it, this area is the launching point to make that swim rotation that is so common to see.
Yeah, it looks like Memory already got on that rotation. He's already swimming on down to Military Island. Fraternity Esports, they're holding this edge as well in preparation for that. Now, I wonder if Fraternity, they're looking, it looks like they're just going to kind of hold this spot for a while because they're not sure if the zone is going to go south or shift up north. So they're just going to hold this down. It looks like XSET being a little bit late are going to be gate kept for the time being. Moving on over, 19 Esports, Carnage, Sam, got some eyes on Furious Gaming down here. Trigger, gonna go ahead and try to get that first aid off, and he's gonna have to run it all the way down, and he's gonna run right into the bullets from Sam.
This should be a good fight for 19 Esports. Leon was already separated off from this fight, so Leon can come in big with an off angle, an unexpected angle. That is it. Furious Gaming decides to stay to fight here. And, oh, we got some FPP driving. Usually a lot of players just drive in TPP, but I like it. Furious Gaming driving in style right there. Takes more skill to drive in FPP. So Furious Gaming, they are going to disengage. So even though Leon had that flank, good choice by Furious. Otherwise, I think it might have been 4 potential kill points for 19 Esports. They really need these points, too. 19 Esports, last I checked, they're second to last place right now. Ooh. So maybe they're changing up their playstyle to just try and isolate some teams out. That's not Alpha 7, of course. We saw what happened when that happened. So maybe pick up some kills elsewhere and some 4v4s against some other teams.
Yeah, when we talk about VOD reviews, right? That's going to be on their list, right? Just stay away from Alpha 7. I think that's going to be a good strategy to employ for pretty much all the squads, if you can possibly do it. 19E, they're still in the blue zone over there by Primorsk. I wonder if they're going to most likely head towards the shoreline and look for a boat to see where this next circle is going to go. Is it going to center up and make things difficult? No, it looks like it's going to be pretty heavily into military base. So I think we're going to see most likely a shift right back down there.
Yeah, most likely. So while you were waiting for the shift, something I noticed in the top 5 fragger list, all 4 players of Alpha 7 are in the top 5. The 4th place does go over.
Hey, what, Sute?
What?
Color me shocked.
Yeah, the 4th place player is on Rise Esports, but he's tied with the Alpha 7 player in 5th place with the same exact amount of kills. Like, if you ask me, why don't you just throw him up there? But speaking about kills, XSET and the Knights looking to get some kills on board here. Jay does go down. Jay getting swarmed right there. Jay playing separate, alone, and by himself. Oh, I can't blame him. Like, he didn't really have time to try and run away from that one, so just getting caught out. The Knights with a very fast push right there, taking advantage of XSET's split.
Yeah, that Jay was committed to just, you know, using that hip fire. Unfortunately, not able to get that ADS just over that little tiny wall. And unfortunately goes down immediately. So yeah, XSET gonna lose one early on. And, you know, it's kind of tough for me to see that, especially considering that this is their drop location, right? They go to Milta.
Yeah.
To see them kind of split up like that, I'm not sure exactly what's going through their mind on that one.
That's actually a really good question, because I'm looking at XSET now. They're still split. J7 is far separated from the squad. The other 2 members of XSET trying to do like a bridge camp or trying to rotate. You're absolutely right. They loop Milta. I don't know why they are so slow to either camp the bridge or rotate it across the bridge. This is very unlike the XSET team. Like, this is also a moment for me to scratch my head. But Alpha 7 coming in on that backside right there, driving right by Polo. Polo actually trying to drive by Alpha 7. Both tires out. He's got to run, tries to, oh man, Alpha 7, the rampage continues. And XSET gets one by one falling like dominoes right now.
And that is, you know, pretty basically one of the contenders for MVP of the PMPL, just going down just like that. Alpha 7 not a squad you even want to get close to when driving by. I mean, you saw them, both tires out immediately.
Oh, and they're taking another fight.
Revo, you know, get some shots. Reyes is going to have those shots to get those tires out. Gets one. Buggy's pretty lit, but Revo's still on the commit here. That actually rhymed. Pretty good there. He's actually going to be pushing up on to this squad, and the rest of Alpha 7 are just circling like a swarm of bees.
Oh my.
And Buluc Chabtan are getting stung hard.
Did you see how many angles, like,
oh my goodness, deleted.
What?
Deleted.
I saw, so the camera person switched from one player to another player to another player, and it was like different sight lines, back to back to back. Like, what the Alpha 7 just picked up a kill on XSET. The second another team makes contact, all 4 players, you see them turn around, forget about the bridge, we don't care about rotations, and they just dismantle BC. That was a 4v4 finished in a matter of seconds, and Alpha 7 didn't even look like they took a lick of damage. And also, as far as BC goes, I don't even think they really had a fighting chance. Like, it was just, they swarmed them so quickly.
And the crazy part is that they swarmed them so quickly from, like you mentioned, so many different angles, and it happened to be like each player positioning themselves in the best angle possible to get those sight lines. And to be able to do that simultaneously, can't stress enough just how difficult it is to do. Every single player has to just know what the plan is and where every other player is, and that's exactly what they do here now. We're gonna see one of them run up onto Coops just a little too quickly. So now we got a little bit of a precarious situation. The Knights are gonna be in a 4v3 situation. Are they too split up to take advantage of it? That's the question.
The Knights should be able to win this one with that opening nog, and I'd say should, because this is Alpha 7, of course, that we're taking a look at. We see the utility coming in, and they'll push out of the Knights. They're respecting this team. I think they know this is Alpha 7. Just because just a few seconds ago, they probably heard the gunshots to their north and saw Alpha 7 come up with those kill points onto BC. Chico does manage to finish one of Alpha 7, so Alpha 7 maybe getting a little bit too ahead of themselves, having a little bit too much fun, pushing everybody they see, and the Knights do hold a solid defense for now, that is.
Man, it's so crazy, though. I think that when you start really just dominating the way Alpha 7 has, I think we're going to start seeing some hesitation from the other squads. You know, and look at this. I mean, the Knights, even with that push, I think if it was anybody else, they would have pushed it, but realizing it's Alpha 7, I think they just said, hey, you know what? The zone's coming. Why don't we just go ahead and prioritize that for now?
And
the toxicity!
We haven't seen that in a while. I think I saw that once before. So they can just drive right through it. Like, they could ram it and try and break the barrier. I remember seeing this, I forgot what tournament it was, but the last time I saw this, 3 different teams were like, oh, we can't go past this, and they turned around the other way, and then one team just drove right through it. I think you see right here, yeah, the Knights do manage to break through that. And Alpha 7 coming in, Rise coming in behind. I mean, Alpha 7, they love fighting on the edge, but when we're talking bridge rotations, you can't really fight on the edge because you'll get third party by so many teams rotating so late behind you.
Carrillo committing to that Uzi. Not able to get that first aid off. He's going to end up going down. The rest of Alpha 7 are doing the hard rotation, trying to figure out how the heck to get into this next circle. And with that insane little bridge camp there, those vehicles have just proved to be a lot of trouble. I'm sure that the Knights just drove around and just got their vehicles right between that site. Yep, same strategy here. Nobody even trying to go ahead and drive or possibly even break through that car. Oh! The Buggy just go straight nosedive right into the water.
I wonder which team...
Oh, watch those tires, Nunez. Oh, INTZ just lost their Codex egg!
Oh, no.
And both players just going immediately down. And we're just seeing Bridge Camp City here on both sides. Up on top, look at the Black Dragons. Oh, what a beautiful sight line. I mean, literally, it takes a dragon to get that angle, but it takes a Queso to take you right out of it. Big cheese.
Queso was camping the bridge on the other side, but now they're getting camped themselves. And I wonder if the replay we'll get to catch a glimpse of what team did that car blockade. I'm curious to see which team was toxic enough to blow up 3 of their own vehicles just to do that. But Black Dragons and Team Queso fighting for the bridge. One of the Black Dragons, probably the most important member positional-wise of the Black Dragon, is knocked on top of that bridge. So Team Queso could get that full revive without too much pressure, but they still got to press into 3 other players waiting on the other end, and they are spamming that smoke right now.
Oh man, those Dragons are pissed. You know, one of their teammates end up going down. Team Queso using those buggies to drive underneath the railings. Really, really smart. And gets a car underneath there as well. So Team Queso, with the nice strategies, able to get moving up on down. It looks like the Black Dragons may be able to commit a player to get that revive off, possibly. We'll see if that's the plan after all. So a beautiful rotation from Team Queso to be able to make it out of there alive.
Definitely. Team Queso does keep 4 members alive too, which is huge. Usually when you get bridge camped, you lose at least 1, maybe 2. And most of the times you don't even make it by. You just get stuck in the blue and the team just camps you out. So Queso doing a really good job, but rotating right into 19 Esports. We were talking about this team earlier. They did a boat rotation all the way from Prem over here, and they are rewarded for it. You see, they also have vehicles. They picked some up, and they're picking up some kills onto Team Queso. Mezexis also getting involved on this fight, though.
XSET get eliminated. 11 teams are going to be remaining here. And you can see Team Queso just trying to find a position. It looks like they do find one for now. Rest of 19E are going to go down. It's actually going to be just Sam and Leon left up for the squad. And like you mentioned, 19E, they have to do something different, right? At this point, they are so far down on the leaderboards. We're getting pretty deep into day 2 here. Now's the time to start popping off if you do want to have a chance of making it into that top 7.
3 kills so far with only 2 members alive. It's honestly, that's actually better than how 19 Esports have been performing on average, which goes to show just how badly they've been doing so far. But we still got like 2 more days. We got 2 more games after this one to turn around. But before I go any further, Nova not getting any of that luck. Memory forced to hide in that shack. And Fraternity, this is a solo player. Nova could win this fight still.
Oh, Memory was just like, wait, that's not Shifan. That's Xian. And unfortunately, they just had no clue. They thought it was their teammate at Fraternity Esports. Sneaky catching Rin right there with the laydown shots. Memory trying to wait behind the angle. Xian's going to maybe running straight out into the open. Oh, and he's going to be really wrapping completely wide. Memory has 0 angles on this. He's going to see him in a second now, though. But does he commit for the res? That's going to be the question for Xian. Barely able to make it into this next circle. And yeah, I think he just used that knock to be able to get that rotation on.
That bush definitely going to hide behind that one.
Bop! See ya!
Oh, beautiful bounce off the top, off the backboard. And that is clean. Souls right now with 7 kills. They're going to get a revive on that second player, I believe. And the circle has shifted. And we are literally quite in like no man's land. There's like 1 piece of hard cover in that circle, and the rest is just a huge gully downhill with maybe some rocks and some trees. But this circle, this military 50-50 is as toxic as it could get almost.
Oh yeah, I mean there's not very much cover at all in this particular circle, so you can see why there's I don't know, you guys can't see the mini map, but looking at it right now, there's not a single player inside of it. Rise just barely creeping into the edge of it. Sam opted to go up onto the scaffolding here, Zute. What do you think about this?
Pick up some kills. You're down to 2 players. There's like no cover to be really had. And yeah, that's 1. I think that's easy confirmed for Sam just as well. So good positional by Sam. When you're down to 2, go for the kills. And I think that's what a lot of these teams are doing. The teams that have only 2 players up or so, they know there's no cover in that circle besides the compound. So there's no way for you to snake or hide. So just look for the kills. Black Dragons with 4 players still up, the only 4-man team, looking like they could be the potential chicken dinners of this one.
Yeah, that makes sense. 19E have 6 kills so far, so that's going to be some solid points to add to their total, and so far a top 5 finish as well. So if they're gonna hopefully try to get those placement points just a little bit further. Here comes Furious Gaming. It's Papi Potro, the last player alive. He's gonna find that rock and he's gonna be hugging it real tight, but not for too long, because Leon caught him slipping.
Yeah, this is why you want to stay on the edge like 19 Esports is doing. There's no cover. There's some rocks, but it's definitely not any hard cover. Leon making use of that blown up fake, you ask Carly. And you see Sam with Leon. They're trying to figure out where to go. Like, Where did we go? There's no cover. Black Dragons. And we're down to four teams, actually. Rise, 19 Esports, and Black Dragons, and Nova. Nova just driving in with their 2 players, and they're having the same problem. No cover anywhere to be found.
And they get blown up on the way in. Yeah, 3 teams remaining. This circle has just proven to be so tough here. And you can see, looks like Rise going to possibly go for the run over. Starting to put some pressure onto 19E, but the Black Dragons actually give 19E a little bit of a helping hand here as they do get some shots onto Rise. So it's possible a big third-party situation is coming up. Black Dragons with the full team up. They have the numbers advantage. And the circle shifts completely off into the wide, and I mean wide open.
That's one of the few times I've seen a circle shift where literally not a single player is in it, but 19 Esports, they're heading right back into it. I think what 19 Esports is betting on is that they could just survive long enough that 2 other teams will fight each other, so they turned tailed and just went for the rotation quick, but Rise Esports, they are not having any of it. They pick up 1 kill onto 19 Esports. Black Dragons making a move of their own, and it's going to be a 2-way tangle with just Sam trying to have none of it.
Damn, like a baby koala in a tornado, dude. He's just trying to hold on for everything he can. Trying to get some points for 19E. He's already in a top 3 situation, trying to possibly steal at least another placement. Black Dragons with the full squad up, finding their way in. It looks like one of the Dragons does end up finding a position in the rest of the circle. The rest of the team is going to be following him shortly. And it's going to be a nice little 3-man fight here. Sam having to gatekeep the rest of Rise, but here they come. Got to win this up-close fight.
He's got that UMP in hand. The other player's only 1 HP, but that other player has cover from behind. 2 players with supporting sidelines, and I think that's actually Black Dragons helping Sam out, so Sam will stay alive. Maybe he will get that 2nd place finish that he's so desperately looking for, as the other 2 members of Rise Esports still not in zone. And surprisingly, the Black Dragons looking like guardian angels right now for Sam.
To say, Sam is just basically praying to those angels, saying, hey, help me out here, I'm in trouble. Rise just trying to get the push and finish this last player so they can control this side of the circle. But, I mean, they are just getting beat up by these Dragons, and Mufasa committing to the laydown.
Oh, the grenade.
It looks like Mythic able to take out Sam with that grenade. So Rise have at least put themselves into the top 2, but it looks like it's only a matter of time, and that's gonna be it. Black Dragons got the chicken dinner in this one.
Black Dragons, I think, and another team we haven't really seen too much of getting that dub, getting that win. Great job for Black Dragons, 1,000+ damage. It just came down to just holding the edge, keeping 4 members alive, and that's exactly what Black Dragons did. And yeah, that was a weird game. A lot of teams got stuck on the bridge. A lot of teams tried to swim over. Black Dragons found that sweet spot and just made it right across with 4 members alive and avoided a lot of the bridge camp fights that a lot of the other teams had to go through.
Dude, it was like it's basically Bridge Camp Friday or something on this Erangel. I mean, it was on both ends of the map. Teams were just struggling to get their way in. But take a look at this beautiful report we got here at the bottom. You can see so far Sam in that one. You know,
Sam
with 4. There you go, and getting some good placement points as well. Hopefully, this kind of gives 19E just a little bit of that pick-me-up that they need for the rest of the day here, because they need some big points for the rest of the tournament.
Definitely. 19 Esports for the PMPL North Americas, they had a similar thing. They started off really bad. We were questioning if they were actually going to make it or not. And then towards the later half, they brought it back up. Maybe this is a start. That's their best game yet. And of course, this was the beginning of the game. Shifan and yeah, he went for the revive. He went for the revive. They saw 3 players on a trike. There is no way they miscounted that. So huge lapse of judgment, or somebody made the wrong call. That was just a huge throw by Nova right there. But Nova actually that last game got a pretty good placement with just 2 players. So I guess it kind of worked out for them.
That's something they're so good at doing, just making up something even out of nothing. And look at this bridge camp. Here are the highlights I've been trying to see. Team Queso looked like they started that one off. And on the other side, it was Alpha 7. And was that Rise Esports? Maybe they were the squad that put up that car wall. And moving back on over, of course, you know, you saw that crazy fight there on that side of the bridge. Carnage able to just go ahead and put some work on the Mezexis, but Mezexis shutting them down real quick.
Oh, beautiful run over to right there. Mezexis is trying to stay alive, but yeah, the grenade. That grenade comes in and it's just all done.
And it's just such a crazy game this one was. The zone just being so tough, especially towards the end, ending up literally in the wide open. And we just saw the Black Dragons from this position up top, just putting so much pressure in either direction. Sam, we didn't get to see that one there live. Sam putting in a whole bunch of work on top of that nice little tower, able to get some nice kills.
It was a good game. It was a good game for a lot of these teams that really needed the points. Black Dragons having a great showing there. Rise Esports as consistent as ever, right? This is the first time I think we didn't see A7 with a lot of kills or towards the end game, but Rise, they're back in there again. So I think Rise trying to catch up onto Alpha 7.
Ooh, Rise are starting to rise, everybody. And you guys, make sure you rise up and get ready for some more PUBG Mobile action, as we'll be right back after this break.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back to PMPL Americas. Another exciting game, this time in the military base, really throwing things for a loop. I also quickly want to make a special announcement. We are also adding into the game PMPL crates, so definitely go in and check that out. We got some good goodies, good gear in there. But that map, a really strange one, guys. Not only did we get sent all the way down to the military base, we had a lot of shenanigans on the bridge. There was a very interesting whole burnt out car blockade that someone somehow found the time and the actual vehicles to make that happen. A lot of people dying in blue. And then once you hit the end game, it was just no one was in the center. No one was in the center. So we're going to pull up the map ranking. Glitter, Black Dragons with the win, but there's a lot of spread kills here.
Yeah, there's a lot going on this game. I mean, congratulations to Black Dragons for getting the chicken dinner. 21 points. That's definitely some points that they need. But I mean, 6 kill points to Black Dragons, 5 to Rise, 7 to 19 Esports, 5 to Nova, 7 to Honored Souls. I mean, this is so spread out because of the way this game played out. You've got 17 points, 17 points, 13 points, 11 points. This is, if these are the types of games that we're going to get every once in a while, that's where, in the overall, those middling teams are talking about, these points are going to matter. These are the types of games that will shake things up, as we see Alpha 7, once again, even if they get only 1 placement point, still able to get 5 kill points on the board, some more points themselves, and Mezexis rounding out the top 8 there, 7. And then because of that spread, this is a little bit of a sad second page.
Yeah, ATON Esports started it with 4 points. Fraternity Esports there with 2 points. Team Queso actually a big surprise at Knights as well here with just 2 points apiece. And then if we go down XSET, INTZ, a team that got a chicken dinner earlier today, only being able to collect 0 points. That's right. Buluc Chabtan as well. Same with Syndicate. Overall, crazy match. It ended up so fast too. I wasn't even ready. I was still reminiscent of Nova just absolutely throwing the beginning of that game.
Yeah, but even despite the fact that all those teams at the bottom really struggled finding any points at all, like there were even 2 teams that didn't get a single point. Then XSET on top of that only got 1 placement, still no kills for them. The top, as widespread as those kills are, 7. I'm very, very curious how these damage numbers are going to look. Are we going to see some teams with a really big peak, or is it going to be very, very linear across the board? We're going to finally see a big old plateau here.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we do. Oh, actually,
okay.
There's 3 teams that are a little bit of a lead there. 19 Esports, Black Dragons, and Mezexis. Wow, Mezexis. That is actually 1,300 damage and 4 kills. Boy, if you guys would have just been able to confirm more of that damage and kills, that would have been great. But for 19 Esports, I mean, this is a team that definitely needed this kind of performance. They were in 15th place, I think, starting at the beginning of that match. Now they're in 14th place. They were able to climb up a little bit, which is something for them. And then we do have Black Dragons, which honestly, for that team, if you would have told me that they were going to get a chicken dinner after what we saw, what they were able to do yesterday, I would have been saying, you're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. But for them to be able to get at least 6 kills and a chicken dinner is great for them. And then we go down. Then we have that little bit of a drop-off. We do have Rise. We do have Alpha 7. And then what's interesting to me here, Glitter, is that we actually are able to still see Knights put up a great amount of damage.
I'm not even looking at that. I'm looking all the way down at Nova and Furious Gaming. Furious Gaming has almost dead even bars, but I think this is the first time ever that we have seen the kills, the blue bar, higher than the damage bar when I look at Nova, okay? Talk about efficiency. We've said that so many times when we see people who have that even close to being even. They managed to get more kills than they should have had for the amount of damage that they put out. I mean, you called them out for failing in the beginning, but they brought it back a little bit.
That's either stealing kills, which, listen, with the chaos that we saw throughout that game, around the edges, on the bridges, wouldn't be a surprise at all, or maybe just the fact that the blue damage was there helping them out. Let's look at the top 3 players, Glitter, and after looking at that damage charts, I have no clue who's going to be here.
You know, I didn't either. Nice to see Mythic up here again for Rise. 24K for Mezexis, and that's a player that we saw throughout PMPL NA, a player that does stand up for Mezexis pretty frequently, but we get a 19E player up here. 7, we got Sam. Sam and 24K actually doing almost the exact same amount of damage, 643, 668 respectively, and then Sam and Mythic tying for those kills. But this is a very different top 3, to say the least, which I think is completely warranted with how atypical that entire last match was.
Yeah. I mean, so 7. Black Dragon, despite getting the win because of the chaos that the previous game was, none of those players were on the top 3. I'm sure they would be a little disappointed about that. That being said, a win is a win. Gonna be happy about that. So we do want to give you an opportunity to sort of highlight the Black Dragons players. They did get a win. That's got to be good for them, right?
It's definitely good for them. And the reason why I was hinting at after their performance yesterday is because yesterday they were only able to get 20 points. So for them to be able to pass the amount of points that they got in one day, just one match, that's going to be incredible for them, as we do see GC right here with 524 damage, 1 kill, 3 knocks. It's not bad. And then we got, bro, I'm not even going to try to say your name. 285 points, 3 kills, 3 knocks, 22 average survival time. I mean, for these players too, and the reason why I also wanted to talk about them is because today they are just performing so much better in comparison to what they were doing yesterday. For example, GC yesterday, he only had 1 kill, and this is gonna be really sad now that I put it in this way, but he's outperforming that. Today he has 2 kills, so yay him. Hopefully they're able to continue to do this, because they were able to push themselves from 14th place, all jokes aside, to 9th place, and they're now in that battle for that 8th place. Keep in mind, we've been talking about how those top 8 teams are the ones that are going to be going to PMGC. So if Black Dragons can maybe take advantage again of Ultimate Mayhem and get another chicken dinner, it's only going to be benefiting them.
At least I haven't been caught out yet. Nobody's realized that GX is me. Okay? That's why there's no player photo.
Okay, so yeah, it's good for Black Dragons, who were, as you mentioned, coming in from the lower side of the leaderboard, put themselves at least a little bit higher with this round win. But I'm still just remembering the multiple drop-offs in points in like tiers on that leaderboard. So they're definitely gonna have to keep this up. But one team that has continued to keep the momentum rolling is A7. Just kidding. Yes, them, but also wanted to look at Rise. They got 2nd place in the previous game. We wanted to give a little bit of an update on their average stats of today versus yesterday. So Glitter, I think we had a couple of things we wanted to look at regarding that. Is it going to be on track to stay on point, if not more?
Yeah, I think we just wanted to check in to see how consistent we've got play-wise out of the squad, because they're obviously our 2nd place team. They've been doing very well for themselves. Now, take into consideration there's still 2 more matches for today on the line for this squad. So the fact that they're as close as they are right now with 2 more matches on the line, I went straight to average kills. Okay, average kills, they are currently higher from yesterday, but by 0.17. So we ask for consistency out of teams all the time. We ask for consistency out of players, and we're getting that out of Rise. Their damage is not that far off. They did do more on average yesterday, but they're still close to that 1K mark here today, and with these next 2 matches, they might be able to kind of match that. They do have a higher average survival time today, which might play into maybe them getting a few more placement points here and there, but either way, this is the type of consistency we're looking for out of teams that are going to be qualifying through.
Yeah, and even though the average stats are a little lower today than yesterday, we have Miramar coming up next, and we know that's one of their better maps, so we'll see if that average can't get even higher, get a little more matchy at the end of the next match, which is coming up shortly. So I'm going to send you to Away. We have the next match to set up to get into, so thank you for your insight, thank you for your input. But first, before we go into Miramar, I have to remind you once again about the exciting PUBG Mobile reunion event coming up. A lot of exciting stuff is happening. Join now to participate. You only have until December 19th. You get daily login events. You get a bunch of free permanent items. And then, of course, special collaboration events, including the Koenigsegg collaboration that has in it the Jesco car skin available on sale now. So go get yourself a new shiny vehicle. And then, of course, we have Arcane combo with PUBG Mobile, a match made in heaven. We got daily unlocks for this as well. Go get your rewards. Go get your gear. Go get your skins as well. Don't go anywhere, though, because we've got Miramar coming right up. So I'm going to invite back. It's going to be Hot Jukes and Zute, gentlemen. The previous match was great. Do you think Miramar is going to deliver as well, Zoots?
I think we won't get a 50-50 on if it goes into the water or not, because there's barely any water, so it'll be less chaos that way for sure. But Miramar, definitely a map that I always enjoy. And Hot Jukes, what are your thoughts on this upcoming Miramar game?
Yeah, I'm just can't stop thinking about what Glitter said, dude. Is she the last dragon? I'm not gonna say that, you know, I'm not saying that she is or she isn't, but I've never seen Glitter or GX in the same room, if you know what I'm saying.
Good question. I'm gonna go find out. I'll leave you guys to it.
Let me know, Cameron, please. We got investigator Cameron on the case, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have an answer for you shortly. Zute, Miramar, bro. Okay, what has stood out to you so far? Which team is gonna win this one, and which team is gonna go out first? Tell me.
Ooh, dang, you really dropped that fast on me. The first team that's gonna go out is gonna be Nova Esports, and the team that's gonna win is Alpha 7. I mean, you asked me, we saw what happened to Nova in the very beginning of that last game. So like, hey, like if you're gonna ask me who's gonna go out, Nova, that looked really a little bit sketchy there. But yeah, we're on to Miramar, we're on to the plane, and as far as I can tell, this plane path is pretty good. Okay, nothing too crazy, nothing too wild, and wow, look at number 5 on the top fragers list. Goops, He's coming for that MVP. That is the Knights. Let me take a double check. The Knights currently are in 7th place, but Coops is in the top 5 fragger list. So shout out to Coops. It's not easy to get into the top 5 fragger list when you're not a top 3 team scores wise right now. So major props to Coops right there.
Yeah, they're not in the top 3, but look at the amount of points they got, right? Nice. I'm telling you, we see Coops start popping off here. I think we're going to start to see the Pittsburgh Knights really start stepping it up. And it's just crazy to see if you look at this. I mean, as far as teams really from North America, it's just, I mean, Pittsburgh Knights are highest on the list at 7th place. So we're seeing, these LATAM teams, teams from Brazil just straight dominating into the leaderboards. But the point gap is just insane. I mean, look at the difference from Alpha 7 versus Pittsburgh Knights. That's more than 100 points there, Zute, as we see this first circle come on up. And what do you got to say about that one?
You know what I see? I see the circle, but what I'm more curious in seeing is XSET versus Team Queso again. Last time, Queso just absolutely ran XSET out of the city. We saw Killswitch trying to hop onto a bike and take off, and then he got minied right off that bike. And they're dropping there again, so I think this time, XSET, they're more prepared to take a fight, hopefully, because they just kind of got diminished immediately against Queso. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen there. We see 2 players knocked. I see a player from Syndicate dying right there. Another player this is okay. I said the plane path was looking safe for everybody, but people chose violence today.
I mean, it's just so crazy to see that out of all the maps, for some reason, the largest one, right, where there's so many different places to loot, Miramar, we see squads drop on top of each other. And we're going to see Syndicate. ATON is completely knocked. Rad's completely finished out. And Buluc Chabtan, they end up losing 1 in the process. And Fernand get these shots off with that mini. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to. ATON is going to look to get revived here.
Yeah. Brain going for that revive down to 3. BC, though, definitely looking to play aggressive, trying to find these picks. And with the way BC is laid out on the map, they kind of do have them surrounded. So I'm not too surprised if they do keep venturing to try and find these finishes. And there you go. Reyes getting 1 onto ATON. And now Syndicate back down to 2. I think at this point, this is where you cut your losses. Stay in that vehicle and just drive on out of there. You guys are just sandwiched from every angle. There is no recovering this.
Yeah, you're going to lose 2 right there, and that 2 is gone. Buluc Chabtan, double M249, popping out Brain! Woo! The hang time. I give that one a good 7 out of 10.
You know, Brain just realizes, okay, I can't drive out of here. Maybe I can launch my way to the moon. Does not work, though. But actually, Syndicate does get a knockback, and just as I say that, they are finished out. 4 kills for BC. BC do lose 1 player, though, but at this point, I think losing 1 player for 4 kills is not too bad. We see how hard it is to get these points with teams like Rise and Alpha 7 soaking everything up. So take what you can get.
Take what you can get. Oh, the replay here. Oh, the pistol coming out. And oh, unfortunately, we don't see the punch out. He looked like he tried to run for that buggy, but he was shut down real quick by the kid.
Man, maybe he could have tried to throw some fizz, and there's that return trade by Brain, so just a 1-for-1 blow. Back to what I was talking about earlier, off of the plane path. We got a XSET versus Team Queso situation here, and this time around, XSET playing way slower, along with Team Queso, so they're kind of forced into this stalemate, but I think Team Queso kind of came out on top in terms of loot. And oh, just as I say that, there goes down Polo. So XSET, once again, not getting the better end of this trade, and this also gives Team Queso the wrap and surround on XSET. So Team Queso might just be looking to completely take out XSET now.
Yeah, it looks like, Team Queso had the same strategy as XSET, trying to go onto this off angle, have that 3-1 split, but Team Queso getting the last laugh on that one, not to mention taking out pretty much one of their most solid players, Polo. Now Team Queso, they're on the run, trying to hunt down the rest of XSET, and this is just what happens when you pretty much hot drop on a squad. We see this happen all the time. Your looting phase time just gets taken down tremendously, and it's almost just like a lose-lose scenario. So I wonder if after this match, if XSET is just going to give this up to Team Queso or vice versa. I honestly don't see Team Queso moving at all from Montenuevo.
Oh no, I mean this would be the second time that Queso is winning, and I think when we come into the Americas, right? Yes, teams are battling for those placement points, those kill points to qualify into the next stage of the tournament. But another big thing once you get into the Americas is there's pride. Right? These teams are also battling for their region's pride, and so I don't think Queso is going to give this fight up anytime soon, especially when they're winning it for their region.
It's so true, and the Miramar seems to be that map where just players and teams want to battle it out for their spots the most, and it seems to be a trend in almost every single tournament that we've seen so far. And at some point, if you're smart, you're going to have to just give it up. You have to give that spot up. And I think XSET, after these past couple run-ins with Team Queso, I think it's time.
I would have to give them one more try. Just one more try.
One more?
I mean, they're not done yet. They have 3 up. Sure, they're just kind of wasting Team Queso's time. Team Queso more likely to win the fight still. But, I mean, the fight's not done. We've seen 3v4s. We've seen 1v4s, right? So it's not completely done and out. But on the opposite side of the map, now we are finally looking towards the center of the map. There are some teams that did make their fast rotations, and of course there are the teams that decided to drop on the edge, take a little bit longer, and teams that are fighting. But Nova Esports playing center zone right now, doing a pretty big 2-2 splits. Here we see Knights doing a 0 split, just playing it way safer, realizing the lobby, the level, the aggression, just way higher than what maybe these teams are accustomed to.
Yeah, it's opting to play it safe, get some decent points on the board consistently. I mean, this is the reason why they're one of the top teams in at least NA that are performing on the leaderboards, but they still have a long way to go if they want to really confirm that top 7 spot. The Knights, like you mentioned, playing it super tight, super careful, dead center of this next circle right near La Bandita. Now Nova across the way. Pretty much all the teams have to have the same idea because they're all very, very bunched up in this area.
Yeah, everybody looks bunched up, but we still have so much space left on the map to play, and we are still in the very first circle. So zone could go any which way. We don't have a clue as to where it would shift. And another thing I'm keeping an eye on is Alpha 7. Of course, Alpha 7 is on the edge. No surprise there. You guys can't see it. But Alpha 7's on the edge of the map with Mezexis really close by. So I feel like that's going to be a fight that's about to potentially break out. And my money would definitely have to be on to Alpha 7.
Oh, I can see 24K. See Mafioso driving on by. As we shift back over to the map, you can see there, Syndicate already out of this one. 50 remaining. Next circle is looking to start heading centered up, most likely. It's actually going to go further down south near Los Leones. So Alpha 7 going to continue their drive down south.
Yeah, and at the center of the circle on that shift, well, I mean, this is a very difficult terrain of Miramar to play in. It's just all rolling hills. You got that giant mountaintop, and if it goes anywhere towards the west, well, you have the whole entire city of Los Leones to play in. And of course, if we go a little bit to the east, it's water or Puerto Paraiso. So no matter how the circle goes from here on out, it's going to be quite an interesting Miramar game.
Oh, yes, indeed. Still some water into this one here. And as we see these teams rotating on, one thing that just definitely just hits in my mind is that 19 didn't go out first.
Oh yeah. And Nova didn't go out first, which is what I predicted. It was actually Syndicate. So good for Nova, I guess, surviving this long. But Nova making their rotation. You see that 2-2 split? I think they want to try and group up, but maybe they're getting a little bit caught out. Their rotation's a little bit staggered. We see Black Dragons actually rotating more closely together as a group, and they could crash into that Nova compound between Memory and YDD. Shifan getting shot at, INTZ coming into the mix, and I mean, playing split is fine, but rotating split, that's when things get a little bit dangerous.
And it's so tough to be able to get that rotation timing perfectly. You don't want to be too spread out in your vehicle, and you don't want to be too close together either. Nova able to survive on this rotation for now. They are still quite split up from each other. Hopefully not trying to make that rotation player sacrifice. Want to keep all 4 players up in this one. So far, Buluc Chabtan will have 4 kills. Team Queso did pick up 1. Nova looks like they're going to be able to survive for now. And you can see Shivan just bandaging up, not trying to use any of his big utility.
Use the bandages instead of the med kit when you're safe. Rise right next to INTZ, and actually one of the players from INTZ got knocked. We see a lot happening in the kill feed, but it's so hard to track. These are all super long distance knocks, and I think it was, yeah, Black Dragons that got a knock onto INTZ, and we saw Nova in the kill feed getting a knock onto a player too. Just a lot of pot shots back and forth. As far as the players left alive, nothing's really changed. No kills were confirmed. Syndicate is still out. XSET, of course, losing that 1 member. And BC with only 3 members too. But, oh yeah, that was the fight between Syndicate. So we haven't missed anything yet. Just a lot of long distance exchanges.
And we're going to continue to see that for the next 2 circles here. Uh-oh. Mufasa possibly biting off a little bit more than he can chew as he's getting very, very close to Alpha 7. The rest of Rise are starting to position up and get ready for this potential fight coming up. And that's going to be a big one. Looks like we're going to go ahead and hold on that for now as this next circle is about to pop. Zute, are we going to see a hard shift here?
I want every possible shift except up to the north. Because if it goes up to the north, I think that area of the map is just a little bit boring for my taste. Just a lot of flat ground with, you know, covers, you know, spliced in. A very easy zone to play in my opinion. If it goes anywhere else, though, like a zone like that, yes, Hot Jukes, that is what I'm talking about. That's a zone I like to see. But Alpha 7, once again, fighting with Rise. These 2 teams just can't stop taking shots at each other. Alpha 7 down to 2 players, getting a revive on 1. And I think Rise also down 2 players, but the Rise team is more split up. So Alpha 7, they're going to come out ahead of Rise once again.
And they just got a finish, so now they know for a fact that this is Rise that they're going up against. And they know that, hey, this is the team in the 2nd place position. This is a good opportunity for us to make a little bit of that separation against them. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Alpha 7 play even more aggressive here to take this team out.
Alpha 7, the only goal they have is 1st place. And sure, points get you to 1st place, but you know what else lets you keep 1st place? Stopping the 2nd place team. So you're absolutely right. You see Alpha 7, the circle already shifted, but Alpha 7, they're in no rush to rotate at all, especially after confirming that kill. They want to hurt Rise and stop them as fast as possible.
And Nunez is underneath that RV, and he ain't moving a muscle. You see the little dragon. You can see.
Oh my god.
Oh, baby Godzilla, why did you roar?
The eyes on Carrillo to spot out that player. He didn't even have his gun out. That's how scared he was. He was just like, please, please don't see me. But yeah, maybe it was the baby dragon. But we're not done yet. A fight between 19 Esports and Black Dragons. The winner from the last match is a little bit of a rematch almost. Maybe Sam can get his revenge and take the win this time around. Black Dragons with 1 player knocked. 19 Esports look like, oh, never mind. I was just going to say 19 Esports look like they have the advantage. Not anymore, as he tries to go for another 2-piece. It is all out mayhem right here. Close range CQC fight. I think it's an even fight, 2v2.
Here comes 19E though. They're gonna have a 2v1 situation if they're able to get this push. You can see that he heard that pin pop, and he's gonna run away from that one. He's gonna wait for the rest of his team to come help him out from the backside. Carnage is quite lit, but it looks like he did get the nade on that dragon coming up from behind. It's up to this last remaining player. Can he able to take out the rest of 19E in a 2v1 situation? Carnage coming around the corner. Switches up. FPP. Pre-fires. They know where he's at, and they got him.
This is the 19 Esports we have been missing. A team that's more aggressive, confident. Sure, they get only 4 kill points and lose 2 players, but that is way better. Like I've been saying, that's way better than they have been doing. So it's that switch. 19 Esports, they always come in a little bit stronger towards the second half of the tournament, and hopefully this momentum carries on, and coming into day 3 and 4, we're going to see them more upwards towards the leaderboards.
Yes, sir, indeed. We'll see Gary catching Mafioso slipping there in that corner. He's going to get thirsted instantly. So Rise actually just, you know, getting a little bit of revenge, taking out one of the players from Alpha 7 in that process, but Alpha 7 get the last laugh, taking him out completely.
Yeah, a little bit of a sucker punch, but Alpha 7 still live on to fight. 3 kill points already for Alpha 7, down to 3 players, and they're looking like they're not stopping anytime soon. And we actually, in the midst of all this action, got another circle shift. It is not going to be in the Los Leones city, but instead it's going to be centered on top of that giant mountaintop. So still going to be quite an interesting game.
Ooh, you can see Senat Dex out there with that beautiful Koenigsegg. Getting pretty there, just getting their eyes in the lay of the land. 19E, oh, Carnage going the wrong way, directly into the middle of this Death Valley of INTZ and Alpha 7. He's going to get thirsted instantly.
Yep, that's Carnage going out. 19 Esports just down to 1 player now. 19E Leon. Maybe he could do what Sam did. I mean, Sam did manage to clutch up a 3rd place finish on that last game. Leon, though, nowhere close to zone. It's going to be a lot harder for Leon to pull off the same miracle. Alpha 7 going for their rotation as well.
Here they go. Going to start sending it on down. The rest of it looks like Furious Gaming up on top. They're going to get some good sight lines. And, oh, man, this Koenigsegg is getting beat up here by Furious Gaming. Are they able to make it to safety for now? Looks like they're going to find a couple rocks, and they're going to hit the deck.
Hit the deck, but they're still not in zone. And Furious Gaming, they got no one else to look at. No other teams anywhere close to them as far as sightlines is concerned. So they should look to pick up these 2 kills onto Alpha 7. But Alpha 7, such an experienced team. I wouldn't be surprised if somehow, some way, even with Revo going down, they could survive this just a little bit longer.
You can see Senat Thexa on the rotation. That's just so crazy. Normally, every other team will count them down and out, but when it comes to Alpha 7, you just got to believe that they're going to be able to pull out something. This just seemed to be kind of like that little miracle squad. I mean, just putting out some crazy, crazy plays. Carrillo, he's going to get finished most likely, but he is going to be able to relay to his team that he is safe within the next circle. So, you know, the rest of this team is going to try to be able to get to his position. Revo's going to try to get to it quickly, though. Looks like he's going to be able to for now.
You know, coming into this game, Alpha 7 has 172 points with 10 matches played. And RIP to Mezexis right there. But 172 points with 10 matches played. That's an average of more than 17 points a game, which is a chicken dinner and 2 kills every game to get 172. Like, it is quite insane. But let's take a look.
Halfway through this tournament, too.
Yeah.
That's just ridiculous. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Revo is going to be the only one up left for Alpha 7 at the edge of that circle. And we're starting to see some teams really just take up those mountainsides, trying to get all those sight lines. ATON going to have a very good position. You can see them very, very spread out, getting all the lay of the land they possibly can. Coops still alive for the Pittsburgh Knights up in the north. And the next circle, head right dead center. Looking like a bullseye.
That is a nasty circle for everybody except Nova, Furious Gaming, and ATON. Everyone else is going to have to fight their way in from a very disadvantaged position. Actually, INTZ has a closed zone next to them. But yeah, 19 Esports was taken out. I don't think we caught that on the camera, but 19 Esports is out. And a little bit of a replay here. Let's see what we got from Team Queso. Is this a 2-piece with the Scar L taps? That's 1. Gets the 1 and the confirmed 1 kill point is 1 kill point.
1 and done right there from Team Queso, getting some nice kills. They have 4 total so far. Got a couple buggies here, and they're gonna have to start pushing into ATON. And it's gonna be a little bit difficult on this mountainside. You know, they're gonna have to most likely hug it and try to get their way in. But there's a lot of open terrain, and it's very easy to get taken out for them. Milos is going to have the angles here, but it doesn't look like he has the support, so he's all on his own some.
He does have the support. This is why the ATON position right here is so strong. He's got 3 members on top of the mountain with so much sightlines, and you see that player almost taken out. And you know what? Those players up there are pinging exactly where that Queso player went. That is how he nailed that grenade with such precision. He's got that sightlines, the support above, the eyes above for that grenade to just nail it instantly. Team Queso down to 3, and like I said, this is going to be a very hard disadvantage push for Team Queso to break in.
Ooh, ATON watch it like a hawk. It looks like they are going to have one member, Ayala, is going to find that angle. He's going to try and throw a nade there. Does piece him up a little bit. That's a beautiful nade toss. Almost caught him up twice, but it looks like he is going to be able to get the reset. So Team Queso able to survive a little bit longer. But Fraternity, they're going to go out right there. And we're starting to see teams drop like flies. ATON have to worry about the Axel from the other side.
Axel somehow snuck his way up there like a ninja, just backstabbing ATON and Soul. Doing the same thing. I was saying ATON was in a great position, but I don't think they were expecting that flank by Axel and the pinch by Souls at the same time. And that is actually Team Queso moving on in onto this zone with 4 players alive.
Honored Souls evicting ATON from the top of this mountain, and they're going to have all 4 up. Axel's going to be the only Queso up on top of this mountain. He's just going to try and hold that position to wait for this team to get there. And you can see Chief from downtown get some shots onto INTZ. And right now, these squads are just hoping that this circle goes to them, because if it hard shifts away, oh man, it's trying to pass up those medkits.
That is that hard shift.
Trigger.
Oh, hit it. Oh, try number 3. Oh, a little bit. That player is 1 HP. That's when you should just spray with that Scar L. But of course, you don't know if you're going to hit the shot if you don't take in. We've seen some insane sniper shots, but not any for Furious Gaming right there. Now, the team's out of zone. Souls and Team Queso, both teams with 4 players alive, so they could make a really hasty push and maybe break into the zone, but they're not going to be able to do it if they're focused on each other, because the teams inside the zone, they're going to just be looking to third party this fight.
I think we're seeing Team Queso just already go for those crates and getting ready to pass off those meds, because this is going to be a tough rotation regardless, even as a full 4-man squad. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see these teammates pull out the med strat here, because Honored Souls, look at this. I mean, it's a wide open field that they're going to have to cross to try to get into this next zone. Here goes Ayala and Rima, full setting it on over. They have 6 kills so far. If they're able to take out Honored, that'd be a nice 10. A nice 10 piece. Try to get some kills on their way in, because here comes the blue zone. Start to apply that pressure on all of them.
Meanwhile, I think Nova has just been sitting pretty, just watching all of this. I don't even think Nova has a single kill yet, but it is just all-out mayhem on the edges of the zone. Souls trying to push in. Team Queso pushing in. We got XSET pushing in. Furious Gaming here with INTZ on top. And Nova just chilling.
Big chillin'. They're just vibing there in the south, just waiting, saying, hey, come to Papa, because they are going to start pressing into this circle now, catching these teams on the rotation in. Ayala, last one up, and he is 1 HP, trying to get that first aid, and he knows it. He can't do it. The blue zone coming in too fast, and Team Queso is eliminated. Papa Blue coming in hot.
Team Queso try to get that backstab into Souls. I congratulate the effort they took the fight when they had 4 up. Just didn't work their way. We're down to 5 teams right now. We got INTZ. We got a solo of Furious Gaming. I think he's healing out in that blue. You see he's highlighted right now. So we're going to be down to 4 teams only very soon.
He'll switch the last remaining member up for XSET at the time being. Jay is knocked, and you can see Honored Souls there with the angles, but Killswitch doesn't want to take the risk. Yeah, these peaks so tight. Oh, he does catch the Dino on the way in.
Gets that kill confirmed. That's good.
It.
Yeah, and just the Souls team, they managed to find their way in. XSET is on the high ground, so Killswitch, if he gets the zone up there, he can just relax and lay low, and as a solo player, maybe even get a 2nd place, potentially a chicken dinner. And Nova finally trying their best to get involved, but they are getting shot up. Nova right now with 4 kill points, with also 4 players alive. Can Killswitch, ooh, this grenade could be a good one. Falls a little bit too short.
Just a little short right there. That's unfortunate for him. The rest of Honored Souls are just getting pieced up from every direction. Nova trying to apply that pressure on, but the circle switches on over to INTZ. So they are sitting pretty for this one. It's now their time to just sit pretty. And they are just piecing up Nova like crazy.
I think Nova kind of made a mistake in prioritizing which position they wanted to third party and control, because they put themselves in a back against the wall. When INTZ was busy, they might have been able to take INTZ's position, but Nova still with 4 up. If they could shoot their way in, and just as I say that, Chiffon gets dropped by that headshot. INTZ not scared at all. Souls is still in the mix, and XSET finally does go out.
3 teams remaining, and Honored Souls are right up on top of INTZ. This could open up the door for Nova to start being able to cross with this distraction, but it looks like Honored Souls are keeping their eyes on both players, both squads. Look at that shot. Cut up top, Rin putting up some pressure up top. The smoke wall is about to come in huge, but it's not enough cover for them to be able to handle all this pressure. Now both focuses right onto Nova.
Oh man, Nova
it's
just
over.
Getting pieced up and pieced out. Third place finish, not too bad, but we're down to a 4v3 situation. Souls going extremely aggressive. The drop down from the top with the UMP. INTZ just down to 1 player. That grenade slipping out of his hand. It is GG's for Souls pretty much, unless INTZ could pull off a miracle.
And you can just see him trying to make the plays. The gun switch to that M4, the pre-fire, but it's not going to be there for too long. It looks like it's all Honored Souls coming from the top rope. Getting the nice little dunk on to INTZ. What a game. What a finish for Honored Souls. A big game for them.
Super huge game. 1,590 damage, 11 kills. This Honored Souls team, they're warming up. They're just getting started. They're getting better and better and better. We've seen some glimpses of them shine here and there, but this was not an easy chicken dinner by any means. We saw how they had to scale up the mountain, scale down the mountain, protect their flanks from Queso, fight their way in. A well-deserved chicken dinner for Honored Souls.
That's so huge. I'm really proud to see Nadine just kind of come back strong and be able to put in some work with this squad. That chicken dinner is going to do great for their overall mentality. And I mean, I want to see them just continue that momentum into this last game coming up here. So he actually ended up with the most kills right there, top 4. Shifad ended up with the top damage, and he ended up getting the nade kill as well. So a great performance from Honored Souls, and they played that one to perfection.
Yeah, shout outs to Dadine. I got the chance to meet him last year when I was over at PMGC. So great guy, super experienced. Good to see his team pop off, and hopefully we'll get to see him in PMGC once again. And I'm surprised, 1 nade kill. That's the record nade kills from Miramar. Usually we see a little bit more on Miramar, but maybe the zones, man, they just shifted in ways where it was all about the gunpowder.
All about the gunpowder indeed. Let's take a look at some of that gunpowder here in this highlight section. And it's going to start off there, off of 7. Yeah, just catching Rise, the number 2 squad, slipping and taking them out early.
And there was that scrap between 19E and Black Dragons where 19E came out on top, and we're back here. Yeah, you see it here, the 2v1 at the very end. 19 Esports getting some kill points in at least, and this is Rise's little sucker punch back into A7. But yeah, A7 got him. Have the last laugh, like you said.
And it's so crazy, like when you get one thirst on a 1-player Alpha 7, how quick they are to turn and take you out in return. Always put themselves in a good position to support each other. Team Queso being able to get the knock off the back of the buggy, as they're gonna have to make that player sacrifice on this rotation. A sacrifice made by many inside of Miramar.
Oh, Miramar, so hard to rotate. That was probably one of the more difficult zones to rotate, and we saw people had to rotate on foot for the last few circles because you just can't scale up those mountains. And from the top, Team Queso, this could have been Team Queso's win. If Team Queso wiped out Honored Souls, they would have been in that position to win the game. So Team Queso, I think they made the right decision. Sure, they went out, but if they won that, they win the game. So smart choice by Team Queso, a team that has been quiet, but very consistently quiet. They're in the top leaderboards, just haven't really gotten those chicken dinners yet.
And that's really all it takes. I think we start seeing them just continue with that consistency, getting those points, and if they get those good couple of circles, I think we're going to see those big pop-off games for them. So Team Queso just still showing that even when they get those bad positions, they're able to put up some solid points, and that is a great sign for this team.
Yeah, but Souls, they stole the spotlight for this game. We still got a few more games coming up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a really quick break.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro, oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back. Another exciting match on Miramar, similar to the previous game. A lot of open space, Glitter. But first, we do want to tell you guys, we have one game left, so make sure to invite all your friends to join in on the show, not just this evening, but the next few days of this event. The higher viewer count we get, either in-game or on stream, the more rewards that you get. But as I was saying, Glitter, a lot of open space, a lot of long-range fighting happening through, so let's have you walk us through how that happened, how that affected the overall map leaderboard.
Yeah, Honored Souls, yet another different squad for the day with the chicken dinner. 11 kill points for Honored Souls, 26 points. I mean, that is going to be a huge game for them, but INTZ definitely showing us a lot more consistency today. 8 kill points and 20 points for them as well. Nova Esports, they almost had it there at the end, but they just couldn't hold on. Still 14 points for Nova, and they're followed immediately up by XSET as well. We saw Kill Switch there at the end trying to survive to get as many points for XSET as he could, resulting in 11 points. Team Queso bouncing back here 7 after they had a little bit of a slower game last time. And then rounding out the top 8, we got Furious Gaming, Buluc, and 19E. 5 kills. I mean, I feel like now that these squads have this lobby figured out a little bit better, we're starting to see more use of those kill points from a lot of these teams.
Yep, and I'll tell you what, I was kind of happy to see that first page. I was kind of happy to see that Alpha 7 wasn't there and Mezexis Esports wasn't there, just because I want some of those teams that are currently in the middle to gather a lot more points. So it'll be a lot closer when we get to the final day. ATON Esports right there with 3 points. We do have Fraternity Esports there with 2. Knights as well with 2. It's been a hit or miss here for Knights. And then we go down Mezexis, 1 point. Rice Esports actually, surprisingly as well, 1 point as well with Syndicate.
Yeah, so that's the map ranking over. We're going to go to the top damage next. It's always interesting to see if how the leaderboard position relates to the overall damage and the overall, shall we say, activity in the round. Do we think Lost Soul is going to have it? We think, oh, it's INTZ. Okay, that's not one that I would have expected.
Yeah, it's definitely not one. And to be fair, it kind of just goes to show how Honor Souls was able to be just more consistent. That's not even the word that I'm looking for. I don't even know what word I'm looking for right now. 1,500 damage, 11 kills. That's not bad out of them. And to be fair, for INTZ, 2,100 damage. That is great considering some of the matches that we have had today out of them. big surprise. Alpha 7 still being able to maintain themselves there within that top damage. No matter where they end up on the leaderboard, Glitter and Cam, this team is always at least within the top 8 in regards to top damage.
Yeah, really sure to make it work all the time. Let's look at the top 3 players, Glitter, see which of those players from those teams really stood out and made a big name for themselves.
I was waiting to see which INTZ player it was going to be. We had to get at least one up here, but we actually get Shifan with the highest amount of damage here from Nova. I mean, we did see on that total damage graphic that Nova actually did have a pretty significant amount of damage considering the fact they only had 4 kills. Shifan actually does have 2 of those 4 kills, so 50% of pretty much the damage, because they had, I think, about 1,300 something, 1,380, I think, damage, plus kills. I mean, that's all Shifan this time around, so huge shout out to him for being up here because typically we're seeing the likes of Rin, etc. up here for Nova. You have the jersey ready, 7. You have the Nova jersey ready. Fanboying over here. And then we also have Chief from Honored Souls up there. 3 kills, 600 damage. I mean, I do like that we're at least getting a little bit of variety, not only in our chicken dinner winners here today, but in our top 3 as a result of those wins.
Yeah, we were looking at the start of the day, and not only noting that A7 was in a huge lead, there are also a couple of other teams up there, and that even the first couple of games, those teams at the top, they weren't necessarily winning everything, but they were still getting themselves a lot of points. I feel like we're heading towards the end here, and that's not really becoming a thing. We saw both A7 and Rise actually in the bottom 8 from this game, so maybe the other teams are all stepping it up. But 7, we also had a head-to-head here between Queso, who started the day in 3rd place, still performed very well. At least it seems like you want to see if that's the case. We're going to be comparing their day 1 versus their day 2 to see how they're stacking up against each other.
That's definitely the case. I wanted to see how consistent this team is currently being able to be because I'm just shocked at the way that they're currently performing, and I absolutely love it. And as you can see, I mean, they have fallen off a tiny bit, and to be fair, I'm okay with this because it's not that huge of a drop-off. 200 average damage, I mean, that's not bad. Average kills, you don't really care about that as much. With average kills, they've dropped about 1 kill per match, which is interesting. And the reason why I wanted to kind of highlight that too is because with this team, you usually tend to see a big roller coaster, but those additions currently from that team are working wonders. Today, Rema has been able to play as well, and he's been able to step it up. He's currently the player that's leading that team in kills. It's not just Lenin, so it's good to see that other players are stepping up, and that's something that I always suspect out of Team Queso.
Another team that's also stepped it up is, of course, Honored Souls, winning the previous match. They were finding themselves in the middle of the leaderboard up until now, so we're going to see where they are in the overall later on. But Glitter, let's take a quick look at what their stats were from this match. There was that one player that we saw, for the life of me can't remember the name, on the top 3. Was it just a hard carry? Kind of yes, kind of no.
Somewhere in the middle. I mean, we wanted to at least, check in with them, see what the stats looked like because they did have a really, really solid chicken dinner here. I mean, 11 kills across the board. Chief was up there in our top 3 players from this last match because of the damage alone being obviously one of the top damage dealer. But looking at the rest of the squad, I mean, you still have Ninhu is doing a decent amount of damage. Same thing with Didinho. Myth God is the only one that's down there, but for the amount of damage that he puts out, is still very efficient with that. 1 kill, 1 knockout, making sure the damage counts, and that's what matters for Honored Souls. I mean, you can see that there's at least a decent amount of teamwork going into this, especially when we take into consideration the fact that they haven't really had the opportunity to pop off yet. So this is actually looking very, very solid for them.
Yeah, I mean, don't rag on MythGod too much, guys, because speaking to the audience at home, because Glitter, you're being very, very kind. Because oftentimes in these games, not everyone can put out a huge amount of damage, right? Even in one particular game, sometimes it's just your job to watch the flank and nothing comes your way, and everyone else is just taking care of business. So it's really about the overall average of the course of the weekend, and it's about the overall leaderboard because we're going to take a look at that overall ranking 7. Alpha 7 are still in the lead. And it's actually still a pretty big gap, but is there anything else here that got a bit mixed up?
Yes, there's definitely something amazing that happened on that last round, and something that I've been wanting to see. Honored Souls was able to jump from 11th place all the way up to 5th place, pushing down XSET, pushing down ATON Esports, and now another team that we're not seeing here is going to be Mezexis. And I know, remember, at the beginning of the show when we show you this, and also halfway through after the third match, I think it was, when we show you this, there was huge drop-offs. You obviously still have Alpha 7 with what they did yesterday, even though they haven't gotten any chicken dinners today. They're still going to be leading. Unless Rise Esports just decides to win this last one, they might be able to close that gap. But with the other ones, just the gaps have closed so much. And with the second page here, I do want you to see 9th and 8th place are only separated by just 1 point, considering that 10th place is also tied with those 71 points. Everything can come down to just that one kill. If you, for some reason, are just now tuning in, we are expecting the top 8 teams to be qualifying to the next stage, to PMGC. So it's going to be interesting how close these teams are going to be able to gather. Furious Gaming as well, they're currently within that close track to get at least to 70 points. If they're able to maintain themselves within that average, they will be able to, and it's going to make it even spicier because after this match, we are going to be hitting that halfway mark, Glitter.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready. Let's wrap the day up.
Hey, whoa, not so soon. We do have one game left, so I'm going to send you guys away so we can get ready for that. We're going to be ending on Erangel once again. So thank you very much, Glitter and Seven, for your insight and for your help leading us all through. But before we go into Erangel, of course, I have to remind you yet again to check out the OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro. You know of all the features. They're amazing. Absolutely fantastic. Check it out. 120 hertz, flagship performance, hyper-touch technology. Really great device to use. I'm going to invite for the final time today back to the stage. It's going to be Hot Jukes and Zute. Oh, man, he's got it himself.
Ready and locked and loaded to go, baby. And guess what? I'm ready to go as well for this last match. Cameron, who's winning? Tell me.
Oh, God. Sorry, guys. I was told I got to go. So, sorry, you're breaking up.
So close, dude. We had him, dude. Hopefully we'll maybe get him next time. You know, that one there. Zoo, dude. Last game of the day. We're starting to see some squads, you know, starting to rise up a little bit. XSET now in that 7th place. 19E starting to creep up just a little bit too.
Yeah,
last game. I think this is huge for those teams at the bottom to pop off here so they can start going off into the rest of this tournament. Because after this one, half it's all over.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely 100% right. But there's one team I want to shout out that I feel like just really hasn't gotten the spotlight. That's going to be Team Queso. I think they've been in 3rd place for like almost the entire tournament. Of course, Alpha 7 in 1st after, you know, huge day. And then we always got to compare 1st place and 2nd place because there's that race to 1st place between Rise and Alpha 7. But Queso has just been sitting there in 3rd place with no chicken dinners this entire tournament. So 3rd place, they're doing great. They're doing amazing. But we keep talking about these other teams moving up and down, 1st and 2nd. I think this is the game that Team Queso needs a chicken dinner just to be like, hey, we are in this tournament too, and we're actually doing really good. You guys need to focus on us a little bit. So hopefully Team Queso gets a little bit of a blessing, maybe not a chicken dinner, but at least, you know, just getting a huge point grab, you know, maybe get a little bit closer to Rise. You see on the left side of your screen, yeah, there's a lot of point drop-offs. 1st and 2nd, that's about 30 points. 2nd to 3rd, that's also about 30 points. But I want to see Team Queso break it up there and make their name just shouted out, right? Queso is here to play.
Right. Queso, my Latin brothers over there, gotta hit him with that. Pues aquí estoy. Here I am, you know, and I think that this could be that good game to really just give that little extra punch to show guys. I mean, you're in top 3. I mean, that's so insane already, you know, but I think just to make a little bit more noise, get people talking about you just a little bit more, I think a good chicken dinner here will definitely do it. But I think you're totally right. I mean, Team Queso, I love their strategy because I think they understand the type of team that they are. And they are that one squad that I look at and they just play such a team game. So conservative, and they make sure that they're putting up points no matter what the situation is. And I just love it. I love it because, you know, they don't put themselves in very high-risk situations. And for this type of tournament, I think their play style has just shown to be so successful. And that's why we see him up here on the top leaderboards. What do you think?
I gotta agree. It's like a nice, fine balance. I remember last year, Queso was like too passive. Sevens mentioned it on, broadcast the previous day. Queso last year takes a little bit for them to ramp up, get into form, get that confidence. But now they found a nice little middle ground. We saw like when they drop against another team like XSET, they don't just, don't do anything. They still take that fight. They still come out on top. But afterwards, they don't do those crazy like 4v4s like Alpha 7. They play a little bit more conservative and just kind of slipping under the radar, but staying top 3 overall is really good. I mean, we've seen the shifts up and down. So that just goes to show how consistent this team really is. And their strategy too, just a very consistent strategy.
Yeah, you love to see. I mean, like, I think that engagement with XSET was a really good example, right? Because they got that 1 kill, but they understand of, you know what? Going and pressing them, it's a risk, right? We may lose somebody early. Let's just keep the, take that 1 point and move on. Unlike Alpha 7, they get that 1 kill and they're full sending it, right? Like, they're full sending it to get that full flush. But we're starting to see those different play styles and different successes either or. Rise Esports getting some more points onto the struggling Syndicate. Syndicate just at the bottom of the leaderboards here. And I think they're just starting to just get abused.
Yeah, Rise definitely taking advantage of Syndicate. Rise, very similar to Alpha 7, I would have to say. These two teams super aggressive and super confident. You see, they're just swinging back around and looking for more. They got 1 player. And, oh, Salty! Ooh, that could have been a free knock. That player did not know where he was. Salty just a little bit nervous, maybe just pulling the gun a little bit. That pre-fire does come into play, but if you just lay quiet, that could have been an easy knock and thirst. But Syndicate, at least Salty will stay alive. But that also does signal to Rise Esports, hey, we know where the rest of them are, and they might just keep pressing the advantage. 4v3.
Ooh, and even Salty threw a smoke out there just in case. Playing it ultra passive. And honestly, I can't really say I blame them. I mean, Syndicate are so down and out. You can see Salty popping the horn as well in his Tesla. Hey guys, I'm out of here.
It's like, leave me alone, SOS. Please spare me. Salty does manage to make it out. And Syndicate, they got a nice spread. It'll work out if the player on that flank in the long distance can get an opening. But with the way this Rise Esports is playing, they're sticking together and they're just going to isolate players 1 by 1. Syndicate, they might be safe though, because as I see, Rise Esports, they're going to go back and loot. I totally forgot. These two teams just literally started dropping and fighting, and they haven't even really looted yet. So Rise Esports try to get more kill points, didn't get them, and they disengaged. Go back to loot. Very smart by Rise Esports.
Love to see it. Like, I think that's the hardest part of this game, especially at the highest end, knowing when to turn on that aggression and then turn off that defensive. Just say, hey, you know what? Let's cut our losses. Let's get moving. And especially in this type of game, you have to make those decisions so quickly. You stay and hang just a little bit too long, you get third-partied and you get taken out. So I love to see how Rise just said, you know what? Let's just take our point, take the money, and run. Go get some loot, get ready for the rest of the game.
More kills to be had, and to be exact, there are 63 minus 4. There are 59 more kills to be had elsewhere, so you definitely do want that loot. You want those meds, those util, the ammo, maybe even the right guns, because they started fighting super early on. But that's what all these other teams are doing. It's the last game of the day. Traditionally on the last game, we see a lot more fights happen super early on. Teams are just kind of, maybe they're tired and just want to, finish out the day and just finish out strong. Maybe they're feeling more warmed up. But every single time, the last game of the day has always been action-packed early. So I'm going to give it like maybe another minute or two. If nothing happens, maybe everyone's going to play a little bit slower for the last match.
I think especially the squads that are struggling on the leaderboards, they know that after this game, half of this tournament's done. And putting up some solid points here is just essential. It's just so huge. Because now, after today, regardless if you have a good game now or not, you're going to have to pop off in the last 2 days. if you want to get a chance at making it into PMGC. So having a good game here and kind of taking off that pressure, because there's one thing, we haven't really started talking about it, Zute, but the end of the tournament, you can never depend on it. Because towards the end, teams already have their slot guaranteed. They know where they're going, and you're putting yourself at a huge risk. You can't assume that the end of the tournament is going to play anything like the start of it.
1000% correct. Yeah, towards the end, when teams that know they have qualified based on the points, they change their play style. And teams that know they haven't qualified and know there's no chance for them to qualify, they also change their play style going into the end. So yeah, the last day is a huge question mark. So yeah, even though this is the last game, and I keep saying, like, usually teams play more aggressive, at this specific point in the tournament, you make a really great point. It's actually like maybe the most crucial game, the midway point, right? To really just cement yourself or turn your cards around for the next upcoming days.
100%. 100%. You cannot depend on those last few games in the last day, because it's going to be just pure chaos. You're going to be like, okay, all we got to do is get 20 points and we'll be able to move on. But with how much chaos happens, and just all those points just start disappearing, and you don't even have a chance at getting those. So I definitely think, without a doubt, right now, you know, this last game, tomorrow especially, these are probably the most important games of this entire tournament.
Gotta agree. Oh, Coops coming in. Still number 5, but catching up to number 4 and number 3. The Knights. Oh, that's a shift down towards the south. That should be a good shift for XSET. We've seen this zone before, at least in North America, where XSET has done really well. Maybe they'll close this one out with a strong finish. I'm trying to figure out, Team Queso onto the northeast on the edge side. Not looking like they got a real way into the center, but we'll see how they play that one out. Of course, Alpha 7 on the edge next to the blue zone, just where they want to be. Nowhere close to the circle, because they could take their 4v4 fights. Coops on screen right now, holding a little bit of a split. The rest of the team has already rotated. Coops putting out some shots just to make sure he doesn't get crashed on, so good job by Coops. The Knights on a rotation right now.
So they're going to start passing up that shelter spot, and that's going to be a very good location for them for the rest of the match if they're able to secure it. Buluc Chabtan, pretty much almost at the bottom of the leaderboards, looking for a pop-off game here, kind of help set the pace for the rest of this tournament. They are just south of Yasnaya Fields. They are going to take the edge of this circle, so they're playing it extra safe. You can see he's a jumping Starlight. Is he going to be able to reach for the stars, hit him with that DP? I think he's going to 1-2-3 him. Oh, he's going to 1-2-3 him. He's waiting for his teammates, saying, hey, guys, all right, ready? Starlight right here. 1, 2, 3, bop.
Oh, 3, 2, 3. Oh, okay, well, Starlight will live to see another star. He does get off that hill. And maybe he should have taken the shots, maybe he shouldn't have. We'll never know. It's one of those things that happen all the time in a game like Battle Royale. What if we did this? What if we did that? Well, it's just all speculation at that point, right? INTZ Esports on your screen, a team that has slowly, very slowly, crawling their way back up, but now is the perfect time to do it, right? Going into the second half of the tournament, this is where you do want to kind of turn things around. If you are a struggling team in INTZ, they're still struggling, but at least they're going in the right direction.
I think they're just taking a little bit longer to download that update. For Alpha 7, it only took them 2 games, right? And they had that thing fully downloaded.
Yeah.
But, you know, INTZ still just trickling in that information to hopefully start being able to adapt to this lobby. Team Queso, they've been adapted as well. I mean, consistent points. Got Rio in that buggy, just trying to find those sidelines. Does happen to find some bullets from Axel, and they are going to get that rotation going straight to safety.
I think Team Queso maybe even has a good idea of what team this is. There is only one team that edges this late and rotating this far into the backside, and that is Alpha 7. And like VOD review, no VOD review, like this rotation, I don't think we've seen Alpha 7 do this yet, but I think Team Queso has a good idea. Like I would not be surprised if in their comps, they're like, what team is that? Oh, it's like, oh, it's probably Alpha 7. And so they're out of there quick. Alpha 7 also you know, they're very aggressive, but they don't take every single fight they see. They take the smart, calculated ones, and that one was not a fight that they wanted to pursue, so they just rotate the other way around.
That's what Alpha 7 loves to do, is I think they like to hit these edges in that mid game because they normally try to hunt down squads that are a little bit nervous, right? That are trying to play that edge and play safe. And they just hunt them down, find those engagements, get that initial knock, and just start mowing down those points. So I think Alpha 7 are utilizing that mid game just so much better than everyone else, because we see them, if they go out, even if it seems like it's early, they always seem to have those 5-6 kills. It's just so interesting to see.
100% correct. But only teams with 4 players that are super highly skilled can pull that off.
Super.
Yeah, we've seen other teams try and do this, and they just instantly die. And we might even say they don't know how to play. They need to change their strategy. That's not the right strategy. Maybe it is the right strategy. It's just not the right players with the right skill set. Alpha 7 able to do almost like anything they want. And they're going to wrap back around past Team Queso. Maybe Queso can get a lucky shot in and take a player down, but Alpha 7 just speeding down that road. They're actually going to make a wrapping rotation down to the least congested side of the circle. That's an Alpha 7 rotation I have not seen them use yet, so really good rotation. They got a lot in the bag as far as strategy goes, and this is one that, ooh, it's a classic. Rotate on the hardship side, and we'll see the mini-map in a second, and you guys will see there's nobody on that southeastern side that Alpha 7 is headed towards.
Hug the circle and wrap to the hardship side, and it's wide open, and that's exactly what Alpha 7 just did. And hopefully, and since they did it so quickly, they'll catch any team that's even thinking about doing the same thing, because they're already all set up and pretty ready for the rest of the match here. Fraternity Esports looking to get in with Honored Souls. Honored Souls did have a great game in that Miramar match. Are they going to be able to continue that greatness? This could be, oh, looks like he picked the wrong tree. Well, Honored Souls, they do have Fraternity up against the ropes. And oh, with that knock and finish, now they realize, oh, from both sides, goodbye Fraternity.
Wow, Dadine. Well, you saw he only got 1 grenade kill last game, but he was a grenade master. I think that one, he just got 2 more. Mezexis being pushed on by BC. It's a 1v1. The drop shot comes out. Kino goes down. BC pushing up onto their advantage. I think it's just Solitude. Solitude, the last player up for Mezexis. You can see him on the bottom right side of your screen. Oh, we're back onto, here we go. This is it, a Solitude. I think he's just got to leave. There's not much he could do here. Maybe a knock and a thirst, but that's about it.
Vernon actually hitting the edge of that window and hitting himself with that nade. Super unfortunate, but is able to get that support from the rest of his squad and just abuse Mezexis. Solitude stayed in that vehicle, and he's going to have to stay in the lobby for the rest of the day because Mezexis is down and out. 14 teams still alive here in the last match.
14 teams, and we're about to get that next circle ship, but so many teams are still fighting for their position. We see Souls taking another fight. They already took out 1 team. This Souls team, that 1 chicken dinner, really got him hungry for not just chicken, but kill points too. And the circle has shifted down into Milta. Hot Jukes, this is going to be one crazy ending.
Yes, sir, indeed it is. Nova dropping farm. They're going to be pretty close by. Hard shifting on in. XSET sitting pretty inside of Milta. Honored Souls, they are just bullying their way in. 5 kills so far. They're erring on the side of aggression. I think it's about time we see that from them after that chicken dinner, man. They're feeling pumped up and ready to go. But they got to be careful where they go, because you can see some teams set up pretty for this one. Black Dragons getting the jump shots, gets the head dink, goes for the 1v2.
Oh!
And Papi Potro gets the finish on the Black Dragons, but 19E, they gotta come in quick.
19E, do they play aggressive? Fourth party by Rise. In the background, we didn't even get a chance to finish that sentence. I said it was going to be a crazy game, especially coming into Milta, but the sightlines, the 4th parties, the 3rd parties coming into play so quickly. 19 Esports, did they even manage to get a kill from that? Maybe they did, but action's not stopping yet. We still got so many teams rotating around, trying to make sense of this circle.
And look at Alpha 7, Carrillo taking the edge of Milta by himself. So the rest of Alpha 7 most likely going to be heading straight towards his position. And they're going to be set up pretty for the rest of this match. You can see ATON Esports holding the house right above Milta. The Knights down south in that building down there. So every team is just fighting for their spot, their little location on the map to sit pretty. Ooh, Chico punching that window open. And then sight lines ready to go. The Knights have had some success here today. They can see the highest damage dealers, you know, Chico in number 5th place. One good game here could really just start showing that the Knights got something to say here in the Americas Finals.
100%. I wish we could do a quick zoom out back on the map. Coops goes down. Look at Alpha 7 split. You said they're going to go up to Carrillo and bolster that position. No, they are leaving him one man in Milta. And you can't even see the rest of Alpha 7 fully on that mini-map because that's how split they are. This team has no fear. This team is a 4-man team of 1-man armies. This is a 4-army team on one team. Like this, that's Alpha 7 for you. And they're continuing to hold that split. Everybody else is grouped up in some way, shape, form, or another. Not A7 though. Just no fear whatsoever.
I totally forgot it was Carrillo, right? They're just like, he can handle it all by himself. But you can see Deep Queso, okay, can they handle? Can they handle Buluc Chabtan coming from the corner? The rest of Deep Queso are pretty split up as well. They're not going to be able to support their teammates from their current position. You can see them just trying to focus on so many different angles. INTZ to their right, Buluc Chabtan right below them as well. Axel is going to have to come off that angle to be able to get that support. Rise Nunez pushing up onto 19 Esports. As now they're heading up on the defensive. Nunez going to throw that nade right in onto Carnage. And you can see Leon getting a beautiful knock on Mufasa. It's time for 19E to start turning things up here. The drop shot not being strong enough. Sam coming in with the support. The nade coming in huge.
Wait, Leon's got a nade himself, and he knows exactly that nade's gotta be perfect. He cooked it too long. Rise gets the revive. It's 2v1, but can I get the heal off? Leon needs to press this. He gets one. I think the other player probably got the first aid off. It's a 1v1 situation. Both players with similar HP. It all comes down to this Mufasa with that machine gun blaring right now. Leon playing more defenses, trying to bait that player in, and Leon goes down.
He gets the thirst.
Rise Esports wins that one. And the circle has shifted back up to the north.
I thought Leon was able to get at least another kill point there, but it looks like he wasn't able to get the full thirst, and Rise is able to keep 3 up. Alpha 7 now. Carrillo ejecting, and look at this, that split worked out perfectly, because with that zone going back up, Carrillo just headed straight up to the rest of his squad. Now you got a full squad of Alpha 7 on the east side of the map, and they're hungry.
And I'm not surprised Team Queso is fighting Alpha 7. They came in from the east side of the map, even though they were so far separated. Eventually, when you're coming in from the same direction with the way the circle shift, you will want the same positions, and A7 still showing they're on top. Nova taking a fight with XSET. It looks like a somewhat of an even fight. No, XSET has 4 people up. Killswitch already in the zone as well. Nova's got to try and break through this defense, and Nova just only has 2 players left alive.
Nova still trying to hang on here. YDD putting in some work there down there, but he is beat up with the rest of his squad. Yeah, they're going to head up into that McLaren and start heading up on the shift, but they do see Rise right there on that corner, so they hit that quick U-turn. They don't know where to go.
Ooh, a lot of indecisiveness. Not what we usually see. Yeah, there's so much indecision right there. You can see right there hopping in, out of the car, in, out of the car. They're not sure what to do. Down to 2 people. Killswitch gets knocked though by Syndicate, I think. Salty, the last player from Syndicate, still alive, and I think Nova's gonna try and capitalize off that, but we got more fights elsewhere on the screen. We got the Knights fighting right next to Rise, and ATON up on top on that high ground, looking really good.
Olo getting the knock on the YDD. Jay getting the finish. It's going to be one remaining member front for Nova still alive, and that's going to be Rin out. So XSET able to taking him out there. Rise getting eliminated from the Knights with some beautiful use of that utility. Coops coming up big with those nades. Coops starting to make that rise, trying to hunt down that MVP title. He's got a road ahead of him, but this is a good start to it.
I think if the other top players didn't get any kills that we saw in the top 5 fragger, I think Coops just moved up at least 1 or 2 rankings, so good job by him. But Alpha 7, they don't have any more rankings to move up, but that is not stopping them from getting more points. They just want all the points in the world. They already took out Team Queso, about to take out BC. Once again, BC, I think every time Alpha 7 has fought, not just BC, almost any team, I feel like they've come out on top. Alpha 7 with 4 kills, 4 players alive, full control of that next zone shift on the northeast, on the high ground. It's looking like an Alpha 7 chicken dinner.
Oh my goodness, especially with their rotations, and that nade finishes Buluc Chabtan on and out of there. You ask Alpha 7, how many more points do you need? How many more do you want? And they look back at me in the eyes and they just say, one more point. And that's what they just keep getting, putting on the pressure. Now they're starting to put it on to Honored Souls down the hill. And they are just smoking out, trying to buy some time. The Knights get taken out by XSET. Great finish from XSET. 9 kills so far, repping the set hard.
Yeah, maybe we forgot. Maybe we forgot, but this is that Milta circle that XSET. Actually, I did say it in the very beginning of the match. I think this is that XSET circle that they could come out on top, but the fight is fierce. We have 4 teams, Hodrix. 4 teams with 4 players alive, and yeah, the nades are raining like homing missiles right now.
Ooh, I mean, it is basically hailing grenades down from south where Honored Souls is. Santa Texas is, here's a little taste of your own medicine, throwing it their way. That nade looks pretty. I mean, how many grenades does this team have? They are putting on so much pressure with this utility. Mafioso's literally half an HP. That Molotov is going to get him off of that tree. And he got some shots to save for himself. Here comes Rebo with the cut switch. Honored Souls.
1v1.
Not done yet. 1v1.
It is down to 1v1, and it's Kirill. He is still up and alive. He's going to go for that first A-pit. Well, are we going to get a reset in the 2v2? I think Kirill might go for this first. Yeah, he's going to go for the revive. Both teams reset to 2, but Honored Souls will get a slight advantage. And they have a third player that could get revived. I think Carrillo's going to push off this. He hears the footsteps. He hears the team pushing up. Both players peek out at the same time. I don't think... Oh, oh my God. How? How? They're both stuck behind a car. The person he revived has 1 HP. Kirill somehow wins that. That is Alpha 7 at its prime. That's Kirill at his prime. And XSET still fighting with ATON. ATON about to take that one out. We're down to a 4v2, 4v3 situation. A7, they're at the disadvantage with a member down. And I think they just lost that circle. So, I mean, they can still win this though.
Kirill, like a reaper in the night, just causing death all over the battlefield right here, placing his name in the history books, making plays. Now he's got one more team to take down, and Alpha 7, it's a 3v4. ATON with 8 points, Alpha 7 with 9. Who is going to get this chicken dinner? Alpha 7's on the crawl, and they're hungry. They want it.
They're going to be playing it slow. They're laying down the smokes. And before this fight breaks out, maybe we can rewind to that fight mentally. But actually, Alpha 7 Kirill is already putting down some shots. I just want to say, I've seen that fight happen 10 times over. And the team that was defending Alpha 7 should lose that. But they won that.
Crazy.
And now they might just win this 4v3 as well.
I mean, you can just see the difference in play styles. ATON completely smoking themselves out, playing defensive. Alpha 7 on the hunt, pre-firing through the smoke.
Oh, the off
and Choco
angle.
find this off angle. He gets pieced up in the process. They're going to blow up that UAS to buy themselves just a little bit more time, but they start to get closer and closer to each other. I wonder if ATON has any utility at all to throw at Alpha 7. It seems that nades seem to be the ticket to take this team out.
Oh.
If you're going to try to do it with gun skill, you know that that's what they got, Kirill. Evening things up, it's a 3v3, ladies and gentlemen, making a 3v2.
Oh my God.
Alpha 7.
Oh my God, this is just clinical. This is beautiful. Kirill does get Noct, it is a 2v2 situation now. ATON not down and out yet. Alpha 7 is definitely gaining the advantage with those back-to-back knocks, but we do get kind of a reset. It's going to go back to a 3v2. Kirill, I don't think can get revived.
Doesn't look like it's gonna be so. Mafioso with that nade though, that might be right on the money. Oh, just a little bit off the mark. So Mafioso, it's really up to him to make a big play here on this corner. It is gonna be a 2v3 at the end. Carrillo's gonna get finished. Santa Texas went for the revive, just a little bit too late.
Too late indeed. He also gets pieced up, so he needs to first aid if he's got any left. These teams have been grueling through multiple teams. I wouldn't be surprised if there's not much util left. Santa Texas does have a first aid. He still got a grenade. The discipline to not just waste all your nades and save at least one to like maybe nail one in, but that one misses the Santa Texas have any. The zone goes over to ATON. ATON, they're going to play this super careful. They're just going to wait for A7 to push them. They have the number advantage, but I don't think they're going to risk getting knocked by peeking unnecessarily. Hopefully not.
Oko has those ankles. It looks like Alpha 7's up against the ropes. ATON should be able to win this. Oh, and he catches the toes! And it's going to push out Santa Texas into the open, and a very well done play. ATON able to hold on against the pressure of Alpha 7 and taking it away with that chicken dinner towards the end. Great finish. 11 kills.
Extremely good. I think that was one of our most exciting finishes yet. ATON coming in huge with that win. We saw them on day number 1. They were a team that kind of surprised us. They were doing really good, and then they kind of fell off for a little bit. But hey, halfway point in the tournament, we were saying it. This is the point when you want to turn things around, really stamp your name in. And ATON, well, they got the chicken dinner, and not just any chicken dinner. They got it against Alpha 7. That was a close fight.
Bro, that was just so insane towards the end. I mean, Carrillo just looked almost unstoppable. I think he got just a little bit too hungry there. Gets taken down, and ATON just with that zone positioning, able to just hold on a little bit longer. You can just see there in the round report, Carrillo with the most kills, obviously, with 5. Milos with the top damage with 809. Just a crazy game to finish this off. This is the halfway point, Zute. This is what we're going to see.
It is indeed. I'm still thinking about that Souls fight. Hopefully we could see it in the highlights. I want to run that one back. Souls versus A7. That was an insane defense, but we got other highlights right now pulling out on your screen. The jump shots back and forth. This was the third parties and the fourth parties, just back to back. So many teams getting involved. And Coops, the DP, some headshots, and he does get knocked there.
Man, I got to see some more Milton finishes. This one was just one for the books here. Beautiful plays coming back and forth. Team Queso, just that solidification of consistency, always putting up some decent points. This was a crazy play between Rise and 19E. I cannot believe that 19E was not able to hold that down. Rise just being a little bit too strong, and then here comes Alpha 7. They rotated perfectly, and then once it was time to strike, man, did they strike hard.
They definitely strike hard. It's almost like every step of the game we need to point out what A7 is doing, what they're doing, because it eventually leads to just a masterpiece, right? And here we see them getting pushed. This was the one I want to see. Honored Souls on the aggression. Honored Souls did a really great job. I like how they pushed up so hard. They realized if they sat downhill any longer, they were just going to keep losing those peak battles. The grenades were just going to rain down on them. And he gets that revive. Here's that push. I see this happen 10 times out of 10, and that player in Carrillo's position should lose that. But he wins it. Absolutely insane.
Those crazy just crouch peeks, back and forth. So fast, so effective. This dude is just on another level. That was a beautiful shot there from Choco, by the way, right at the end to be able to catch them toes. That was really, really clutch. And a great day overall. I mean, guys, what more could you ask for? I mean, this is the best of the best in this side of the planet going at it. Zute, any final words for the day?
I wish we had more games. I'm fully awake after that game. It was insane. But we got more games, just not today.
All right. Well, everybody, we're going to go ahead and take it on over to a break for things to get wrapped up here for today. Thank you.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back to the studio at the end of the day. An exciting game to end things out. And if you too think that you can develop the skills to perform at that level, well, you're going to need the hardware. And one way to do so is to get the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro. 120 hertz display, hyper touch technology, and flagship performance. Go check it out. But that game, it was a Milta game until suddenly it wasn't 7. That hill is not an easy place to fight on. We saw a very long standoff at the end, and let's just see what the full results looked like on the full map leaderboard.
We definitely did, and I was absolutely shocked that Alpha 7 almost even had a chance to win that after what happened with Honor Souls and them. To be fair though, Carrillo was able to beat his ex-teammate in the Dino, so that was quite pleasant to see. You do see ATON Esports being able to come out with the win with 26 points. Alpha 7 Esports there with 22 points, and XSET, this is actually a pleasant surprise for me, 19 points for them. Honor Soul, even though they did end up losing that in 1v1 with Alpha 7, they ended up with 15 points. Knights as well with 11 points. BC here with 8. Rice Esports with 7. And 19 Esports closing out here this first page with 4 points. Glitter, as we're going to be going towards the second page.
Yeah, we see a lot of the points were kind of there on that first page, but Nova's able to pick up 3. We got 2 placement points there for Syndicate, 2 for Queso, 2 for Furious Gaming. INTZ falling off at the end of the day, but you know they had such a solid performance throughout the rest of it that I think they'll still be fine with 2 days left. Black Dragons, Mezexis, and Fraternity Esports rounding out the rest of our squads there. But I'm actually pleasantly not surprised. I'm just happy with the way that game ended because that was #1 team out of Latin America, #1 team out of Brazil going up against each other in the final moments of the last game of the day, and ATON Esports held their own.
Yeah, that was actually really shocking to see if you just look at the narrative of what we saw yesterday and today, where ATON Esports started off strong with an A7, came back with a vengeance, and ATON started to struggle. And so put at a head-to-head, you definitely think that A7 came out on top, which they did in damage. 7.
They definitely did. And to be fair, Alpha 7, when they started that fight, they only had 3 players. So if ATON would have lost that, oh boy, we would have been saying something completely different there. And talk about efficiency. ATON Esports was able to get more kills with less damage than Alpha 7, which is actually a huge surprise. I'm not used to seeing that, especially when Alpha 7 is the leader in damage. Usually they're the leader in kills as well. XSET though, 1700 damage, 9 kills. And then we have Honor Souls, 1700 damage as well with 7 kills. Out of all these teams here, Glitter, do any of those teams surprise you?
Honestly, the fact that we actually get BC up there, right at 1200 damage, nice to see them make an appearance on our top damage for the final match of the day.
Yeah, that's very much so, very much so. Sorry, just that hill is, I've had my own personal struggles where A7 found themselves there. Doesn't matter what team you're up against. So I definitely understand what they're at. But let's look at today's results overall. All 6 maps, who won which ones. It's looking very different from yesterday. There was significantly more variety. But Glitter, that is a very exciting thing for AT7 there at the end. Not only did they come back, get themselves a win, try and push them back into their winning ways, but they also had some amazing stats on that win to go along with it. Highest in damage, highest in kills.
1,000,000%. Okay, I love that we don't have a single repeat for our chicken dinner winners here today. And listen, while these stats are impressive, I gotta point it out. It's the end of the day. We gotta start calling people out here, Seven. These are all Brazilian and Latin American teams, okay? Not a single NA win here all day. So we're gonna need these NA teams to start stepping up here because Brazil and LATAM are just running away with it.
Listen, I was biting my tongue as soon as I saw that graphic. I was hoping you would have put it on me, but boy, I definitely expect some NA teams to step up, at least in the next 2 days. We saw them step up a little bit today in regards to just rankings and just overall performance from some teams. But we need to start seeing them chicken dinners too.
Yeah, as one of the 3 regions, a third of the regions, with just over a third of the teams here, North America only has 1 of 12 wins under their belt. But we're going to move on right now to the daily MVP. I'm not going to show it yet because I want to ask you guys who you think it is. This one, I don't even know where to start to call, so I'm going to let you guys go first. Glitter?
Maybe Mythic? Maybe somebody from Rise?
Carrillo.
Evan?
It's Carrillo. Ain't go.
No, it can't be Carrillo again.
Ain't go, bro.
We'll see. They didn't win, but they still had really solid performances. So it really, I'm kind of leaning towards. Oh, so close! Carrillo was so close. But Revo, yeah, it's still an A7 member at the end of the day, and this really just screams towards A7's consistency, wins or no wins, right, Seven?
Yeah, and I mean, what's crazy is this was the second best player from yesterday following Carrillo. So for him to be able to step up in a way and surpass Carrillo on today's performance, it just goes to show how great Alpha 7 is playing. And kudos to you, Revo, because now you've been able to put up 2 days where you, first of all, the first day you kind of obliterated the 3K damage mark, and then on the second day you were able to get super close to it. And that's just some amazing consistency, considering we didn't even get a single chicken dinner here from them today, Glitter.
Yeah, this is impressive. I think it's also something we need to remember that this is just the daily MVP, right? We talked about, is there the possibility of a little bit of competition within Alpha 7 for the actual MVP of the entire event? We had Carrillo yesterday. We've got Revo today. I mean, I think that's the direction that it's headed at this point.
Want me to tell you something spicy in regards to what you just mentioned there? Revo
is
now actually leading Carrillo in regards to total damage, and he's leading him by almost 500 damage.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I know Revo was in second place the last time we checked on that race for the MVP, so maybe we can check on that tomorrow, but we need to look at the overall ranking. Day 2 is done. We are halfway through, Glitter. A7 surely is going to be on top, but it's really going to be that mid-section that we're going to be looking at because the time is coming to where it's top 7, top 8, or bust.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, obviously we've got Alpha 7 there in that top spot. No one's taking it away from them anytime soon. Not a surprise. Rise is going to be in second place after that because they also, while they might seem like they're far behind Alpha 7, as we take a look at them as soon as they're pulled up, they still have managed to amass a massive lead over everybody else. So Rise has done a really good job in only 2 days of really nailing down their spot because you can tell they want to make sure that they're making their way through. Now, the reason that we keep talking about top 7/top 8 is because Alpha 7 already has their spot secured for GC. So in the event that they are in a top 7 position, which they will be from here on out, there's no doubt about that, that means that there will be one more spot available, so we'll move down to that 8th position. So at this point, it really is a top 8 type fight. So as long as our teams are in that spot, then that's who will be sent on over to PMGC. And we'll be able to show that to you guys here in just a second so we can close out the entire day. There, we almost 200 damage. Alpha 7 just barely misses the 200 damage mark for the day. Averaging 100 points a day is insane when you take into consideration that 6th place, Honored Souls, is at 100 after 2 days. Okay, but now we look at the rest of the standings here. They've managed to increase their lead, Alpha 7, so they're just in the stratosphere at this point, and we're talking about everybody else. Queso still in 3rd, INTZ in 4th, ATON. Now this is where the points have started to get a little bit closer here. Things are moving just a tad yet again. ATON has jumped up a spot. Honored Soul still in the top 8, but they dropped down. XSET and Knights are now in 7th and 8th when we saw Nova there earlier from the last match. So this is where things are going to get a little bit crazy. 82 points down to 75, and that is not a lot, 7.
Yeah, it's definitely not a lot. And something to keep in mind too is between those top 8, not only are they going to be qualifying to PMGC, but they're also going to be getting some prize pool, and it's going to vary a lot when they end up. So I'm expecting a lot of teams to kind of start pointing that, or I start keeping an eye on that. But you mentioned it, Nova Esports here with 75 points. Mezexis Esports, actually they had a very lackluster in the day for me here today. We saw them at one point in 8th place, then we saw them drop off, and they just kept on dropping off. Furious Gaming though, I do have to give them some props as they kind of put themselves now into contention with those 69 points, and same with Black Dragons. Now going into tomorrow, a team that I'm definitely going to be looking at is going to be 19 Esports, because this is one of the usually favorite teams from NA, and for them to be in 14th place, let me tell you, if I know Carnage, he's currently not very happy, all right? He's currently a grumpy grandpa, and he's going to be wanting to get into those top 8, and they were able to do this last time. The first couple of days, especially, and I'm talking about in NA, PMPL, the first couple of days were a little bit sketchy, and then they were able to step it up. So I'm hoping that 19 Esports is going to be able to mimic that here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it for us. That's the end of the day. Surprisingly enough, we actually didn't talk about A7 as much as we thought we would have at the beginning of the show. We want to hear from you. Are there any teams, any players that you think we missed that you want us to give a little more love to? Go reach us at the Pubg Mobile Esports socials all across the internet with the hashtag PMPL, and let us know what you think. We will be back at the same time tomorrow and then Sunday for the second half of this tournament. We're only halfway done. This whole thing is just getting started. So please return, bring your friends, and we'll see you next time.